Seyuan, so eager already!
What is going on? Did I just transmigrate? Calm down, bro. I'm not that eager. I even think we could wait a bit longer.
What about Su Shuairen? What the heck is he up to?
Isn't it that if he skips that poison pill, he'll drop dead any moment?
Forcing me into this awkward spot. And now, what is this new twist?
Lao Xingta, though I have no clue what went down, but it is definitely all a huge misunderstanding. I'll just sleep out now. We can chat next time.
Stop, right there.
What?
Didn't you get poisoned?
It is me. Yeah, I'm totally fine. So, there's gotta be some mix-up, right? Or are you hamming it up, expecting me to risk my neck to save you? But you don't look half as bad as that. How about a cold bath to cool you down first? If that doesn't cut it, I'll check your pulse on the house, prescribe some meds, or whatever. This guy's ridiculously handsome. The young man felt inexplicably tense and worried about blowing his cover. Zhang Zimo watched for a moment, but didn't spot that it wasn't some human skin mask disguise.
Fine then.
Since you're all right,
Let's chalk it up to a misunderstanding.
head back to your own quarters.
From now on, don't enter this prince's quarters without this prince's summons. You needn't come by. What little game is this woman playing today?
Alright, then, I'll take my leave.
You dropped your fan, Wang Fei.
Who? Are you calling Wang Fei?
What is wrong with this prince calling you Wang Fei?
Su Chenyuan felt utterly embarrassed inside. If we're truly husband and wife, then it'd be tough for me to shake this guy off. No issues. Whatever the prince wishes to call me, so be it. As long as the prince is pleased.
What does my happiness have to do with any of this?
Hey, hold on. That means this body of mine belongs to this prince as his wife. But what was it that this jerk said again? He actually told his own wife. From now on, I won't summon you, and you're forbidden from entering my chambers. What a total scumbag jerk. Princess, while you were away, returning to the princess's quarters took tremendous effort on my part. Does the princess hold such a lowly position? Princess, you were far too reckless today. You nearly frightened the servant to death. What did I do today? Oh dear. I have no idea what happened. In the prince's quarters, when suddenly I heard a sharp snap in my mind, and then I couldn't remember a thing. Princess, shall I fetch a physician to examine you? No need. Just tell me everything yourself. What exactly did I do today? Why end up with that scoundrel? Wasn't it in the prince's quarters? And what is your name? Princess. This servant is called Jianjia. Didn't you bestow this name upon me yourself? Oh, now I remember. As for why you appeared in the prince's quarters, wasn't it because you took the medicine yourself and rushed to the prince's quarters to force him to consummate the marriage with you? That drug was fiercely potent. If consummation didn't occur within the hour, you would die. No matter how I tried to dissuade you, you wouldn't listen. The moment the prince returned, he learned of your plight. Fearing you might truly perish, I followed your instructions and told the prince the truth. Then, with a darkened expression, the prince entered. Well then, is Su Chenyuan truly so vile? I mean, would he stoop so low? Yes, my lady. You were the one who acted so shamelessly. So what you're saying is, the prince married Su Chenyuan and took me as his wife, yet refused to consummate our marriage. So this is entirely his fault. Su Chen, I'll have to resort to some cunning ploys. That was forced by that scumbag too. My lady, have you forgotten why the prince married you? Wasn't it because you were attending a banquet in the palace, while the prince was sobering up in the imperial garden, taking advantage of everyone, not noticing, and ran up to the prince, messing up your own outer robe, insisting that the prince had taken liberties with you? The prince had no choice. He is a dignified prince. And I framed him like that. He not only didn't have me killed, but even married me. Wasn't that repaying the favor? 5 years ago, your father, who was our family's general, on the battlefield to save the prince's own flesh and blood younger brother, the Lai prince whom the prince dotes on the most, and was surrounded and killed by the enemy. You are the general's only daughter, and your mother passed away early. All these years, the prince has often had long talks with your grandfather, the duke, instructing the duke not to let those from the second branch bully you. So you've been living a life of luxury in the mansion these past few years, without lacking anything. But you expressed your feelings to the prince several times, and they were all rejected by the prince. You dared to frame the prince. That was a calculated risk. If the prince had called it a false accusation, even if you wouldn't have lost your life, you'd have no reputation left for the rest of your life. You might have even taken your own life. The prince has always been one to repay both kindness and grudges. Given the great kindness the general showed the prince, he certainly wouldn't let you die. In the end, you won the bet. The prince had no choice but to drape his own cloak over you, publicly admitting that he had lost control after drinking, prompting his majesty to decree the marriage on the spot. What is our prince's name? Prince Rong, Zemo of Yue.
Zemo, I owe you so much. I must make it up to you properly.
So, my lady, how do you plan to make it up to His Highness? But please don't come up with any more foolish schemes. He was especially worried today that our master and servant might be ordered by the prince to roll up our bedding and throw out the gates of the mansion.
Right now, the greatest compensation I can give him is to not show up in front of him so casually. As long as he doesn't see me, he won't feel unlucky and can enjoy a beautiful day.
Though I can't fathom why. My young lady's words make you sound like a completely different person. But I have to say, my lady, you're showing some real self-awareness now. You know that for the prince, if you're not around, it is a sunny day. My lady, you're absolutely right. Right now, His Highness can't stand the sight of you. Even if you have any other ideas, put them on hold for now. Just behave yourself for the time being. However, did you consummate your marriage with the prince today? It has only been the time for 1 stick of incense since you took the medicine, and His Highness came right in. But he has only been in there a short while.
It shouldn't be that quick, should it?
No, Yuanfang. Wait, what did you just say?
I only took the medicine a stick of incense ago.
And His Highness entered? That is right. What is the problem?
The medicine you told me about before. That if I don't consummate within an hour, I'll die.
Yes, exactly. What is wrong? Didn't you deliberately time it to take the medicine just as His Highness was returning to the mansion? From taking the medicine to death, it should only take about the time for 1 stick of incense, which is far short of an hour. So how did the original owner of this body die? The only possibility is that the original Su Qianyuan took not that kind of medicine at all, but was given a top-grade poison, causing the original owner to succumb within a single stick of incense, with no traces of poisoning detectable upon examination. Such poisons, well, she knows of a few kinds, though each one is exceedingly rare and valuable.
Where was Madame's medicine purchased?
From a small apothecary in the capital, called Ji's Medical Hall, where you bribed the shopkeeper to obtain this medicine. He promised you he would never breathe a word of it.
I see. Do I have any enemies here in the capital? The kind who hate me enough to want me dead?
No, miss. There are far too many such enemies. Even if you gave this servant a full day and night, plus 100 sheets of paper, I couldn't list them all.
Did I used to do things that enraged both heaven and earth?
Not at all. In truth, you've always had a kind heart, and often aided the weak and vulnerable. The only time you've ever been truly irrational in this life is when it comes to matters involving the prince, anything related to him. And you act as if possessed by some demon, impulsive and utterly resolute, doing things that don't resemble you at all.
Then why does everyone hate me?
Because His Highness the King of Yue is the most handsome man under heaven, and the god of war of our Jiasheng dynasty.
But that is not all.
He has a benevolent heart, a gentle temperament, and handles matters with utmost fairness. He is beloved by the common folk, and His Majesty's most favored third prince. He is the dream suitor of countless noble ladies. Since you married His Highness, there are quite a few venomous ladies who wish you dead. When His Majesty first granted the marriage, all the finest fabrics in the capital's cloth shops sold out. It is said they were the young ladies from noble houses, and the young wives too, all to take home and fashion little effigies of you to curse. Of course, it is just hearsay, no real proof.
So you mean, if someone poisons me, it is probably those other girls crushing on the prince who did it?
Not necessarily. After all, outsiders have no idea about the prince's drinking habits. But could His Majesty and His Highness, the Light King, possibly be in the dark? What went down in the palace that day? They must have all seen it clear as day. It was you who framed His Highness. When His Majesty decreed the marriage, his face was darker than a storm cloud, like he wanted to swallow you whole. And even said that, after knocking you out, you didn't need to bother brewing tea for him in the palace anymore. He had no taste for it. As for His Highness, the Light King, he can't stand the sight of you. Every time he lays eyes on you, he hits you with that passive-aggressive sarcasm. Last time, he looked ready to strangle you right there. And our prince, you get it. He can barely stomach you either. So if you end up poisoned, who is really behind it is anyone's guess.
I've racked up plenty of enemies. Fine. But even the Emperor despises me. And one of them might actually want me dead. How the hell am I supposed to survive this?
What do you think?
If I throw myself at the prince's feet and deeply repent my past mistakes, swearing I'll turn over a new leaf for good. What are the odds he'll step up to protect my fragile little life? Tomorrow, head out and handle 2 things for me. First, go to that herbal pharmacy where I got the medicine before, and check if it is still open.
Is that the second thing?
I'll write up a prescription. Then you grab the herbs and bring them back.
But Your Highness, aren't we flat broke? How do we even pay for the medicine?
What did you just say? Me, a proper princess from a noble family. Penniless. So how am I supposed to get by?
When you got married, didn't the Duke of Min's mansion give you any dowry? Because they could tell, the prince had a sour look on his face in those days and clearly didn't want to marry you. So they just sent over a bunch of worthless trinkets as your dowry. The dowry your birth mother left for you back then has also been withheld by them. And besides, that dowry is rightfully yours. The most contemptible man in our Shang dynasty would ever touch his wife's dowry. Those dowries have nothing to do with the prince anyway. My lord, naturally, he didn't trouble himself with this for you over those 7 years. And seeing the prince show no reaction, the Duke of Ning's mansion boldly went ahead and did it. And that last bit of ready cash you had got completely spent when you bought that herbal shop.
We'll figure out the money tomorrow.
He has never done a single bad thing in his life, diligently working to make major contributions to the advancement of medicine and saving countless lives. But why, after time traveling, did I end up with such a rotten script? The only silver lining is that my husband is a super handsome guy. Even though we don't sleep together, but at least he is easy on the eyes.
Your Highness, nothing happened between you and the princess.
The princess is being far too unreasonable. You married her back then out of deference to General Suf, and that was already saving him plenty of face. Yet, today he still dares
To press me, I've already shown General Su the utmost benevolence and righteousness.
If Su Chenyuan keeps pressuring me like this, I feel I can no longer yield any further. However, upon second thought, that Su Chenyuan from moments ago was nothing like his usual self. His gaze suddenly darkening, a flicker of deep contemplation passing through his eyes.
It is getting late, so this subordinate has had hot water prepared for your bath.
Princess, that sacrificial medical hall has truly shut its doors.
All because of you, my lady.
Why is that? Did they sell you fake medicine? They're utterly despicable, swindling away all your silver and fooling you with counterfeit remedies. Last night, my lady, you didn't consummate with His Highness, yet nothing untoward happened. Doesn't that prove it was all fake?
It is not like it was poison. After all,
My lady, don't fret.
and don't let it get to you. They failed to kill me the first time, but they might just try for a second go. It all hinges on who is pulling the strings behind the scenes. The more they crave my demise, if they're bold enough, who knows? That Imperial Master Clinic might just reopen its doors. Just wait till I fall into their trap again.
Rest easy, my princess.
After catching some shut-eye, I'm feeling much more level-headed now. I won't let anyone take me down so easily.
Rong Zimo won't come to my aid anymore. So I'll just have to steel myself a bit more. What choice do I have but to tough it out?
I'm not one to cower.
And from here on out, I'll make every soul who schemes against me call me daddy.
Yes. Oh, by the way, does our prince have money?
He is as rich as an entire kingdom.
That is perfect. Take me to the estate steward in a moment.
Madam, what brings you to the accounts office?
To withdraw some funds. Don't worry. This princess consort is just borrowing it temporarily. I'll repay the estate at least threefold later.
Without the prince's order, no one may withdraw any silver from the estate. Not even a single copper coin.
I mean it.
Princess consort, I'm truly sorry.
Seriously, do you know what happened last night in the prince's courtyard? Between this princess consort and the prince. There might already be your little young master right here. How can you be so stingy to a woman who bears sons and daughters for your prince's house? I'm just borrowing a bit of money. It is not like I'm not paying it back, and yet you still won't agree. You even want to keep working in this estate.
What nonsense are you spouting? The prince only just told me yesterday that nothing happened between you two. So, don't take this seriously. Princess consort, it is all in jest.
I'll go inquire on your behalf right now. Ask the princess consort if she entered the prince's room last night. As for the servants who tidy the prince's room not seeing the nuptial sheet, that is because this princess consort's sorry. I'm too thin-skinned and took it away myself, you see.
You can blurt out nuptial bloodstain without a care, but I'm too embarrassed for that. Too thin-skinned to even describe it. What does it have to do with you? The princess consort indeed entered the prince's courtyard last night.
Did you hear? The days when this princess consort will gain honor through her son are right around the corner. How dare you treat this princess consort with such disdain? It is only a bit of silver, such a trifling matter, and yet you force this princess consort to trouble the prince himself, to come and command you in person.
So, your ladyship, how much silver do you need? Would you care to sign an acknowledgement? Should the prince inquire about it later, this old servant will at least have an account to give.
Of course, that is no issue at all. Should anyone hold you accountable for the consequences, just lay it all at this princess consort's feet. Needs a silver. 500 taels will suffice.
Then, your ladyship, please wait just a moment. This old servant will dispense the silver to you at once.
What a day thinking I might get thrown out of the estate today. Why is Our Lady's acting so spot on? He nearly believed there was a little prince growing in her belly.
Have you been feeling a numbness at the back of your head lately? Does pressing at the base of your skull, where it meets your neck, bring a bit of pain?
Princess consort, how did you know?
No need to ask about that. For these next few days, try switching to a lower pillow. And on regular days, make a habit of looking up at the sky more often. Keep your posture straight when sitting. Once it starts feeling better in a few days, I'll share some even better remedies with you.
Master, do you reckon the princess consort's advice will actually help with your old neck trouble? I've never once heard tell of the princess consort knowing a thing about medicine. She is of the Xu clan, just tossing out a casual remark. How could it possibly make a difference? I'm nothing but a lowly servant after all. Even if she got it all wrong, and it only makes my neck ache worse, what recourse do I have against her? You're right. How about seeing the doctor? What is the use of Dr. Chow? How many times have I seen him already? How many medicines have I taken? And it hasn't gotten any better.
Your Highness, just now in the backyard, I saw the princess consort asking the accountant for a loan, and she hinted that you two consummated your marriage last night, claiming she is going to bear children for you, and that she might already be pregnant with a young prince.
My lord!
The princess consort is utterly ridiculous, claiming you two consummated, demanding 500 taels from the accountant. That is not even the half of it. Moreover, the servants all know you only shared a brief moment in the same room with the princess consort last night. Just a short while, though no one dares say it aloud. They must all be harboring doubts in their hearts. Doubting this prince's manhood. Your Highness, you've tolerated her time and again. Yet, she still pulls stunts like this, slandering your reputation. I say, this is beyond tolerable. Who could endure it? Why not just divorce her and send her packing back to the Duke of Ming's mansion? Forgive me. Your Highness, I misspoke. I was just too angry to hold back, that is all. Calling the princess consort. Over. The prince is surely about to boot out that blabbermouth with her vile schemes from the mansion. Once Su Chenyuan rolls out of here, I'll grab some fireworks and firecrackers, round up the brothers for a grand celebration, sending off the jinx. Princess, the prince wants you to come see him.
This hero's fit of anger is taking a real toll on you, and it is no good for your spleen at all. You're still so young. You really ought to take better care of yourself.
No need for the princess to trouble herself over me.
You're young now, so you brush it off, but you'll regret it down the line.
Princess, your mess today is all of your own making. So cursing your servants won't fix a thing.
I wasn't cursing you. I was just genuinely looking out for you. Though I can sense how much you can't stand me, I'm still watching over you like an elder would, showering you with concern. You've seen my repaying evil with kindness, but what about my good intentions? Get lost. The prince sent me to fetch the concubine here. What is this all about?
Princess, have you forgotten every bit of etiquette you ever learned? You can't even tell left from right when paying respects.
This guy's such a stickler.
It is mainly because, as your concubine, I haven't seen your highness all that often lately, and over time, I've just forgotten how to curtsy properly.
It is only natural to get a bit rusty.
So you're saying it is this prince's fault?
I can't blame you for that.
It is mostly on me and my past screw-ups, which were just so lame. Who'd want to keep running into a disaster like me?
I totally get it, your highness.
I really do. Rest assured, your highness, I'll keep my sticky fingers to myself from here on out.
The princess should know why I summoned you.
I have a pretty good idea. It is about me dipping into the accounts for those 500 taels of silver, right?
Don't worry, your highness. I swear on my own honor.
Once I strike it rich and hit my peak,
The first thing is to pay back the money. Besides, the prince isn't a stingy man. As you figured, the prince wouldn't mind these 500 taels of silver.
This prince truly doesn't care about these 500 taels. But, princess, do you know, because of your nonsense, now the entire household suspects I have weak kidneys.
Having weak kidneys isn't a big deal.
I'll whip up a kidney tonic recipe for the prince right now, guaranteed to cure the prince's kidney deficiency completely.
Su Chenyuan, are you trying to get yourself killed?
Oh, your highness, please don't get mad.
I was only kidding. Just trying to show off my playful charm.
My biggest flaw is that I just can't help showing off.
I'll definitely watch myself from now on.
One look and it is clear, I'm a total flop, barely holding it together. No one else knows about this. But how could I not know? Yes.
Why don't others know? But you, princess, definitely do.
Your highness, actually, it is no big deal if the servants suspect it a bit. Your health is what matters, and anyone with eyes can see that clearly. So why worry about what others think?
Right.
Being a person means being magnanimous and carefree, unbothered by trifles. That is the way to true happiness. Prince,
how about I go out right now
and gather all the servants to explain everything to them, that your kidneys are actually just fine. If you're worried, some might miss out.
I'll make flyers and hand them out to everyone,
ensuring no one misses it, to clear up the rumors for your highness.
What do you say?
Princess, have you heard that one saying?
Please enlighten me, your highness.
That is like protesting there is no silver here. 300 taels buried right underfoot.
Then this concubine truly has no idea what to do.
How about I take in a few concubines for you
to prove my devotion to you?
Oh, right.
Surely your highness is unhappy with my suggestion of taking a concubine. And with my role as your princess, then why not divorce me so you can take another princess? That would prove your point too. But those 500 taels of silver. Thanks, but I've already sent Zhenjiao to spend it all.
I really can't pay it back to your highness right away.
Please be patient and wait a little longer.
Though this concubine admires your highness deeply, your lack of affection for me is something I've come to see.
Master Shi! Master Shi!
I've only just said those words, and I'm sure it is not in your highness's sight anymore. In truth, this concubine's heart could never bear to part with your highness.
The princess's demeanor shows nothing amiss. Her tone is perfectly controlled, and her tears fall just right. If, while crying, she hadn't peeked at this king's expression through her fingers, and revealed a glint of cunning in her gaze, this king might have believed your tears just now were genuine.
Why do your eyes have to be so sharp?
I'm just an ordinary modern girl who is transmigrated to ancient times, and now calling you this concubine at every turn. Was that easy for me?
This is the first time in my life I've cried like this.
And I can already shed real, heartfelt tears. No need to pinch myself or use eye drops.
Any director would praise my natural talent.
And here you are, seeing right through me.
A man this clever
Is doomed to end up wifeless. This concubine has no idea what you're talking about. This concubine peeked at your expression. Of course, because I care about you. Wanting to see if my tears would move you.
As for that misty tear in Ningshu's eyes, perhaps it is because I've always been a lively and spirited woman. That dawn glow lingers as a constant in my gaze.
Just what has gotten into Su Changyuan to turn so subtly venomous and so quick with his sharp tongue? As for this concern he speaks of, it is clearly just him cursing me under his breath. My lady, since you're asking to borrow silver from this prince, might you tell this prince what you need those 500 taels for?
This concubine needs it for medicine. I've been reading quite a few medical texts lately, and I've taken a real interest into medicine.
My lady, this prince hopes you'll remember 2 things.
Please, my lord, go on.
First,
from this day forward,
you may take whatever silver you wish from the accounts. This prince will see to it that the orders are given, whether it is for brewing medicines or buying jewels. This prince won't interfere, but you must never again let this prince hear any rumors or gossip that slanders me.
Of course, but my lord, are you truly being so generous? And what is the second thing, my lord?
Second, whether this prince takes a concubine or seeks to divorce you, it is this prince's decision alone. No need to trouble yourself over it, my lady.
Very well. In the end, it is probably just that macho streak of his flaring up, which boils down to, whether we divorce or not, your say doesn't count. Only this prince's does. But why guard the bedchamber against him taking a concubine for you? Could it be she is actually short-sighted?
What woman this prince desires, this prince will choose himself. Does my lady understand?
Yes, this concubine understands.
Your Highness, yet you show such indulgence toward the Wangfei, while she suggests that if you fall ill or get poisoned someday, you should turn to him. That hack, who barely skimmed a few medical texts, squander 500 taels on herbs, and let some pill, popping charlatan prescribe for you. Isn't that just severing all ties of grace and favor? Urging him to read more books. That is biting the hand that feeds you. Exactly. Biting the hand that feeds you. Your Highness, the Wangfei swindled money from the accounts office, and you still forgave her, even declaring that the household silver is hers to spend at will. What if she goes out and buys an entire street? She only took 500 taels for medicinal herbs, not demanding 10,000 taels of gold. And she kept insisting on you taking a concubine, which proves she is not out to take advantage of you. Even so, Duan wouldn't squander it recklessly. Besides, no matter what, she is this king's Wangfei. Even if this king were utterly unwilling to have married her, her conduct outside still bears on this king's reputation. So what if she buys a street? Can this king afford it?
of course we can afford it.
We can afford it. But that is not the point.
The point is...
What is it?
My lord,
I sense you're treating the Wangfei a bit differently now. Don't you all feel the Wangfei has been acting strangely?
come to think of it,
I do get the sense she is off somehow.
she seems like the same person.
Yet everything feels wrong. Today she even brought up a divorce pact with you and urged you to take a concubine. I was utterly stunned.
Yes,
I find this quite puzzling too. But the princess has always been full of cunning schemes. Perhaps this is just her ploy of playing hard to get.
is that so?
Your Highness, I thought you'd summon me to fetch the princess here, so you could divorce her. Divorcing her before we even figure out what is truly going on with her. I won't let her out of my sight.
Not at all.
The way this sounds to us, it is almost like a possessive confession of affection.
Your Highness, we've tracked down the pharmacy where the princess bought the medicine, but it is already shuttered. My men, however, discovered that the shopkeeper hasn't left the capital yet. He is holed up quietly in an inn on South Street, acting all shifty, as if he is deathly afraid of being spotted.
Really?
Shall I send someone to nab him right away? But there is one more thing. This morning, when I went to check out that pharmacy, I spotted Zhang Jia there, seeing it closed. He even asked the neighbors next door where the owner had slunk off to. Once he learned the owner had packed his bags and fled, he couldn't resist spitting, right in front of the door, in disgust. Your Highness. No doubt that shopkeeper sold the princess counterfeit medicine, and her plan fell through last night, leaving her seething with anger, so she sent Zhenjia to make trouble for him. Who knows? Maybe today, with those 500 taels of silver, the princess is off to buy more of that medicine, and plot against you all over again. Once she returns, Your Highness, though Nanchung's never been the sharpest tool in the shed, this time, I have to say, he makes a lot of sense.
Leave the city. Can you send someone? But have all those clansmen up ahead already gone?
Keep a close eye on that shopkeeper first. No need for anything else. This prince wants to see just what the Wangfei has in mind.
The medicine my master gave you. You didn't sell it to Su Shenyuan?
Yes, I did. Su Shenyuan took the medicine and left, both delighted and anxious. That poison costs 1,000 jin per bottle. It can kill without a sound, leaving no trace of poisoning behind. This batch is infused with the poison. Do I dare pocket it myself?
So, tell me then, since Su Shenyuan took the medicine and left, why hasn't the Jade Prince's mansion announced his death today?
How would a lowly wretch like me know? Perhaps he is just too cowardly himself, and got cold feet when the moment arrived, daring not to plot against His Highness, the Jade Prince. So after buying the medicine and returning home, he still didn't dare use it. Or else, he might have accidentally lost the medicine himself. Who can say for sure?
What my master means is, just reopen your shop, and keep it open until you hear of Su Shenyuan's death.
This is far too dangerous. What if he really does die, and someone traces Sonin Yuan back to my pharmacy? What then if they suspect me? Plotting against a princess consort is a crime that exterminates the 9 clans.
You're already aboard this ship. Do you really think you can jump off now? Su Shenyuan trusts you right now. But if there is any problem with the medicine, he'll come straight back to you. Keep this bottle of medicine safe. This is the 2nd bottle of poison. My master went to great expense to obtain these poisons, spending a small fortune no less. If there is another mishap, you can forget about keeping your head.
Enough with the whining.
Do as you're told. Get this straight. My master hasn't given the word yet. You won't leave the capital alive.
Got it. If after 3 days there is still no news of Su Shenyuan's death, then I'll reopen my shop.
Wise choice.
That means their real target isn't the prince himself, but to assassinate the princess. Zhang Yi went out last night and met a woman who seemed to be a maidservant, afraid I'd lose him. I had Zhang Yi send his men to keep tabs on that maidservant. Later, she headed straight for the Marquis of Pinkang's residence. The Marquis of Pinkang's. So that is the connection. Su Shenyuan must have ingested a deadly poison. But why is that woman not only unharmed, but acting like a completely different person? Your Highness, the Marquis of Pinkang is the 2nd prince's lackey. Could it be the 2nd prince's scheme? If the princess dies in the palace, General Su's former subordinates would surely resent you, Your Highness, driving a wedge between the military and you. He must have ordered the Marquis to carry it out. The underhanded way the princess was married to you, though many people suspect the truth. Even General Su's old subordinates despise her for it. Even if you divorced her, the military wouldn't make a fuss. But if you had her killed, that would be crossing the line. I believe this is surely the 2nd prince's ploy to sow discord. Nonsense! The men truly revere you, Your Highness, as the god of war. Not General Su. Though they value righteousness highly, they understand the true meaning of loyalty. Even if the princess were truly dead, they'd feel at most a flicker of resentment and never suspect you, Your Highness. Doesn't everyone know the kind of man Your Highness is? This could bring some trouble to Your Highness. But as for shaking His Highness's standing in the military, that is absolutely impossible. If the 2nd prince truly believes this will turn the entire military against His Highness, then all I can say is the 2nd prince has seriously underestimated the general's wits and their unwavering loyalty to His Highness. You're right. The generals wouldn't be that foolish, and they've always placed their full trust in His Highness. Your Highness, that woman who met Zhang Yi in secret, does she know any martial arts? Even if she does, it is probably just fancy footwork, with no real power behind it. From her gait and breathing, I can tell she has no restrained internal energy at all. Moreover, my men shadowed her, and she didn't notice anything amiss. That is more than enough to back up my judgment. The only problem is the heavy guard at the Pinkang Marquis's residence. My brothers weren't confident they could slip past the mansion's experts undetected. So once she stepped inside the grounds, they held back from following her further in. This has nothing to do with Marquis Pinkang himself.
Your Highness,
But this person did go to the Ping King Marquis's residence. Marquis Ping Kong is always so cautious. To claim this was his handiwork, he'd never send out someone without a shred of internal energy for the job. The risk would be way too high. This isn't just not Marquis Ping Kong's doing. He probably doesn't even know about it.
That makes sense.
So it must be someone else within the Ping Kong Marquis's household. Who could that be? Well, only Zhang Yi knows the answer to that. Your Highness, let me keep watching Zhang Yi.
Princess, bad news! What calamity has struck?
What disaster has befallen us?
Could it be because I've been skipping supper, and it has grown so late that the kitchen staff refuses to wait on me, and they've cancelled my meal?
My lady, how can you think of food at a time like this? The fourth young master is at death's door. The Ming State Duke's mansion has sent urgent word. They bid you come and bid him farewell.
Who is this fourth young master?
My lady, time presses. Let's board the carriage first. I'll explain on the way.
If someone's on their last breath, you must hasten there yourself. Perhaps you can still save him.
Very well.
Shall we inform His Highness of this? My lady, after all, he is kin from your natal home. And as the Duke's son-in-law, he should make the journey too.
No need for more words. We mustn't delay. Let's make haste.
As you wish. My lady, the fourth young master is named Su Yue.
What did you say his name was?
How is that not my name? It is Su Yue, the moon of joy. He is the sole son of the third house. Because the third master suffered an injury in his youth, the physician declared he could scarcely sire a child. Yet, several years into his marriage with the third madam, they were suddenly blessed with a son. The third master was utterly overjoyed, and so bestowed upon him this name, to proclaim the third house's delight. The Duke has long disdained this name, finding it far too effeminate. But seeing the third master's firm resolve, and being truly elated himself, he held his tongue.
Didn't you say before that the people of the Ming State Duke's mansion treated me poorly?
The third master has always borne a grudge against our eldest house, and ever since our general passed away, the second branch has been constantly making trouble for you, withholding your dowry, all at the second lady's behest. The Duke has always favored sons over daughters, with his heart set only on the son to carry on the family line. The general was deeply devoted to his wife, and after her early death, he refused to remarry, leaving you as his only daughter. The Duke has always resented that you're not a son, knowing full well that the eldest branch's line has been severed, so he has never truly favored you. Yet the fourth young master is the only one in the mansion who has always treated you kindly. It all started when he was little, after you bought him a kite, and he's cherished your kindness ever since. Whenever he had something nice, he'd always share it with you. Even if the third master disapproved, he insisted anyway. When you were married off, it was he who went to the second branch to argue your case, insisting that the second lady had no right to withhold your dowry. He even sought out the Duke to speak on your behalf. But alas, the Duke rebuked him instead for disrespecting his elders, and had him caned. You and the fourth young master truly share a bond of mutual understanding in your suffering.
Your Highness, something's happened to the fourth young master of Ming State Duke's mansion. The princess consort has already left the residence with Jin. And since you were bathing just now, I didn't disturb you. The princess consort didn't come to see me before she left. I hadn't heard she was in such a frantic rush, as if she couldn't wait to fly straight to Ming State Duke's mansion.
I can't help but feel that Your Highness's soft chuckle carries a hint of displeasure.
Your Highness, after all, your marriage to the princess consort was never of your own choosing, so whatever befalls the master of her household has nothing to do with us. The consort didn't even come, so I called your subordinates to take a look, so you needn't concern yourself with it.
What do you think?
Attendants in fresh attire emerged one after another.
It is all your fault. You useless thing, for climbing onto the roof and bringing harm to your fourth brother. Today, I must beat you to death. Why on earth did I have to endure the likes of you? And to think your father and I were so overjoyed at having you in our old age. Yet you turn out to be nothing but a jinx. If I don't give you a beating today and put an end to you, who knows how many more lives you'll doom in this household.
Hit her again, and you'll really kill her.
Isn't this the imperial consort our family went to such great lengths for? The one who finally perched on that high branch. Why didn't you wait at the door for the entire household to come out and kneel in welcome? But instead, you just barged right in.
worthy of the consort title you schemed and plotted to obtain.
Second aunt, you should have knelt to greet me, but it is not too late now. I don't particularly mind if you kneel at the door or right here.
Then, Your Highness, please wait a moment while I first clean house, and then pay my respects to you. Your Highness, what do you mean by that?
Nothing much. I simply feel that the deeds of adults should not be borne by children.
What are you talking about?
What more is there to say? Second aunt knows full well. I advise second aunt to calm down, lest the thing spiral further out of control, beyond redemption.
Madam, don't panic. Even if he suspects something, he has no evidence. Don't lose your composure in front of all these people. Moreover, forget.
If we're not beating her, so be it.
Does the Duke of Tang truly treasure his heirs like gold ingots? Back then, he lost 2 legitimate sons in a single year. Now, the only legitimate grandson is slipping away before our eyes.
My lord, please don't think that way.
Grandfather,
It is truly not Ninth Sister's fault. Ninth Sister is still so young. She understands nothing at all.
yeah, tell second aunt to stop hitting her.
I've told you over and over. If it weren't for her, things never would have come to this. Even if he died 100 times, it wouldn't be worth your life. And yet you keep pleading for her again and again. Don't you need to save your strength to see your eldest sister? Do you even want to see her anymore?
October, I've returned.
What are you doing? Your fourth brother is already in this state. And now you want to harm him too.
Grandfather, you said it yourself. Fourth brother is already like this, so how could I possibly harm him further?
Then, this pill of yours is meant to prolong life.
Even the imperial physician is at a loss.
So grandfather, why not let this consort give it a try?
Even as the esteemed Jade Consort, medicine is a craft, far more complex than you imagine.
Smell it yourself. Even if you can't identify the ingredients, or know if it truly prolongs life, you should at least realize this isn't something meant to harm. It is beneficial to the body, utterly harmless.
Consort.
Consort! Your medicine has the imperial physician utterly terrified. And all because Jade treats you, her cousin, like her own flesh and blood. Yet you intend to poison her.
Impossible. Eldest sister could never love me. Big sister, ninth. Sisters, fine, now.
I've saved her, so rest easy. No need to overthink it.
Dear Shuyan,
I know you're still furious with ninth sister, but right now, let's let fourth brother focus on his recovery. Time's short with the medicine. What do you think?
Imperial physician, Wang has taken the life-prolonging elixir for now, hoping it buys us a way to save him.
Your internal organ bleeding is severe, so I'll use acupuncture to staunch the flow, and at the same time, drain out that pent-up congestion. It'll hurt a bit in the process, but you must endure. Do you trust me?
I do.
As long as the patient trusts her, that is all that matters. The rest of them, they can think what they like. If they try to barge in and stop her from saving him, she'll just scatter that harmless stunning powder she whipped up last night, all over the room. Let them all pass out cold. No one will stand in her way as she wrests Suyue's life back from the jaws of death. Just knock the whole crowd out, that is all. It hardly counts as a crime, especially since no one will even suspect it is a powder with any real toxicity. She'll just use it all up and claim she did nothing at all. Just tossed some harmless ash to startle them, and suddenly everyone's dozing off.
Nonsense. The Imperial physician says it is hopeless. What makes you think you can do anything? Your fourth brother has barely clawed back a sliver of time. Let him at least have a proper talk with me.
Xie, I took those elixirs for fourth brother to save his life, not so he could chat for a few moments.
Father, you absolutely cannot let Wang Feihu have her way. Third brother's son is already in this state, and you'd let her torment him in his final moments. Has our princess consort been fooling around with him?
It is all the fault of that fine daughter you raised. She has harmed my grandson, and you still have the nerve to speak. Get out of here.
It is, Lord He. There is no time left. Let me try. Even if it is just treating a dead horse as if it were alive. If you disagree again, I might just make you all pass out.
No. Let her try. Your Highness, Prince Yu, why haven't you sent someone to announce your arrival lately? So this humble official could come out to welcome you. There is an emergency in the residence, so let's dispense with these formalities. Thank you for your compassion, Your Highness.
lend me your silver needles to use on him.
Yes,
Your Highness.
Since the imperial physician has no confidence, and the princess consort claims she can do it. The princess consort is the duke's own granddaughter. How could the duke not give her a chance? She is, after all, General Su's daughter.
However, as she inserted the needles, Su Yue's face suddenly changed dramatically as a sharp pain surged through him, and he coughed violently, spitting out large mouthfuls of clotted blood. This spectacle of vomiting blood startling Duke Ming, and leaving Yu Yi stunned.
Princess consort! Shut up!
Don't disturb me while I'm treating him.
Everyone fell silent and waited, considering it as giving this prince some face.
So this method works after all. But why didn't I think of it myself?
He's out of danger now. However, for the next half month, he must not get up and move about casually. Even for using the toilet, he must be supported by a servant, and his movements must be gentle to avoid injuring his internal organs again.
Princess consort, everything you said is true. Is your fourth brother out of danger now?
Grandpa couldn't believe it, so he summoned the imperial physician to examine him. How could I ever let anything happen to your fourth brother while he was in my care? Otherwise, even 100 lives of mine wouldn't suffice to make amends.
My lady, you overstate the matter.
Now that you hold such an esteemed position in the imperial household,
Your life is far more precious than everyone in this entire estate combined.
The fourth young's pulse has steadied now, not nearly as perilous as it was before. I trust that if we follow the princess consort's advice and nurse him diligently, he'll make a full recovery in no time.
What? He is really going to be all right? How could that be? When did Che Yuan ever study medicine? Even I had no clue he knew any medicine, let alone that he would outshine the imperial physician.
The fourth brother's condition doesn't call for heavy medication, so I'll just prescribe a single formula shortly. A light dose of a few herbs will do, but he lost a good deal of blood today, so he certainly needs tonics. The fourth brother's never had any fine supplements before, and with his robust health on ordinary days, there is no worry of his blood resisting nourishment. Thus, for blood tonics, our family physician can easily draw up the list. I'll leave it to him.
Princess consort, perhaps this humble servant could draft a regimen to replenish qi and blood right away, for you to review if it is suitable and spot any oversights. Then, Duke, this official will take his leave.
Many thanks, Physician Wang. Allow this Duke to see you out.
Thanks for what? The fourth young's injury. This servant couldn't lend a hand at all. It is all due to the princess consort's skill. With the princess consort a true master healer among Duke Wo's grandchildren, why summon this official to make a fool of himself? Still, this visit wasn't in vain for this servant today. Witnessing the princess consort's life-saving techniques truly leaves no regrets even in death.
This Duke had no idea either, when my own granddaughter quietly became such a renowned physician. Tonight, with everyone gathered, that is precisely why we called you here.
Jiyan, now that the outsiders have gone, why not handle the family matters first?
What family matters?
Grandpa never wondered why there were centipedes on the roof. The ninth sister is so young, she can barely walk straight yet. So how did she climb onto the roof? I thought I'd go to my grave without answers. The guilty one is the adult.
Are you implying who the culprit is?
That is for Grandpa to investigate himself. Focus on recovering well. If anything else ails you later, send word to me at Prince Yu's mansion. All right.
Big sister, is it true someone tried to harm me?
Fourth brother, remember what your sister says. Whether you're in the residence or out in the world beyond Duke's mansion, you can kindly protect everyone, but only if you're cautious first. Protect yourself first. Understand, your kindness doesn't mean everyone else is kind too. Kind souls need even stronger self-preservation to protect even more people.
Big sister, I understand.
The princess encourages kindness in others here. But why weren't you kinder to our prince back then? And she joined the prince's mansion through some underhanded means. She preaches one thing, but when it comes to herself, it makes one want to loop a rope around her neck instead.
Why is your highness here?
The princess's family has met with trouble. How could this prince stay away? Otherwise, wouldn't outsiders call this prince heartless and ungrateful?
Oh, I see. Your highness, actually, I think, in this life, one's own happiness matters most, as long as one's heart is clear and upright. and one has never done wrong. There is no need to worry about what outsiders think of you. Your Highness, why not set your burdens aside and simply be yourself? No need to force yourself to come just because of others' scrutiny.
I must attend to some family matters. Apologies for letting Your Highness witness this unseemly affair. Your Highness, please be seated.
The Duke need not stand on such ceremony. Just make yourself at ease. After all, when the imperial envoy departed, the Wangfei herself remarked that all outsiders had taken their leave, and now this household is filled solely with kin.
Su Chenyan faltered for a moment and promptly turned to glance at the man. Was it merely her imagination? Why did those words strike her as so ambiguously intimate? As if her marriage to this man were already irrevocably sealed, leaving her feeling profoundly uneasy. After His Highness the Prince of Yu had spoken, as anticipated, he caught the shock in Su Chenyan's eyes, along with a trace of disdain. Excellent, pure disdain indeed, without the slightest hint of delight at his open acknowledgement of their union. How utterly splendid. Who was it again? Who so desperately insisted on marrying him back then?
Wangfei, why don't you sit right beside grandfather? Go on and speak. As for this incident today, I wonder if it was truly an accident, or whether this duke has placed undue favor upon Howard, thereby indulging and fanning the ambitions of your second branch.
Father, your son is innocent. Your son has done nothing of the sort.
Father, your daughter-in-law is equally wronged. It is all that wretched maid's incompetence. Her failure to properly watch over the ninth miss when the ninth miss is the daughter-in-law's own flesh and blood. And as a mother, how could she possibly use her own child to harm you are? Why on earth would you entertain such a notion? Has some scheming wretch been whispering poison in your ear? Wangfei, could it be that your second aunt senses your dislike for her and is aware of the misunderstandings and biases you hold against her? But you can't frame second aunt like this! Are you trying to drive second aunt to her death?
Heavens, you've misunderstood. This princess consort has never told grandfather that you are the culprit.
Just now, the princess consort was outside and told me. She told me.
What did she say?
That it was you, second aunt, who did it.
I truly didn't say that.
The other person merely hinted that it was done by an adult and urged me to think it over carefully.
The princess consort indeed didn't name anyone she suspected. How can you speculate about the princess consort like that in front of His Highness, the Yu Prince? What decorum is that?
It is my fault.
It is my petty suspicions. Please forgive me, Your Highness.
No matter. I'm willing to forgive second aunt's petty words. After all, everyone knows this princess consort is always virtuous and gracious for any malice toward one's elders, and is always filled with tolerance. Second, aunt, why so silent? Now you may bow in thanks for this princess consort's magnanimity.
Thank you, Your Highness, for your boundless generosity. This humble wife is deeply grateful.
Let's return to the matter at hand. Second aunt, don't make baseless accusations anymore.
Am I a dog? I just slandered and bit at random.
How do you put it?
How dare you speak like that?
Where is that lowly maidservant attending the ninth young lady? Bring her to this duke.
That lowly maidservant. The madam just ordered her to be severely caned 20 times. Nanny Chen, when we went to bring that lowly maidservant forward,
Lord Mu, Madam! After the punishment, she suddenly stiffened. No one from below came to report it. This servant only just learned of the matter.
Is she still alive?
She is already dead.
Su Chenyan rose to his feet at once, striding over to the corpse, and grasped the maid-servant's wrist to take her pulse. She is been dead for half a shichen, yet I've only been in the mansion treating the patient for less than half a shichen. Thus, before I entered the Duke of Mu's mansion, this poison must already have been administered. If only she still had the slightest warmth on her body, or even a single breath left, so Chen Yuan could snatch her back from the King of Hell's grasp. But she is completely gone. Her body has already stiffened.
what are we to do? And now this lowly maidservant is dead. Some might even suspect it was all the doing of our second branch. That I silenced her to cover up my own misdeeds. And killed this lowly maidservant. I see you couldn't save her.
The madam discovered this booklet in the chamber of the maidservant attending ninth young lady, with some writings on it. This must be the reason she poisoned the ninth young lady.
Let me see what it says.
Then, let's show it to Father first. If I look first, I'm afraid others will suspect me of tampering with it.
How absurd! To think this lowly maidservant would go to such length for her own child.
It is all my fault!
Indeed. A month ago, this lowly maidservant did beg me to lend her some silver to treat his mother.
But the daughter-in-law was thinking, with so many servants in the hut mansion, if every berth in the household required borrowing from the daughter-in-law, what a spectacle that would be! If outsiders found out, they'd only say the daughter-in-law can't manage the household. So the daughter-in-law refused his father. Little did she know, this planted a grudge in her heart, leading her to plot against the daughter-in-law's young daughter. My poor little Jill, silenced so young by someone lurking in the shadows. It is all my fault as her mother. I brought this upon her.
Such a vile wench! She deserves to die! Drag her corpse away, and dump it in the mass grave!
Right. Why not tell this to ninth sister? And ask her again. Perhaps she knows something.
Your Highness.
What do you mean by that? You know full well ninth sister can't speak. Yet you say this now. Aren't you just breaking my heart? Or are you insisting on this because you suspect someone else? Why not just say it outright?
Your Highness, Miss Zhu truly has no idea what happened. No matter how we teach her, she won't speak. She can't even call for her parents. She only cries and fusses. We even called in a physician to examine her. He said her mind is slow. That is why she can't learn to speak.
This princess merely wishes for clarity in this matter. I suspect no one else. That is Aunt Zhuyu's scheme. Utter nonsense. This princess believes none of the Xiu family's children are as dim as ninth sister. She'll speak in time.
This time, the second branch resorted to such a rare poison. If we're saying it is poisoning that caused her muteness, it is not impossible for a child to lose only the power of speech, yet evade detection by the imperial physicians. Such a toxin is rare even in modern times, let alone in ancient times with their primitive purification methods, when it would be exceedingly rare. Could it be that they used... Two names of such poisons already surfaced in his mind.
Enough. Let the matter rest here. So next time you raise prices, be more cautious about these matters. Don't stir up any more such trouble. An illegitimate son is still illegitimate, and the wife he marries is equally useless. It has only been a few years since we began raising prices, and already this kind of mischief has erupted. When the main and third branches raised prices in the past, nothing like this ever occurred.
It seems my grandfather not only favors sons over daughters, but is ruthlessly fixated on the divide between legitimate and illegitimate lines, and utterly looks down on him. They're all the same whenever something displeases them. They lash out immediately, leaving no shred of dignity intact. No wonder. Even though grandfather favors the second branch's legitimate son, the second branch remains uneasy, and is determined to eliminate the fourth brother.
Father, rest assured, I shall be far more vigilant henceforth, and never commit such a grave error again.
Father, I've been consumed by official duties, and truly overlooked the household affairs. Henceforth, I shall pay closer attention, and ensure I do not disappoint you again.
Enough. All of you, be off with you.
We've made quite the spectacle before your highness. The Duke overstates the matter. We owe you a great debt this time.
We're all family. No need for such formalities, my lord.
Duke Min, since the matter is now resolved, the prince and I shall take our leave.
The prince and eldest sister are as inseparable as mandarin ducks. Truly enviable.
It is third, Miss Fu Shutang.
Tao truly embodies a vision of calamity, with a husband so strikingly handsome that he invites endless trouble. But after all, we are husband and wife. The third sister didn't attend the outer gathering. She'll surely find a suitable match, so there is no need for the gentleman to be so astonished. The prince learned of the fourth brother's plight, and thus drew the attention of the Min Duke's residence. And now he's returning with the eldest sister. She is also concerned for the eldest sister's safety. Yet, how has the eldest sister treated the prince? Back when she was still at home, the eldest sister was always especially close to the fourth brother. Now that the eldest sister is married, upon hearing of the fourth brother's trouble, she disregarded all propriety, and rushed back first with only her maidservant Xingyan in tow. When the fourth brother was in dire straits, all he could think of was seeing the eldest sister. If an outsider were to hear this, they might think there was something improper between the eldest sister and the fourth brother.
Nonsense! What utter drivel are you spouting? Kneel down.
Eldest sister! Don't call me that! I have no such good sister as you. The fourth brother's life hangs by a thread, yet, as his sister, you show no concern, your head filled with these baseless suspicions. This princess rushed back to the estate in haste, and in your eyes, that makes our bond seem unseemly. But are you implying that to prove your own relationship with fourth brother is above reproach? If it were you who had married away today, would you saunter home at a leisurely pace, or perhaps not even bother to return at all?
Sister! That is not what I meant.
Then, what do you mean? When fourth brother was in dire straits, you only thought of me. When I, the princess consort, entered the room, he was still pleading for ninth sister. He clearly reveres his elder sister, and cares for his younger sister. I was merely caring for, and showing respect to my own younger brother. Yet in your eyes, it appears so sordid. So from now on, if you fall ill or feel unwell, the brothers in this household need not concern themselves with your well-being. They can all just go out and indulge in wine and revelry. After all, everyone in the household is quite close to you on ordinary days. If you're ill and they come to show concern, how outrageous that would be. Who knows what foul rumors would spread?
Why haven't you knelt down to apologize to the princess consort? Or must I order you beaten to death? You utterly useless wretch!
Sister, and it was I who spoke out of turn. Even if I did say something wrong, you shouldn't have struck me like that. If word gets out to those outside, they'll think you're utterly ruthless. You insist. Jade uncarved cannot become a vessel without a beating. One knows not the divine will. If I, the princess consort, don't give you a proper thrashing, you'll never understand where you went wrong. Only a strict teacher produces a fine disciple. I, the princess consort, believe, with my tireless guidance, you'll learn to better guard that sharp tongue of yours.
Is that how the saying goes? It is not without learning. One knows not propriety, but without a beating, one knows not propriety. And besides, you call beating someone tireless effort.
As for your claim, that others will call me the princess consort, vicious for it. I'll to properly educate you, to prevent anyone from saying your second aunt has been lax in your discipline, to avoid outsiders thinking the second branch of our mean state duke's mansion lacks proper upbringing. Princess Dong had no choice but to shoulder these twisted accusations and slanders for you.
So in other words, you gave me a hard slap across the face, and it was all for the good of me and the second branch, even making great sacrifices for my personal growth. I just want to curse someone out.
This duke has truly brought calamity upon us. To end up with sons and daughters-in-law like you. Failing to manage the household is bad enough, but even failing to raise his own daughter properly. Su Xuetang's mouth, full of reckless nonsense, is truly no match for her ninth sister, who is nothing but a mute, and yet far better than spewing this madness now.
Is it really that exaggerated?
They're all sons, so it is not lax discipline of the children.
It is the daughter-in-law's fault. Once the daughter-in-law returns home, I'll make sure to teach her properly, instilling in her a sense of propriety, so she stops spouting nonsense and becoming a laughingstock to everyone.
This duke remembers. You do have a few shrewd favorite concubines in your household. If you, as the lady of the house, truly can't manage the household well, or educate the children properly, in the future, you could simply select one of your favorite concubines to take over the management. Although having a favorite concubine manage the household wouldn't be seemly if word got out, and it goes against propriety, but it is still better than letting a fine household be utterly ruined like this.
Father, your daughter-in-law knows she was wrong. Please give your daughter-in-law one more chance. Father, your daughter-in-law guarantees this sort of thing won't happen again. Once we return home, I'll make sure Shui Tang learns her lesson the hard way.
Kneeling off to the side like this is just my rotten luck. I'm so done with this. Now I know who is really in charge around here. Su Chengyuan's already beaten me black and blue like this. So isn't the punishment I've endured punishment enough?
This is just too much for me. Why on earth does Su Xuetang have to be my daughter, dragging me into all this misfortune?
All right, enough with the scolding.
I really can't take it anymore.
Grandpa! Please don't summon me!
If you refuse to submit to discipline, then you might as well pack your things and leave at once. Seek refuge in a nunnery and take the vows, instead of wasting food and resources at home, while spouting utter nonsense and trying to bring ruin on everyone.
Compared to taking the veil, I'd rather kneel in the ancestral hall. It is His Highness.
What are you calling His Highness for? Earlier, you said you envied how inseparable His Highness and I are, like conjoined soulfish. And as the princess consort, I know you're just young and foolish, so I didn't reprimand you then, but instead offered a few polite words of comfort. Now, however, as the princess consort, I'd like to ask you, as an unmarried young lady, why on earth would you envy others' marital bonds? Have you started having those springtime fancies? You still have any shame? Outsiders might think you truly despise this family.
Aren't you going to the ancestral hall right now? The Duke gets annoyed just at the sight of you.
Hold on.
His Highness finally couldn't bear to watch any longer, deciding to bring up my frailty to lend me a hand. Could the world really be speaking up for Su Shuotang? He is a prince, after all. So if he speaks out on her behalf, Su Shuotang might truly escape any punishment.
It is merely a 2-day confinement penalty. Yet this woman framed the princess consort, defaming the royal family's reputation. Sending her to the death cell wouldn't be excessive at all. Does the Duke really think sparing her 20 strokes is acceptable?
什么? You actually fell for it.
Oh, forget the original host ever liking you.
I'm even starting to dislike you myself. PFFT.
I have zero interest in you.
My heart's only filled with a few vows or whatever.
What His Highness said is right.
Guards, take him away, and give him 20 lashes first.
Spare me, please. Your Highness, please spare me. I truly realized my mistake. Your Highness.
Princess consort, follow this prince back to the residence.
Forget it, sister.
His Highness has left. Why don't you tell the servants to hold off on the beating? How could Su Shuotang possibly survive 20 lashes? Isn't this tantamount to taking his life?
Have you lost your senses?
The Jade Prince ordered 20 lashes. Who would dare to scheme against him behind his back? You see his usual gentle smile.
And assume he has no backbone.
A man who steps into the military camp, and in just 2 months commands the obedience of the entire army.
Do you think we can toy with him at will?
Are you trying to get this Duke to drag the whole family down over one Su Shuotang?
Father, you're right. Uncle 20 lashes means 20 lashes. 1 lash short, and I'd feel utterly insecure. Lest His Highness catches on to something.
If you're scared, that is fine. But no need to make it sound so catastrophic, right? Why does my husband seem so utterly useless? My heart is just so exhausted.
Yours troubles all stem from your second branch. You must take good care of those tonics prescribed by the imperial physician. Go buy the very best ones for me. Get my legitimate grandson's health restored soon, Father.
This scheme began right after the 9th girl's birth. Yet every plot was appended in a single move by Su Chenyuan. You wretched thing, you've come. For one pill, you got yourself banished, and before long, Soya was inexplicably cured. It infuriates me to no end.
I never knew Chenyuan was such a clever child before. Shuotang spouted all that nonsense today, but he handled it splendidly. If only Shuotang had half his wits, then I, the Duke, wouldn't be so rattled today. It is all thanks to my eldest son. After all, the daughter-in-law's so clever. The daughter she bore has real brains.
Now that the mudslinging's done, my daughter turns it on me. I know full well in your heart, I'm nowhere near that short-lived eldest daughter-in-law of yours.
I've truly got the message.
So spare me the endless reminders.
Lord Guo, the princess has truly opened this old servant's eyes today.
Alas, what a shame she is just a girl. Indeed, with such bold savvy and skill in navigating the world, this Republican-era great, what burden couldn't she bear?
Alas. What a tragedy for this immortal old father of hers.
Let the daughter-in-law escort you back to your quarters.
I'll go see to Yuar again. You all carry on as you will.
Mother!
It hasn't taken hold yet.
She insists on skipping it. I'm afraid this daughter's life hangs by a thread.
That is perfect. Make sure it is applied properly, especially the finest scar-erasing salve,
so her body won't be marred by scars.
and nothing will spoil her chances of marrying into a great house.
Mother, do you truly care for your daughter? Or just for her prospects in a highborn match?
This vile and shameless woman is starting to sully our lord's reputation again. Sure enough, this woman can't keep up the act for even a day.
Princess, consort, what is wrong with you?
She looks like she is starving.
Starving! Starving!
She is so wobbly she can barely stand.
Yeah, right.
This woman sure knows how to put on a show. Truly exasperating.
No one in the manor served you dinner.
That is not the case. It has nothing to do with them. I was busy brewing medicine this afternoon. Haven't had a chance to eat yet. But it is already so late. The kitchen's probably closed by now.
Though there is food.
This prince does have a habit of late-night snacks. Princess consort, why not join me?
Your Highness, what nonsense are you spouting?
When did you pick up this habit of late-night eating? I've been by your side for so many years, and had no clue about it.
All right. Then this consort thanks your Highness.
After Su Chenyuan took her seat, so famished she couldn't bother with ancient etiquette, yet she still let Rong Zimo start first. Afraid that if she held out much longer, she'd faint right there, losing the strength to even feed herself, so she snatched up her chopsticks and devoured the food. She ate at a blistering pace, like a whirlwind sweeping the clouds away, utterly bereft of any grace, indescribable. Once her stomach was full, Su Chenyuan slouched in her chair like a lazy lordling, rubbing her now rounded little belly, eyes half shut in bliss, as she let out a satisfied belch. She looked up to meet the peculiar gazes of Rong Zimo and Nanchang. Her mouth twitched, remembering that the former Su Chenyuan would never have dined like this. She wouldn't act like this sitting there, rubbing her belly and belching.
Your Highness, I only behave this way when I'm absolutely starving. That is not how I usually am.
My lord, it is far too late to redeem your image in His Highness's eyes now.
Your Highness, please join me for the meal. But I've already polished off more than half of it all by myself. I'm truly sorry. I've made such a spectacle of myself in front of your Highness.
If the Wang Fei is full, feel free to excuse yourself.
Exactly.
No need to keep this prince company.
Very well. Mister, you may take your leave first. Your Highness, please enjoy your meal at leisure.
Your Highness, what is gotten into the Wang Fei today?
If he wanted to get close to you,
When we were in the carriage, and even right now, these were perfect chances to spend time with you. Yet he passed on every single one. But if he doesn't want to get close to you, when he reached the door just now, he didn't grab anyone's arm.
except yours.
She just lost her composure a bit while eating, and hurried to explain herself to you.
She must be fretting over the impression she is leaving on you. Could it be some clever new ploy to catch a man's attention?
The chaotic fist technique, throwing off your focus, lowering your guard, then slipping right into your heart before you know it.
Brilliant.
Who on earth taught the Wang Fei this trick? So deviously clever.
She truly has no interest in getting close to this prince.
And she was genuinely famished. Your Highness, what is on your mind? I'm just mulling over what the Wang Fei said earlier.
Your Highness has been utterly charmed by the Wang Fei after all.
I knew it.
Su Chenyuan's masterful stroke of feigned reluctance.
Playing hard to get.
It is so easy to get a man hooked.
Your Highness.
Which words exactly? If this king falls ill one day,
Or gets poisoned, I can just turn to him for help. He'll cure me in an instant, no doubt about it. Today Su Yue pulled through.
which shows Su Chenyuan wasn't exaggerating after all.
Mo Ye, I reckon the princess just got lucky today. A blind cat stumbling on a dead mouse. What real skills does he even have? If anything serious happens to you, you'd better call the imperial physician. If you'll go to him instead, I'm worried he won't just fail to save you. He'll use treating you as a pretext to shoo everyone out, then sneakily grope you, or worse, vilely defile your innocence.
Nanchang's way too prone to overthinking.
And if it keeps up like this, any woman so much as glances his way, he'll start wondering if she is already set on marrying him.
Anyway, Your Highness, you'd better watch out for the princess consort.
That guy's full of schemes. Clear the food away.
Your Highness.
You mentioned today your habit at night.
So, are you actually worried about the princess? I just wanted to know if she was truly starving. In the end, it proved he was spot on.
Skipping just one meal, and she is like this.
Her constitution's that frail, huh? Back in the day, how come we never heard about the princess fainting for half a day?
And today, she actually invites you to dine with her. She must be desperate.
He just wanted to figure out why I could barely stand. Would I have fainted back then? From missing one meal?
Not at all.
I get it. Yeah, that tracks. The original owner didn't need all those brain-draining meds like I do. This original body's the most exhausting. Saving lives demands total focus too. The original host wouldn't burn through her brain power and stamina like this. That is why it never triggered this bodily weakness.
Has the princess consort had lunch yet? I'm just worried she'll pass out from hunger again, like yesterday. If that happens, folks outside will gossip that we're starving her at Jade Prince's mansion.
Is that really the only reason?
Go find out. His Highness heard the princess consort had breakfast, bright and early. Then he shut himself away in his room. Heaven knows what he is scheming. Zhenjia called him for lunch, but he skipped it. Even told Zhenjia not to bother him. Sent the kitchen to deliver a meal, claiming it was His Highness's orders. And the princess consort should eat it at once. Ha! If the princess consort follows through, but still won't eat, Your Highness, I figure you shouldn't meddle with her. Let her eat if she wants or not. If she drags her feet, then demand she pay up right now, and let her know, from here on out, the prince's treasury is off limits to her. Right away. Your Highness, shall I go deliver the message? At first, I brought the kitchen staff to the princess consort's door. She heard it was a meal sent by His Highness, had them leave it in the dining hall, saying she'd eat it later, and tossed in a half-hearted on his behalf. Thank you. What next? Well, then I passed on your exact words. The second, the princess consort heard you wanted repayment. Her face turned absolutely sour. She huffed and puffed her way out, yelling, I'll eat now, right this instant, and sent me back to talk some sense into you. Talk sense into me? Persuade this prince about what? Don't be so hasty. Who demands the money back after just 2 days? You said before that you didn't mind. So what is this sudden rush to collect it right away? People will mistake you for Huang Sharan like this. Seeing his subordinates didn't even know who Huang Sharan was, he explained to them, a ruthless bully who squeezes debts out of poor, struggling women. He said he hoped His Highness could stay just like before, always holding on to that kindness, without letting himself slip, and ultimately turning into a villain. He also said to His Highness that your current mindset is in a very precarious state, right on the brink of shifting from white to black. As the subordinate left the princess's courtyard, the princess, munching away, lamented how utterly pitiful she was. Ever since she'd fallen into debt, she couldn't even decide when to have a meal on her own. And with that, she broke into a woeful tune. The north wind that blows, snowflakes that drift. What a playful little ditty. Hey! Talk about biting the hand that feeds you! Was Fei Wang's song any good?
What kind of question is that? Is that even the point right now?
It is enough to break the heart of anyone who hears it, leaving listeners in tears.
Your Highness,
Can't we just let this slide? It was clearly the princess who forced the loan. And here you are, kindly urging her to eat, only for her to repay your kindness with amity, like this. If we can tolerate this,
Then, well,
we absolutely cannot. Go tell the princess that from now on in this estate, no matter the reason, she must eat her 3 meals on time each day, or else she'll learn firsthand that this king is a bully far more heartless than Huang Sharan himself.
it is His Highness.
Princess, he is just a good man.
What did you just say?
This king asked her to repay the debt, and she truly has no money on hand. But if she clings to it and refuses to pay, there is no need to provoke him. This king would still be powerless anyway. Yet here she is buckling under the threat.
What does that say?
As Yu Chunjuan knows the pain of owing someone money, even if he is resentful, he is still forced to submit to His Majesty without a fight. Looking at it this way, this guy's character isn't all that terrible. But
maybe he is just scared that if he keeps dodging the debt
and ignores your Highness's orders, you'll have him whipped.
Princess, you really don't have to take it so hard.
You know what lesson today's mess has taught us? You as women have got to have our own money. Nothing beats having it in your own pocket. With your own cash, you've got backbone and grit. That is why hustling for your own earnings is absolutely key. No matter where life takes you. Otherwise, you'll wind up just like me, stuck because of a debt, doing whatever they demand. Even if they order me to eat, I wouldn't dare say no.
Who knows how furious he was inside? He was this close. to nailing that antidote. But now, after forcing down this meal, you'll have to rerun those 3 or 5 steps from before just to fix it. Total nightmare!
Ever since ancient times, haven't women always stayed home, tending to husbands and kids, women stepping out to make their own money, rare as hen's teeth?
Princess, so from now on, please eat your meals properly, in the manner, and spare yourself the headaches.
From now on, has Mo Nanchong been ensnared by my past life's lingering influence? My little meal assistant's soul traveled right into him. What business of his is it? When I eat, he doesn't even like me. So why all this? Why must I? Until I pay off this debt.
End up mimicking his past life, pinpointing the medicine timing, pausing right on cue, and treating meals like some critical mission to wrap up.
Princess, don't let it get to you too much.
Never mind. He is just looking out for me.
My lady, that is the best way to see it. From what this servant has observed, His Highness's gaze toward you seems a bit different now. He is not like he used to be, where his brows and eyes would turn as cold as frost at the sight of you. Today he even asked if you could swallow your meal. Perhaps His Highness's heart is already softening toward you, knowing how utterly devoted you are to him. He is decided.
Hey, hold on. I'm not utterly devoted to anyone, especially not to an emotionless healing machine whose heart shows no sign of softening. And he has made no decisions whatsoever.
How can it be that my lady seems so utterly devoid of feelings now? You could almost take vows and join a convent with the monastic name Extinction Nun.
Don't even get me started. I'm not interested in him anymore, and a man of his superior caliber wouldn't be interested in me anyway. Just remember, one thing from now on. As long as you don't dream, then you won't wake up shattered and utterly despairing.
But my lady, why have you suddenly lost all interest in His Highness? The scariest part is, looking at my lady like this, it doesn't even seem like mere lip service. You look so perfectly at ease, stating it as plain fact. My lady, that G-Clan Medical Hall has the nerve to reopen today, after daring to sell you poison before. And now they even resume business. We really ought to report them to the authorities.
What would we say? That I once went to buy medicine to scheme against His Highness, but it backfired.
But we can't just swallow our pride like this, can we? He swindled so much money from you, and tried to poison you, to boot.
So, we can set aside what happened before, and say nothing of it. Start fresh, with something new. Come on, let's go to the medical hall together.
Your Highness, Zhang Yi's apothecary has reopened today. The royal consort caught wind of it, and has already slipped out of the estate to head there.
Oh? Out of the estate?
Yes!
Your Imperial Highness, what brings you here?
It is sweltering today, and this consort has been plagued by DC spells, which I fear may be signs of heat stroke. So I've come to procure some cooling remedies. You there, fetch it for this consort.
She gave Zhang Yi a subtle wink. As if sealing a secret pact, Zhang Yi instantly relaxed, convinced that his bribers had been right after all. For Su Chenyuan still placed her trust in him. That knowing glance was a clear signal she craved more of that special brew. But with other patrons about, she couldn't speak plainly.
That being said, I do have an exquisite bottle of cooling tonic right here, which this humble one will gladly bring for you, Your Highness. This time, Your Highness, it will cure you root and branch, with nary a hitch.
Such a fine remedy indeed. Let this consort give it a sniff. No scent at first whiff.
The best cooling tonics are utterly scentless, lest the sharp aroma overwhelm delicate noble senses.
How very thoughtful.
Why is this consort's heart pounding so fiercely all of a sudden?
Breath catching in her throat. Could it be? You have handed this consort rat bait, disguised as cooling tonic, pure poison.
What the heck is this? This medicine is colorless and odorless. Even Wang Liao wouldn't have trouble breathing from it.
Hurry! Someone come! Who would dare poison the princess consort?
It is Chen. He calling out for the princess consort, in alarm. Guji, are you alright now?
But the princess consort is in a bad way right now.
What on earth happened? She just took a whiff of that bottle of medicine, and it wouldn't turn into snake smoke at all. Yet here she is, looking so frail and weak.
This is the physical evidence. If this is what he was planning to sell to me just now, hyped up as some miracle cure, claiming it would relieve my heat stroke symptoms. Who would have thought that I, the princess consort, would just smell it and feel the world spinning around me, gasping for breath?
my body racked with agony. If I'd taken a few more sniffs, I'm afraid I'd be foaming at the mouth and collapse right here.
Now that you understand the situation, does the truth match what the princess consort has said?
My lord, everything the princess consort said is true. We both saw it with our own eyes. The princess consort asked for heat-relieving medicine, but after smelling the medicine the shopkeeper gave her, she ended up like this.
Zhang Yi felt his heart in utter turmoil, and only now did he suddenly realize he'd likely fallen right into Su Chenyuan's trap. Now, with witnesses and physical evidence in place, it all points to him poisoning the princess consort. He is done for.
This man is not only suspected of poisoning the princess consort, but also resisting arrest. Man, seize him and bind him. I'll take him to the Jingzhou prefecture for questioning.
You two, as witnesses, must come along.
His Highness and the others are heading to the Jingzhou prefecture.
Should we follow too? Your Highness, His Majesty has summoned you to the palace.
Have Xixing keep an eye on this matter.
This king wishes to know how the princess handled the matter.
It was this subordinate who reported the matter to the Western Affairs Office. Lord Yin.
This princess feels a sharp pain in her chest. Could you please fetch a chair for this princess to sit on?
Of course. Someone, bring a chair for the princess, and summon a physician to examine the medicine. Also check on the princess. No need for that.
But the princess has been studying some medical arts lately. After all, the poison wasn't ingested, so her pulse likely won't show anything unusual. Her body should recover fully in just a moment.
If the princess senses otherwise, please let this official know at once.
There can't possibly be anything wrong with this one.
Princess, you've truly got the wrong idea about this humble soul. The medicine I gave you is nothing but a simple heat relief remedy. Absolutely no poison at all. As for why your highness suddenly felt ill, I swear I haven't the foggiest clue. I'm just a small-time shopkeeper. Why make life so hard for the likes of me? That kick from the Lord just now, it shook my guts right out of place from pure rage. I'm truly innocent here. Can the nobility just trample us at will? What about us poor commoners? Since you're so innocent, why'd you bolt like that? I'm nothing but a lowly peasant. And the princess kept insisting something awful happened after smelling it in my shop. How could I not panic? My lord, you didn't even hear me out before laying into me like this. All to suck up to the elite, chasing that promotion by bullying wretches like me.
Princess, what do you say to that?
So, does that mean this princess consort has misunderstood? This is truly an excellent heat-clearing remedy, with absolutely no harm to the body.
Yes, no harm. Not even the slightest.
Very well then, drink it. If you drink it and emerge unscathed, then this princess consort shall believe it truly harbors no poison, and acknowledge that my prior indisposition had naught to do with you. Why aren't you drinking it? Didn't you just say that this medicine poses no harm whatsoever to the body? To this princess consort's knowledge, even for those not stricken with heat stroke, taking some heat-clearing remedy poses no great risk to the body. Doctor, do you not agree?
The princess consort is indeed correct. In truth, I find it somewhat peculiar myself, for though I detect no poison in this vial, it scarcely resembles a heat-clearing tonic. Moreover, I am aware of certain exceedingly rare and costly poisons that evade all detection. This elixir might well be one such. If your highness seeks to dispel these doubts, simply have this man consume the medicine. If he emerges unscathed, then we shall know if it be the princess consort's false charge, or if this man intended harm.
Since even the doctor concurs, then let the proprietor of G's apothecary partake of this draught. Should it prove that this princess consort has indeed erred, this princess consort shall publicly tender her apologies to him, and bear the medical costs for the 7 wounds inflicted upon him by Lord Chen He. After all, Lord Chen He bears no fault in this affair. He merely upheld the law impartially. But that is not all. This princess consort is further willing to compensate the proprietor with 100 taels of gold, to atone for the injustice he has endured this day. What say you, Lord Prefect?
This 100 taels of gold is no small sum.
Su Chenyuan is proving remarkably generous.
Treasure, this humble one is merely a guard captain. I wouldn't dare call myself a lord.
You're decisive in your actions, spotting his bid to flee.
You swiftly pinned him down with a kick that drew blood from his mouth. No doubt his martial prowess pales against this Wang Fei. I trust that if you stay on the straight and narrow, advancement and honors will come as surely as the dawn. Even if you're no lord just yet, you'll rise to it in time.
Should he reveal it to the Wang Fei? His eye for detail is keen indeed, for most wouldn't recognize him. But those on friendly terms with Cabinet, Elder Chen know full well that Chen He is but an alias. His true name is Chen Heji, the sole heir to Cabinet Elder Chen. He is no villain at heart, just all brawn with no brains to match. He is forever being goaded by dandies into playing the fool as their unwitting stooge. Once even the laughingstock of the capital, by the tender age of 10, he was already giving his old man endless grief, forcing him to ship the boy back home to toughen that wild spirit. He was only fetched back at the month's start, and in so brief a spell, even many nobles failed to spot him. Yet, I attended his welcome feast myself. Yet after 8 or 9 years rusticating back home, the lad showed precious little progress. Just 10 days passed, a neighbor's dandy lured him out again, and he roughed up some poor soul. Cabinet Elder Chen, at his wit's end, hatched a scheme. Shove him into the capital guard for a proper grinding down. He convinced the guard's commander that homecoming hinged on good conduct. Else he'd be forever stuck pulling sentry duty. That is finally got him patrolling and nabbing folk with real diligence. Given his station as Cabinet Elder Chen's heir, once he is molded into shape, sooner or later His Majesty will grant him an official post. Who would have thought the first to recognize his boundless future prospects would actually be Su Chenyuan? This woman, who, were it not for her status, would be the consort you everyone wants to beat up.
Since you insist this is merely a heat-relieving tonic, the princess consort has stated that if it is a misunderstanding, she is willing to compensate. Then drink this medicine yourself to prove your innocence.
But, my lord, this humble one is perfectly healthy. Why waste such fine medicine?
The princess consort is willing to compensate you with 100 taels of gold. Surely 100 taels of gold can more than cover the cost of your precious medicine. This official sees you have a guilty conscience. Men, force this medicine down his throat. This official would like to know whether the princess consort falsely accused you, or you were so audacious as to not only attempt to murder the princess consort, but also slander the patrol guards of our Cheng dynasty as poison.
It is poison. I admit it. It is poison.
Is this true?
Indeed. Truly. But this humble one was coerced. It was Ping, Kanho's eldest daughter, Shen Mimi, who bribed me and made me do it.
Do you have proof?
What proof do you need? If it weren't for Shen Mimi, relying on her status as the legitimate daughter of the whole mansion, why would I risk getting such fine medicine? If you don't believe me, my lord, just summon her for questioning. I never wanted to do it. She used her family's influence to threaten me. If I refused, she'd have me killed.
Princess consort, this matter should be reported to His Highness, the Jade Prince.
Uphold the law impartially. It is a minor matter. No need to disturb him.
The prince transmitted a secret decree for us to come, and his maidservant.
She is the legitimate daughter of the whole mansion. After all, as the Marquis, forgive me, but I won't release her.
Then I'll go fetch Shen Mimin here.
I want to see who dares refuse to cooperate with the Jingzhou Prefecture Yin's investigation. Hey.
What is it to you? Why are you jumping in like this?
Brother, I know you're just trying to help us out, but the Pinking Whole Mansion is no pushover. You better.
Then we'll have to trouble the mighty Chen.
Chen He's son insists on marrying her, which saves me a heap of trouble.
Clinging to the nobility. Today, you'll see it crystal clear whether I'm the sort of man you think I am.
With that, he strode off with arrogant swagger. Who does he need to cling to? He is nobility's own son.
Marquis.
Wang Fei. Regarding today's case, I beseech you to investigate it thoroughly, lest some ill intention so slander the young lady. My daughter has always been virtuous and pure of heart, never venturing beyond the gates, let alone the inner doors. How could she possibly have the nerve to poison the Wang Fei? This is utterly preposterous.
Indeed, in the eyes of so many parents, unless they've witnessed the truth firsthand, their own children are forever the obedient ones, sensible, and the very best.
Rest assured, Marquis, this official will handle it with strict impartiality.
This humble one believes you'll see it through properly, not letting those who feign virtue and grace while rotten to the core, slip away from justice here? Otherwise, how could you bear to wear the Jingzhou Prefecture Yin's official cap?
Better to go home and tend the fields.
You little whelp! Shut your trap! Very well. I consent to go and help the whole mansion take her in. Your father will be furious if he finds out. So stop needling the Marquis of Pinkang with your sarcasm, or your father will come after me. Moreover, your uncle here, if I weren't the sort to enforce the law impartially, His Majesty and His Highness the Prince of Yu would never entrust the seal of Jingzhou to someone like me in such a vital position. The young are simply inexperienced. My lord, pay it no mind.
At my age, how could a few words from the young trouble me?
Indeed, my lord speaks wisely.
My lord is ever magnanimous toward Lady Shen Mingmin.
Yet, Zhang Yi accuses her of bribing and coercing him to poison the princess consort. Is there any truth to this?
Absolutely not.
But this poison, he claims you supplied it.
Your Excellency, from what this princess consort knows, such a deadly poison, whether in gathering its ingredients or refining it, is exceedingly intricate. In the capital, or even across the Jasham dynasty, few can brew this death drug. Scarce, indeed, are those who know the art. Your Excellency might investigate the capital these past months. Who has procured rare herbs fit for crafting such a toxin, and which masters of pharmacology lurk among us? It may yet yield further leads.
Gods, drag this lowly maid away and wring a confession from her under torture. See if she knows more than she lets on.
Your Excellency.
Zhang Yi accuses your own maidservant, yet you deny all knowledge. By rights, the prefect should haul you both down for a caning.
Yet here he spares you and takes only the maid.
What cause for your complaint? Do you wish to join her for the rod?
A fitting legacy of regret from those bygone days. Just hear his barbs today. Which of them doesn't sting? He wounds with words and wields the rod besides. Who could endure such a man? No wonder old Chen Jie frets himself bald.
Chen Zhuangshi, don't push your luck too far.
How is Chen Zhuangshi bullying anyone by merely stating the facts? Rather, does Lord Hao presume, by virtue of his station, that his daughter stands above the common folk, even under suspicion of poisoning the royal house? No need to force a confession through torture.
Lord Hao, your thoughts are exactly as the Jade Princess said. Your whole mansion no longer even regards the royal family in your eyes. The Jade Princess and Chen Zhuang have misunderstood. This Marquis has no such intention at all.
Since the Marquis has no such intention, then the Marquis intends to uphold the justice of the law. You support the prefect dragging Miss Shen down as well, and subjecting her to torture for a confession.
When has this Marquis ever harbored such an intention? Could you not attribute such stingy intentions to this Marquis and embellish them with such vivid memories?
The Jade Princess should interrogate this maidservant first.
Very well.
My lord, he has confessed! He said the poison was purchased with funds from Miss Shen, and he has also confessed to the shop that sold the poison, my lord.
It is this very maidservant. He bribed her to carry out the poisoning. The Jade Princess's suspicions at the time matched his exactly. It must have been him, my lord.
This matter was all my doing alone, and has nothing to do with my young lady. The silver on my person belongs to me as well.
This fool, admitting he did it.
How can I possibly clear my name now?
You, a mere lowly maidservant. Where did you get the silver to buy such expensive poison? Do you take this official for a fool? The confession from that maidservant outside doesn't match yours. Or do you need to be taken out for the finger squeezing torture? Have rats stuffed into your mouth before you'll speak the truth.
No. I lied. I had no money. It was indeed my young lady who instructed me.
So your loyalty amounts to no more than this.
Impressive. Even a rat couldn't come up with that.
Shen Miming, what more do you have to say for yourself?
What is left to say? Why should this wretched woman marry His Highness the Jade King? What right does she have to become the Jade Consort? Despicable and shameless, they deserve to die anyway! This young lady is merely upholding justice on behalf of heaven!
Are you truly the father who raised her?
Forgive me. Your daughter simply couldn't hold back.
But it is also Su Chengyan's own fault, for his utter shamelessness, if not for his own wicked intentions.
How could your daughter have harmed him?
Last time, I actually let him off.
Miss Shen, what happened last time? You didn't just target me alone, did you? Because I bought rat poison and fell right into your trap. Did you try to harm me before that? Attempting to murder the Wang Fei is already a grave crime once. your household could still claim ignorance, leaving you to bear the blame alone. But attempting to murder the Wang Fei once and surviving only to try again. What crime would that be then? Surely not exile for the entire family, or extermination of the household.
Naturally, he wouldn't let Shen Mingming reveal how she bought that poison to frame Wang Zimo. That would ruin his reputation irreparably. It all depends on whether Shen Mingming cares about the Pinkang household's honor.
Zhang Yi, did you also attempt to murder this Wang Fei twice? You claim it is your crime alone, or the sin of your 9 clans.
You're surely not an orphan, are you?
No, not at all.
Good, then. This way, for their family's sake, they won't dare speak recklessly. Their guilt for 2 attempts on my life can be counted as 1. Effectively, having the punishment, and you can still preserve your reputation. Isn't that the perfect solution for all?
This acknowledges the crime as one man's alone, having nothing to do with my aged mother at home. She is over 60 now, and blind besides. I beg the Wang Fei to spare her.
Every grievance has its source, every debt its debtor. Although this princess consort was plotted against by those 2, but in the end, nothing serious came of it. Therefore, this princess consort believes it suffices to punish just the 2 of them, without implicating their families. What say you, Prefect?
This matter concerns you and the Marquis's household. This official has conducted a thorough interrogation, and will invite His Majesty to render judgment. However, this official will also convey the princess consort's intentions to His Majesty.
Miss Shen, you previously claimed this princess consort harbored ill intentions, which justified your attempt to harm me. I wonder what manner of malice that was.
That would prompt me to speak such nonsense. The princess consort harbors no such malice. I instructed my maidservant to purchase the poison and deliver it to Zhang Yi in an attempt to murder you once. That is all.
Princess consort, Miss Shen, Zhang Yi. Why did you conceal this from the prefect earlier?
Even if there was indeed something between us before, this princess consort has no desire to pursue it. So why press the matter?
Princess consort, Mingming is the legitimate daughter of this marquis. She was truly muddle-headed this time. I beseech the princess consort, for the sake of this marquis, to show mercy and spare her this once. Let us not disturb His Majesty with this affair. This marquis will forever remember the princess consort's great benevolence. Princess consort, you see, you brainless fool, to commit such a grave error. Why don't you hurry over and kneel to apologize to the princess consort? Tiangang He, what good is it if you remember the princess consort's great kindness? Everyone knows you're not just close to the second prince, His Highness King Yu, but have long been at odds with His Highness King Yu. If the princess consort spares your daughter, it is as good as sparing you. For not, you'll still turn around and oppose her husband just the same. Don't mind him, Your Highness. We must bring Shen Mingming to justice.
Can you shut your mouth? Who told you about the household affairs? You're annoying this little one to death. Then don't bring Mingming to justice. What business is it of yours? The one Mingming plotted against is Su Chengyan, and he is no one from your Chen family.
Chen Zhuangshi, this matter seems to have nothing to do with you. Please refrain from interfering. How could this have nothing to do with me? Zhang Yi is the man I captured, and Mingming was brought here by me as well. How is this unrelated? Even when Zhang Yi tried to flee, it was I who subdued him at once.
Enough, Chen Zhuangshi. Let the princess consort decide for herself.
It seems Miss Shen's knees are quite sturdy, as she shows no intention of apologizing to me.
How could she not wish to?
Princess consort, it was all my fault. I shall never dare again. Please, princess consort, spare me this once.
If only admitting fault were enough. But I, the princess consort, shall not forgive the prefect of Jinkao. Did you not say we must await the imperial father's decree before sending the memorial to the palace right away? I have been waiting here. So why are you all staring at me instead? Shen Mingming plotted to harm me, the princess consort, kneeling to apologize to me. Is that not only proper? Does the impending punishment mean she need not admit her wrongs?
Su Chenyue,
speak your rebuke louder. Prefect of Jinkao, be sure to record every word Miss Shen utters in her insolence toward me, and report it all to the imperial father, so he may judge whether Miss Shen has truly repented.
Zimu, it is thanks to you that my migraines have not flared up, leaving me unable even to sit still, let alone attend to state memorials.
Your Majesty, the Jingzhou Prefecture has an urgent matter to report to Your Majesty. The legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Pinkang, Shen Mingming, dispatched her personal maidservant, who colluded with a man named Zhang Yi to plot against a Jade Princess consort. Fortunately, the Princess consort came to no harm. They have all confessed to their crimes without hesitation.
Please, Your Majesty, render your judgment.
Oh, right. The princess consort said wrongs have their perpetrators, and debts their owners, hoping it won't implicate their family.
Why him again? Since he is all right, Shen Mingyin is a legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Pinkang, and the Marquis has rendered great service to the realm. So just give her 40 strokes.
Whether she survives or not depends on Shen Minmin's own fate.
Attempting to murder the princess consort is a grave crime. Whether successful or not, the lightest sentence is lifelong imprisonment or execution. The severest is exile of the 9 clans, or extermination of the entire clan.
My son despises Su Chenyuan as well, and now someone has tried to harm him, so he shouldn't be furious on Su Chenyuan's behalf. Why concern yourself with how I deal with the culprit? Because the Marquis of Pinkang always opposes you. Impossible. Though the Marquis of Pinkang sides with Prince Yun, he does possess some real abilities. Years ago, this man provoked my wrath, yet Xinyu pleaded for him in private, claiming he was useful for our schemes. That is why I spared him. So Zemo couldn't possibly target his daughter over that.
Father, Emperor, your son merely wishes for you to uphold the law.
Is that truly all? Surely, not because she is your princess consort.
Your son acts for the sake of national law.
Very well. Then we shall proceed as you suggest. Shen Mingming and her close maidservant, along with that Zhang Yi, shall be flogged to death in accordance with the law. And the Jingzhou prefecture shall carry it out at once. It is the empress who mentioned that you and Su Chenyuan have been wed for so long, yet have not consummated your marriage.
Imperial Father, you needn't concern yourself with this matter.
How could I not inquire? I'm still eager to hold my imperial grandson. I know you hold no fondness for him, but I've already discussed it with your mother. In a few days, at your mother's flower viewing banquet, I'll select another side consort for you.
Imperial Father, you and Mother needn't trouble yourselves over this. I shall handle it myself.
What exactly are you handling? You've handled it all the way to 20, yet remain unwed. Were it not for Su Chenyuan's scheme, you'd still be a confirmed old bachelor.
Though men of the Jiacheng dynasty typically wed quite young, with betrothals and marriages at 16 being commonplace, surely it doesn't mean that at 21 is doomed to spinsterhood.
The matter is settled. Your mother has an excellent candidate in mind, and by then I'll have a look myself. If the lady truly lives up to your mother's praise, I'll decree the marriage for you.
In truth, your head doesn't ache in the slightest today, does it? Whenever you claim a headache in the past, you always retire to rest. Yet, here you sit today, tucking in heartily.
That is because today's ache isn't as fierce as those of old. Moreover, I haven't lain down every single time before, after all.
So it turns out that every time I've feigned a headache in the past to dodge reviewing the memorials, which pains were genuine and which mere pretense, you've seen through it all along, yet chosen not to call my bluff. Until now.
With you bringing up the side consort again, even my weary spirit finds itself yielding. Truth be told, reviewing memorials was never a task fit for a prince like me to endure night after night. You'd best handle them yourself, Imperial Father.
That won't do. You can't go back. You want nothing to do with the side consort. Then forget it. I'll discuss it with your mother later. You must finish reviewing these memorials.
Since Father Emperor has commanded it, as your son, I dare not disobey.
What would you have me do?
Have the prefect of the capital's messenger inform everyone that the ministers believe it was my doing.
Why is that? You're still worried Marquis Pinkang Jihan won't hold out long. He dares.
Father, don't ask anymore. It is just the wish of 1 or 2 ministers.
Very well.
How could this be? Are they going to beat me to death?
His Majesty has always disliked Su Chenyuan.
Why would he want to kill me just over Su Chenyuan?
What is going on? Did someone say something to His Majesty?
Was it Prince Yu's idea? Prince Yu said that attempting to murder the Wang Fei is a grave crime.
How could it be?
Prince Yu clearly doesn't like Su Chenyuan.
So why would he have His Majesty do this to me?
This Marquis will head to the palace right now to beg His Majesty for mercy.
It is too late. His Majesty has spoken. Execute the caning at once!
No mercy! Even if the father pleads for the Wang Fei! Please! Save me!
Hold on! Marquis, This official is simply following orders. Please don't make this difficult for me, Marquis. You're standing in front of Miss Shen, so naturally, I can't execute you too. But this is His Majesty's decree. No one may defy it. You must understand, Marquis, that even thunder and rain are the grace of the sovereign. Moreover, your daughter has truly committed a capital offense. Surely you don't mean to defy the imperial decree, do you, Marquis?
Since the matter's settled, I'll take my leave for now. Wang Fei.
Wang Fei, today's stance from your Jade Prince's mansion. The Pinkang Marquis's mansion has noted it well.
Wang Fei.
For today's deed, my deepest thanks to Hiro-chan. I hope one day I may repay this kindness in kind.
A grown man like me handling a trifle. What need is there for a lady like you to thank me?
That is not what I meant.
I just... you know...
Hiro-chan, no need to explain. I understand your intent.
Wang Fei, I stopped you. Actually, just to let you know, I'm not Chen He. I'm Chen Heiji. That Chen Heiji everyone knows of.
So, who is this Chen Heiji?
Looks like I've been away from the capital too long. Everyone's forgotten me, the capital's once infamous regret.
So this fellow before me is practically the Prime Minister's son. I'm off then, young Master Chen. No wonder he is so brazen even in front of Marquis Pinkang.
No need to call me young Master Chen. Just call me by my name. Oh,
right.
Calling me by name might spark misunderstandings. It wouldn't do for your reputation, Wang Fei. I just wanted to reveal my identity to you, Wang Fei, lest you fail to recognize me later. So, I'll take my leave.
If only the world were full of good souls like Chen Heiji. How wondrous that would be. Our young Master Cheng has quite a reputation. Just recently he broke an innocent man's leg. Fortunately, it was reattached, or it might have caused a real uproar. The Chen family shelled out a fortune in silver. And now you're calling him a good man. Huh? He doesn't strike me as that sort. Gossiping about other people's yamen affairs. He rushed in to act bravely for a just cause, only to learn later that the neighbor's dandy had started the bullying. That scoundrel beat him to the punch with false accusations, deceiving young Master Chen. Lord Chunji even quarreled bitterly with Lord Wang next door over it. Lord Wang dragged his son over to apologize at the door, but they were all shut out cold. How tragic. For a moment, it was hard to say who suffered more, that Yao Mi or the Chen family. So is that why this brat ended up patrolling the streets?
Just scraping by on a lowly post. Get back to the mansion now.
Father, didn't you assign me to patrol? Why summon me back now? I haven't finished my rounds for the day.
I told you to patrol. Did I tell you to storm the Pinkang Marquis's residence and make arrests?
Shen actually schemed in secret to harm the Wang Fei. What is wrong with your son hauling him in? I even wanted to beat him to death on the spot. Father, do you have any idea how wonderful Miss Esu is? You all call me a menace. Only she believed I'd come of age and rise to glory, with a future as bright as the stars. When I first returned to the capital, everyone said Miss Su was trouble. I say, the whole world is blind to her perfection.
You haven't developed forbidden feelings for the Wang Fei, have you?
Anyway, I just think she is amazing. Back then, when Zheng Yi tried to slander me, she even defended me, saying I was just enforcing the law impartially. Even though so many say she is no good, I still think she is wonderful.
Do you realize? She is the Jade Wang Fei, the Prince of Yu's consort. You dare to harbor thoughts about her. Are you trying to get your father killed?
Didn't everyone say that His Highness, the Prince of Yu, dislikes his own Wang Fei? Every evening at dinner, with mother's permission, we chat idly about family matters, and they all say the Jade Wang Fei will surely be repudiated. After all, our Zhenhuang dynasty does have rules forbidding women from remarrying. Son, why can't you even entertain the thought? Since the Jade Prince doesn't care for her, why can't he just let her be mine? What is wrong, Dad? If you can't win the argument, you resort to hitting me, huh?
How could I possibly lose an argument to you? I'm just too lazy to waste more words on you. You and the Wang Fei have only met once. And yet you're spouting such utter nonsense. Is something as serious as marriage to be treated like child's play?
How is it child's play? I've lived all these years, and no one has ever truly acknowledged me, except her. She is the light in my heart. Father, you're getting old, and you don't understand us young people at all. You've never truly understood me. It is always beatings or scoldings. Or else, you threaten to ship me off somewhere. After all these years we've spent together, your trust in me still doesn't measure up to hers. Why can't I like her? Why can't I wait for her to remarry? Once I marry her, I'll prove it to her. Everything she believed about me was right. I am indeed the outstanding man she imagined me to be. For her, I'll become the supreme military commander of the Jiajing dynasty. I'll rise to Grand Marshal of the army and horse. And she will be the marshal's wife. The king of the western regions won't treat her well. Let me do it instead.
Husband, what are you doing? It is to discipline Chu-Hee, but you shouldn't use a bench to hit him. What if you injured the boy badly?
Do you even know what nonsense he was spouting? He said he thinks the Wang Fei is wonderful. He is biding his time, waiting for the Jade Wang Fei to be repudiated, so she can remarry him.
If that is the case, better to beat him to death and be done with it.
You truly are my birth mother, aren't you?
You won't be returning to the military camp for the time being.
Your father will speak to the governor.
Head back to your quarters right now and go into confinement. Without explicit permission from your father or me, you're not to set foot outside.
I'm not going back to the courtyard.
If you refuse to go, I'll disown you right this instant. You're no son of mine anymore. See who in this capital will ever show you respect again. See if Ping Kong Kong won't have you killed.
Fine, then, disown me. From now on, my life and death are none of your concern.
Stand right there.
Let him go. Kick him out of this house.
If that boy of yours walks out, you get out too.
Get back here this instant. Where do you think you're going? This family can't survive without your father, nor without you. Otherwise, your father and I will end up sleeping on the streets.
All right, you go then. By the way, my mother hasn't paid respects to the Jade Consort yet. Once you're gone, she'll head straight to the consort's palace and tell the consort that she bore a rebellious and unfilial son who fails to honor his parents at home and even lays hands on his own father, beating him until he spits blood. Let's see what the Jade Consort makes of a man like that.
What utter nonsense. It was clearly father who chased and thrashed me for half the day. When did I ever strike back? When have I ever laid a hand on father? Mother, that is pure slander.
Fine. I'm slandering you. Chu-Hee, if you won't leave, then say.
Lock yourself up, if you must.
This little whelp must be dead serious about the Jade Consort.
Look, isn't this our lustful consort? Where did you slink back from? Why didn't you wear a sign when you went out? With 9 characters on it. Despicable and shameless. A desperate husband hunting wench.
Your Highness, Prince of Yan. In any case, our lady is a Wang Fei after all. She is your Highness's imperial sister-in-law.
So please mind your words.
No wonder this brat bears such a striking resemblance to my good-for-nothing ex-husband in those sly eyes and brows. Turns out they're blood brothers after all. It is just that at the moment he laid eyes on me during that visit to my uncle, he couldn't resist taking a jab at me. The very same man who tried to strangle me last time.
What kind of mistress breeds? What kind of lowly servant? Her mistress is vile and base, falsely accusing my 3rd imperial brother. And her maid doesn't even wait for her to speak, before daring to overstep her bounds. Reminding this king that even a noble prince must hold his tongue. How utterly splendid. You wretched slut. You must have picked up all these filthy habits rubbing shoulders with Su Chenyue.
Oh, everyone hails him as divine, so it turns out it is Prince Annihilation.
What is with this woman's tone? Why does it trip with disdain? And that is one thing. But on ordinary days, when I humiliate this woman, she wouldn't even dare lift her head. Her face flushed with embarrassment,
as if she'd burrow into the earth,
showing at least a shred of shame. Yet today, she dares to speak up.
In any case, your 3rd imperial brother is bound to marry someday, whether it is me or someone else. For you, it makes no difference whom he weds. What could you possibly have against it?
True. My 3rd imperial brother won't marry you. He'll marry another, but I reckon he'd be better off with any woman than you.
You can't put it quite like that. Go ask around. Shen Mingmin, for plotting my murder, was just executed on imperial orders. As for me, I believe my moral compass and the grasp of the law are cut above his. At least I only covet your 3rd imperial brother's handsome looks. Never once schemed to take a life. Doesn't that make me far better than him?
Coveting beauty? What nonsense! You're utterly shameless!
As Princess Yu, I openly admit to desiring my husband's allure. How is that shameless? Must I claim instead that I harbor no interest in my own husband, to seem more virtuous? I'd be happy to play along and say so for your highness. But would Prince Yan even believe me?
Mistress, just 2 days ago, you told this servant you had no interest in his highness.
Su Chenji, don't feed me that nonsense! Talk of husbands or not, it is because you're so brazen. How could you possibly marry me, 3rd imperial brother? You're truly revolting.
If His Highness the King of Yan insists on saying this, then this consort will have a few words for you. Could I have married His Highness Prince Yu just because I'm utterly shameless? If shamelessness guaranteed success, I dare say plenty of women like Shen Mingming would be rushing to follow suit, wouldn't they?
What do you mean by that?
What exactly are you implying? Why is it that no one else could scheme their way into Prince Yu's arms? Except for me.
You catch my drift.
You get it. If you're claiming that your third imperial brother's marriage to me is his misfortune, then this misfortune isn't solely on my head. Your Highness King Mi, you're the true mastermind behind it. If not for the fact that my father, in his loyalty to the realm back then, devoted himself to His Majesty.
Saving your Highness, Prince Yinzuo.
Now Prince Yu may fancy me, shameless as I am, and had no choice but to wed me. Your Majesty, you must understand this. In this world, no one is less qualified to lecture me than you. If you truly care for your imperial brother, then stay close to your own reflection, and stop racking up more life debts.
Su Chenyuan, don't twist the facts here.
How have I twisted the facts? Or is it that your Highness wishes to claim that you owe nothing for my father's death?
Fine. This king does owe your father. Owes yourself family a debt. So if you're here to collect, come to this king directly. What business do you have, dragging the third imperial brother into this? Does he owe your family too? You're nothing but a base emperor.
Actually, aren't you making perfect sense? I should indeed seek justice. But you're utterly besotted with your sister-in-law. I truly couldn't see where she outshines your third imperial brother. Your sister-in-law is a woman of sound gaze and sound mind. So I never once entertained using such vile schemes to wed you.
When did this old king ever demand you wed me?
Didn't you just call me desperate to marry? So you clearly see marriage as my burning urgency. Then you question why I didn't seek you out, but schemed with your third imperial brother instead. Isn't that just probing why I didn't scheme with you and marry you? I've made it plain enough. Mainly because your sister-in-law finds nothing in you worth pursuing. Nothing worth plotting for. You'd only end up throttling me to death. So the whole world learns how your Highness repays kindness with betrayal. By slaying General South's daughter.
Imperial brother.
Sia, are you upset?
It is nothing.
I can handle it myself. I've never kept anything from you since I was little, Imperial brother. So how come now that I'm grown, you're keeping even me in the dark?
No, it is not like that. Imperial brother, I really can't tell you, or else some people will say I'm just a child who runs to his big brother whenever he can't deal with things himself.
Who would dare speak of you that way?
Dare he goes further than that. Never mind. Let's drop it.
Imperial brother, what did father summon you to the palace for? He's having another headache and wants you to help review the memorials.
Father, I think he is just putting it on, so don't indulge him.
Father is getting on in years, and it is only natural his vigor's waning. So if you've got time on your hands, you could go to the palace and lighten his load.
Oh, forget it.
I can't even get through those memorials.
Besides, even if I wanted to handle them,
father wouldn't trust me with the task anyway.
Oh, right, brother he.
Don't you think Su Chenyuan seems different lately?
Oh?
You've seen him.
He has completely changed from before.
Be it his speech or his very demeanor. And his words. It is like he is an entirely different person. Imperial brother, you need to be careful back at the estate. I'm worried this woman might mean you harm.
Is that all? Just a little hum.
Could it be you've known all along that Su Chenyuan has two faces?
It is not exactly two faces. It is more like this woman has completely shed her old facade of late and taken on a new one. So did he get under your skin?
Just because of that lowly woman.
What could she possibly do to rile me up? This prince hasn't given her a second thought. Imperial brother, there is no need to pry.
Those words calling Xian lowly shouldn't come from your lips.
Imperial brother, what are you getting at? Could it be that you're starting to take Su Chenyuan's side now? You've only been married a short while, really.
You're overthinking it. This prince is merely reminding you, as a member of the imperial family, you shouldn't casually utter such foul words.
Alright, fine. If I can't curse, I won't.
You said we drink together.
And now you're siding with Su Chenyuan against me. Your marriage is little more than in name.
Yet I see you're truly united as husband and wife. Gang up on me, the outsider. I don't have an imperial brother like you. I'm heading back to the estate. This prince is quite displeased. Your Highness,
After all these years, His Highness King Lai still has this hot-tempered streak, storming off like a petulant child.
The young lord has been here.
He is calm.
And he even had a row with the princess consort.
Right here. The look on His Highness King Li's face. He was on the verge of being driven mad by the princess consort.
What? Su Chenyuan actually has that kind of pull.
His Highness King Li has always been so arrogant since childhood. Save for His Majesty and the Empress and our own lord, he gives no one any face. Yet he actually came out on the losing end against Su Chenyuan.
I've come to report to your majesty. What did the imperial consort say?
My lord, the way you spoke to His Highness King Lai. Aren't you afraid she'll really go and tell our prince, and he'll hold you accountable? The prince dotes on this younger brother more than anyone.
He won't say it. If he does, it is as good as admitting he is just a kid, who can only turn to his brother when trouble strikes. Let me tell you, the more childish the temper, the more they crave face-saving, the more they itch to prove they're grown up.
Princess, the prince wants you to come see him.
What does he want from me this time?
What did you say to His Highness Lai yourself? Forgot already. You sweet-talked His Highness Lai into keeping quiet about it. But have you forgotten? There are guards at the door.
So handsome.
Logically speaking, if Xiong Zimo hadn't asked, those guards wouldn't have blabbed, right? Forget it. No point dwelling on it.
You knew this would happen. Why act up back then? His Highness Lai is a prince too, and you dare mock him. Don't tell me you've forgotten how you even got to marry into this manner.
All thanks to the prince's favoritism toward His Highness Lai.
This woman has really gotten too cocky. Now even daring to cross His Highness Lai.
Based on what you know of your prince, what is the worst that could happen here?
The worst? He'd divorce you. Of course.
Finally feeling the fear, aren't you?
What I want to ask is whether your lord will have to cover my debts again. Not to mention Wang Kao's refusal to repay what he owes. Does that mean jail time?
I doubt my lord would even spare a thought for those 500 taels of silver.
So why is she still fretting over it right now?
This master truly is an outstanding debtor one, who always settles his accounts and never forgets a single one.
Your Highness, I realize now that I was wrong to speak those words that wounded your Highness's most cherished younger brother. After I returned to my quarters, I spent the time deeply reflecting on my actions. I was in the wrong. No matter how harshly he insulted me, I should never have retaliated in self-defense. I must accept my place as the disfavored concubine chief, know how to endure in humble submission, endure humiliation, and bear heavy burdens. I hope the prince will grant this concubine a chance to turn over a new leaf. The most crucial part is, please, don't come demanding that debt from me. You know, I truly can't repay it right now.
No wonder she blamed so many before, yet she fears being pressed for the debt herself.
Her words also stressed that it was merely a defensive counterattack, meaning Ziyan offended first.
What if this king insists you repay it right now?
Then, Your Highness, that would be going too far. Just before, you said I could freely take silver from the accounts, even to buy jewelry. How long ago was that? And now you are using that 500 tael debt to make servants force me to eat as you demand. Day after day, now you're a bit displeased. And you bring up repaying it immediately. Don't you think this behavior of yours is a bit excessive? It needs improvement first and foremost, with plenty of room for growth.
All right. How about this?
Why are you speaking in that teasing tone? I feel like you're not treating me like a person anymore. As if you're toying with me using a cat toy. I'm just a terrified cat!
Afei, this king permits you to spend the silver from your private purse freely. These are no empty words. This king can assure the princess consort as well. No matter how much of this king's silver the princess consort has spent before or will spend hereafter. So long as the princess consort dines on time, this king shall never raise the matter of repayment under any circumstance.
Such a splendid bargain exists, to your highness. Pray tell, have I not been dining properly? Indeed. What say does your highness have in that?
Whether he eats or not is hardly his affair, is it? Should he truly starve himself into illness or worse, he'd scarcely muster the strength to divorce his wife, and yet still claim it is because he won't eat. It concerns him not in the least.
At the very least, it ensures this king won't be strolling along only to have his arm suddenly seized by the princess consort, and suffer her unprovoked impropriety without cause.
What did you say? Say it again. That grabbing your arm counts as indecent assault. No need to take offense. In ancient times, Perhaps the proprieties between men and women were not so strictly observed. Or perhaps Wang Zimo simply possesses a keen sense of self-preservation, which is why he puts it that way.
Upon reckoning it thus, so long as I merely dine properly, in exchange for him never demanding repayment again, that is pure profit for me.
Naturally. Your Highness is a man of his word.
That means Your Highness summoned this concubine, this time, not merely because this concubine offended His Highness Prince Lai upon witnessing the scene, and thus to coerce this concubine into repaying the debt.
You've offended His Highness Prince Lai.
And you think it'll end with just repaying the money in your dreams?
Repay what money?
You ought to be hauled off at once, given a thrashing with the rod, and then confined.
Princess Consort, do you believe yourself at fault in today's affair?
His Highness the Lai King serves as the Emperor, yet repeatedly insulted this royal consort, his imperial sister-in-law. So I gave him a stern talking to make him show more respect going forward. Where is the fault in that?
Your Highness, I know how dearly you cherish your brother, but doting on him shouldn't mean indulging him to this extent. Not blindly spoiling and letting him run wild, spouting nonsense and causing chaos out there, regardless of how others might see it. With his mouth full of filthy words and his reckless, arrogant ways, it is no good for him either. In time, it'll only bring him harm.
You're right, my lady. That boy's in dire need of a lesson. This prince says he sorely deserves a scolding. He is 18 already, yet speaks without a shred of decorum.
Acts with utter recklessness.
And after all these years apart, shows not the slightest improvement. It does him good for you to set him straight. What is the matter? Don't you agree, my lady?
This humble one does indeed think so.
My lord,
Surely, you're not speaking in jest.
Look at this prince's face. Does it seem like I'm being ironic?
I take it Your Highness means it quite seriously, and your smile isn't meant to chide me after all.
When did this prince ever say he meant to punish you?
Then why did Your Highness summon this humble one? What is your true intent?
This prince simply wishes to ask about those words you spoke to Zian. This so-called coveting of this prince's beauty. When exactly did that happen?
It is something that has been going on all along. Just like this very moment.
Evident in Your Highness's case.
Because he can't explain away why just days ago he sought to claim his body, rushing to his courtyard like some demon hunter. These past few days he has suddenly fallen silent. So he has had no choice but to spout utter nonsense with eyes wide open. Clearly His Highness the Jade King isn't convinced.
Is that so?
Your Highness, why did you suddenly send them all away? In a situation like this, you suddenly cleared the room.
And it is making me so nervous.
What? My consort, who covets this king's beauty, doesn't actually enjoy being alone with this king.
Well, no都是没有. Exactly.
So you do like being alone with this king?
Of course. Being alone in a room with Your Highness is something this consort has dreamed of.
How nice. You're quite skilled at lying through your teeth.
He is the prince. Before, you wouldn't even let this consort touch your arm without feeling wary and anxious. So how can you bear to be alone in a room with this consort now? What if this consort loses control like a beast, and does something that defies propriety? Wouldn't I be the one suffering a huge loss? How about we just open the door and call everyone back in to safeguard the prince's chastity?
But this king just remembered that my consort once told the emperor that this king is your husband. So it is only natural for you to covet this king's beauty. Then wouldn't it be perfectly justified for this king to satisfy my consort's desires?
No reason not to. In a flash, Su Chenyan suddenly realized that this man was testing her.
Perfect!
Your Highness,
Since catching the day is better than choosing one, why not consummate our marriage right here and now?
Very well. Your Highness, this fulfills this consort's long-cherished wish.
Between clever minds, it is a showdown of acting prowess. In a standoff like this, it is all about who has the thicker skin.
Fine. My consort is so eager. This king needn't even return to the bedchamber. Right here will do.
Wouldn't that be inconvenient?
There is not even a bed here. What could be inconvenient about that?
I see no need to be so particular about it.
How could you change like this?
How did you change so quickly? You're no longer the one where if I just grab your arm, you'd force me to eat on time every single day. You chased Guardian.
Yes, it is to test me. But do you really have to go this far? I'm truly disappointed in you right now.
Or perhaps, Princess, Your so-called desire for this prince was all just empty words, after all.
Who said this princess was just paying lip service?
What is the matter, princess?
It is nothing, really. But suddenly, this servant feels there is no real affection between us. And in this old mansion, this concubine truly feels a bit regretful. This servant even more so anticipates a union built on love. So I've decided to hold back my longing for your highness for now. We'll talk about consummating the marriage another day.
There is no foundation of feeling between us.
What this concubine means is that right now, it is only this one-sided affection from me toward your highness, while your highness feels absolutely nothing for this concubine. So this concubine thinks it is best to put it off for the time being. Or does your highness plan to admit that you've already fallen for this concubine? If that is the case, then this concubine would still be overjoyed and more than willing.
Since this princess has put it that way,
this prince wouldn't dream of pressuring you.
Thank you, your highness, for understanding. Damn it. Stop looking at him with those eyes that feel so real. He is about to break character.
I wonder, in the princess's eyes, is there anyone in the capital more captivating than this king?
Who is more likely to stir up envy? What is the issue with such men?
Your highness probably doesn't think as the princess does.
Chen Heji, how about him?
Goodness, luckily I ran into Chen Heji today. Or else I wouldn't know how to answer your question. Of course it is you. Your highness, you seem even more alluring. Your highness, why do you ask? Is it because you hold a grudge against Chen Heji? Or did someone say you're not as handsome as Chen Heji?
Has this king figured it out or not?
Princess, speak your mind freely.
You made me say it, your highness. So I'll speak bluntly. I believe Wang Yining is already brilliant enough. There is really no need to fret over whether you're the most captivating or the most coveted. This puts immense pressure on me. With you obsessing over your image like this, it only makes my life that much harder.
What the princess means is...
I hope your highness could tone down your charm just a bit.
How does the princess suggest hiding it?
It does seem rather hard to hide. Your highness, out there, try not to gaze at people with those smiling eyes of yours. They're far too lethal. If a girl so much as catches a glimpse, her heart will race in an instant.
Does the princess's heart race with just one look as well?
Of course. Every moment spent with your highness, my heart pounds so fiercely, it is almost beyond words. As if it stops beating altogether.
This king...
There is one thing I'd like to ask your highness about Shen Mingming today. Why did your highness intervene?
It was my intuition that drove me to act. This prince has always trusted his every judgment implicitly, even if it is merely a fleeting intuition. Regardless, you remain this prince's consort. Should anyone seek to harm you, yet manage to escape unscathed, how would the world view this prince?
Oh, so that is how it is. Indeed. It is not for his own sake after all. Snowman truly does care about his reputation, doesn't he? Though the prince didn't act for this concubine's sake, he has still lent this concubine a helping hand. Thank you, your highness. Now that it is settled, this concubine won't disturb you further, your highness.
Quite so. This prince will take heed.
What a surprise.
My lady, today's events are truly most peculiar. Could it be that the rumors of our prince favoring his highness, the liking, are just that mere rumors? Why didn't he punish you at all, but instead declared that you were right to discipline the liking?
Perhaps he even endorses my educational views, which far surpass his own in enlightenment.
Your highness, you're just letting the princess consort leave like this. Aren't you concerned about the fate of his highness, the Mi King?
Isn't Xian perfectly fine right here at the estate?
His highness, the Lai King, may be unharmed in body,
but I fear his heart bears a deep wound. A pain like that no medicine can mend, unless you drive Su Chenyan away. This king, however, finds it rather fitting.
Xian's temperament.
No one can rein in him. Even father emperor and mother consort say it goes in one ear and out the other. And when this king chides him a few words, he is just like he was on the street today, throwing a tantrum and vowing to sever ties with this king. Su Chenyuan is the first to truly discipline him,
leaving him seething yet utterly powerless. Who knows, perhaps those words today
might shame the boy into growing wiser.
So that is how your highness sees it.
Indeed.
His Highness the Light King is like a devil incarnate. Save for this vindication today, no one else can hold him in check.
Your Highness, Chen Heji has been confined by Grand Secretary Chen, and he'll take no part in the capital's patrols henceforth. Evidently, after offending the Marquis of Kangping yesterday, Grand Secretary Chen deems it safer to keep him under lock and key at home.
Confinement has its merits.
Your Highness, whatever your ties with the Princess Consort,
On the surface,
she remains the Jade Princess Consort. Thus, Chen Haji's arrest of Chen Mingmi can be seen as aiding our Jade Princess estate. Yet why, after leaving the palace, did you bid me hasten to Grand Secretary Chen to specially thank young Master Chen for his good deed today?
Professing thanks to Chen Heji,
When in truth, it is to bring ruin upon him.
Had your Highness not sent me to thank Grand Secretary Chen,
who knows how long it might have taken to learn of the matter.
Chen Haiji wouldn't have been confined so soon. This is clearly a tip-off.
This prince's thanks were heartfelt. How could that be wrong?
Were your thanks truly sincere? To express gratitude like that, you know full well in your heart very well.
Never mind. I'll drop it.
Perhaps His Highness simply dislikes the Princess Consort, and thus disapproves of Chen Heji aiding her. So he gave the man a little lesson.
Indeed. That must be it.
As you say, Mo Yu.
Though the sky has turned overcast now, the day was sweltering, so His Highness must have worked up a sweat. Thus, at this hour, he takes a bath, as he always does. No one thought it unusual. What surprised everyone, however, was that after His Royal Highness, the Jade Prince finished bathing and donned his ink-black casual robes, as he passed the mirror in the bath chamber, his steps suddenly halted. He gazed into the mirror, scrutinizing his own eyes closely, even deliberately recalling something joyful, to coax a faint smile into his brows. She is beautiful, he knew. That much was certain. Else he would not bear the repute of the world's foremost handsome man. Yet were his smiling eyes truly as captivating as Su Chengyuan had claimed?
Your Highness, what in the world are you doing? I simply cannot make sense of it.
Empress, I've always followed your counsel without question, as you well know. Whichever consort you urge me to favor, I wouldn't dream of delaying. I'd head straight there.
Your Majesty wanted to go all along, didn't you? Enough of that. What are you really trying to say? Your Majesty, just speak plainly. No need to beat around the bush with me.
Precisely. Zemo and I struck a deal. You've picked out a side consort for him, planning to bestow her upon him at a flower viewing banquet. He turned it down flat, begging me to stay out of it. I mulled it over, and though we're his parents after all, we ought to respect the boy's own wishes. We can't force him into something he doesn't want, so I gave in to his plea.
Your Majesty, when I first brought this up with you, you didn't see it that way at all. You were all for it, insisting that as parents, we had to step in on Zemo's marriage, or else left to his own devices, he'd leave us without an heir to carry on the line. What made you flip so suddenly?
A ruler's mind shifts with the winds. No need for the Empress to make such a fuss. It was that rascal Zemo, of course, threatening me outright, that if I insisted on foisting that side consort on him, he'd never review another memorial for me. How could I let that stand? My migraines, you know how they plague me. For the sake of my health, I had no choice but to yield to him. Of course.
Your Majesty, just so you can slack off a bit more, you're abandoning our son's marriage altogether. Is that how an emperor fathers his child?
Empress, you're right. I was in the wrong. It is just that I've already promised him not to take a side consort. And once the words are out, they're an imperial decree, which cannot be altered. So, let's just drop this matter.
Fine. Your Majesty may have agreed, but I haven't.
But what if we do this instead?
At the flower viewing banquet, I'll have Moore come and take a look. Chat a few words with the girl, and if he likes her, as long as they hit it off, then we'll arrange the marriage. If not, then no harm done. We won't force it. This way, Your Majesty's dignity remains intact. What do you think, Your Majesty?
Then we'll do as you wish, my queen.
Your Majesty, if there is ever a next time, don't ever set foot in my phoning palace again. It'll save me the anger of seeing you.
Ouch! I get it. I get it.
My queen, let go now.
All these palace servants are watching. I am the emperor, after all.
What were you looking at earlier, my queen?
I was busy with the flower viewing banquet preparations. Your Majesty, go to consort shoes tonight. I still have things to attend to.
If you insist, then fine. I've been meaning to see him today anyway.
The emperor turned and left Fengning Palace. But the queen, seated at the head reviewing the booklet, suddenly looked up, gripping the booklet tightly in her hand, her fingers crumpling the top page. We had agreed back then that neither of us would ever feel a thing, that neither would fall in love with the other. We were just partners, just family, just there to help each other out, nothing more. But why, over these years, has my heart grown so heavy?
What are you doing here?
Steward, you're back.
I just got back. I've settled all the family matters. But as I passed the backyard, I spotted you skulking around here like a sneaky pup. What on earth are you up to? This is the princess consort's courtyard. Lurking about like this isn't quite proper, is it?
Please don't misunderstand. I harbor no improper intentions whatsoever. I simply wanted to ask the princess consort for help, but I felt too embarrassed to approach her, so I've been keeping a discreet watch from here, poking my head out from time to time, hoping the princess consort or Janko might spot me and come out to inquire, so I could naturally share my thoughts with them.
Asking the princess consort for help. What could she possibly do for you?
I've only been away from the estate a few days, and has the whole place turned upside down already. So Chenyers has no real skills to speak of. And she isn't in the prince's good graces either. That woman, besides dragging misfortune onto others, what earthly use is she?
It is a shame my wife went to the princess consort a few days back. Pure trouble.
Don't even get me started.
She kept dropping hints left and right that the princess consort would only make my ailment worse. Now I'm in a real pickle going to plead with the princess consort.
Feels off.
And holding back doesn't sit right either. But truth be told, the princess consort herself offered, saying I could come to her anytime. Well then, shall I just throw caution to the wind this once?
It really does feel a bit better.
Doesn't it? You're the one overthinking this. It doesn't look any better at all. But you're just kidding yourself. By staring like that, you've somehow found a sliver of comfort in the princess consort's so-called methods.
Nothing of the sort. If I were merely deceiving myself, I might fool myself for a moment or two. But could I keep it up for thousands of times over? Now I remember. Steward, your legs often trouble you as well. Why don't you let the princess consort take a look? It is no use. You won't lose anything by it.
That Su Qianzhen actually schemed against the prince.
Such despicable viciousness. He deserves to die. I'm in agony. This leg of mine might as well be broken. From now on, I won't be able to walk at all. I'll be stuck in a wheelchair. I won't bow my head to him, let alone ask for his help. That is your own affair. Handle it however you see fit.
My lord, you have no idea. These past few days, Steward Zhang Fan waits for a moment when Yuting steps away, then slinks to our courtyard gate, peeking in furtively. Do you think he is plotting against us?
That can't be it. Take this to him and tell him to follow the exercises shown on these diagrams, doing 30 sets each day in sequence.
I mean 30.
Then supplement with these auxiliary herbs.
His neck pain should ease considerably.
If he finds it helpful, but the silver needles are ready.
With these, for the acupuncture, could I meet the princess consort?
Of course. No.
Thank you, your highness. This servant. Lately, this servant has been meaning to ask you, how can this servant repay the princess consort for your kindness?
Speaking of which, about tricking you into lending me that money, I've truly wronged you, and it has haunted my conscience ever since. So there is no need to speak of repayment.
What are you talking about? Do you know how this woman became the lady of our prince's mansion?
Because even now, her highness is still being misunderstood by those unaware of the truth, as a drunken lecher who takes liberties with others.
And now you're asking if he likes warm tea.
But...
Master, but...
It was the princess who saved your life. I know it was him who saved me.
Wait, what did you say?
Who saved me?
Wasn't it Fu Yi who saved me?
When I opened my eyes, I saw Fu Yi pressing on my chest. It was the princess. I thought the steward, you were already gone.
But the princess truly pulled you back from the gates of hell.
I merely followed the princess's orders, and helped by pressing a few times.
As soon as the princess heard something had happened to you, she didn't hesitate, and rushed over to save you. It is not like you think, that she thought you were dead and came to gawk, or to revel in it.
I appreciate the kindness, but I don't really like tea. I'll take my leave.
Princess,
It is mainly because of how my master viewed you before. That is why this servant thought that way.
No matter, as long as you now know, I harbor no ill intentions.
Princess, even though you saved my life, this lowly life of mine is worth nothing at all. I won't apologize for the harsh things I said about you before, because you truly schemed against my lord the prince.
You're a loyal servant who protects your master, and you won't forget the favor Su Chenyuan has shown you, just because of some good deed toward the prince.
No need to apologize. It doesn't matter if you keep that attitude toward me from now on. After all, there is no real grudge between us. You're just fiercely loyal to your master. That is all.
Can't be helped.
The original owner did act pretty disgracefully.
But let me lay this out plain and clear up front. I'm no pushover without a temper of my own. So if we cross paths in the future, and you keep hurling insults and humiliations my way, I can't promise I won't hit back, or that I won't put you in your place.
One more thing.
If you fall ill again someday, or if trouble strikes, I might not rush to save you next time.
I won't need your saving anymore, Princess Consort. Hold on.
Anything else? Still feeling unwell, or is your throat bothering you?
Nothing like that. It is just that I'm not one to leave favors unpaid, especially not to someone I can't stand. Regardless, Princess Consort, you saved my life today, so I hope you'll name your price right now, to let me settle this debt once and for all, so we're square moving forward.
Oh, right. Princess Consort, didn't you take a loan of 500 taels from the estate earlier, saying you'd repay it threefold someday? How about Butler Ni covers that shortfall for you? Though a life-saving debt like this, can't he truly be cleared with just 1,500 taels of silver? It'd at least tidy up that loose end for you, Princess Consort. What do you say?
What are you talking about? 1,500 taels isn't tea pocket change. And as far as this Princess Consort knows, even a 9th rank official in the Jiasheng dynasty pulls in just 30 taels a year in salary. Having the butler hand over that much to me would just be putting him in a tough spot, wouldn't it? Fine, I'm not some shady quack who shakes down the poor for cash. And extortion's not my style anyway. I'd rather shake down those heartless rich bastards.
Of course.
If the wealthy fork over a little extra, I won't object. But steward, your savings surely aren't overflowing. You still need to provide for your family. But once you're on the mend, you can come sweep my courtyard for 2 days. Not a single fallen leaf in sight. If I can't handle even that humble request.
I couldn't manage sweeping a courtyard.
This guy's the steward now. Has the idol image hit yet?
Sweeping counts me out. But silver for you, that is no issue. Wang Fei, you can trash talk Ni all you like, but you can't claim Ni's broke.
Su Chenyuan's eyes are sharp enough, so she could spot it clear as day. The banknotes he whipped out, the smallest ones worth 500 taels apiece. She was utterly floored.
Who'd have thought a steward was this loaded?
His Highness has amassed illustrious military achievements over these many years, and has received generous rewards from His Majesty. A single bestowal of 100,000 taels of gold, having occurred no fewer than 5 times. Not to mention the fiefs granted. Along with estates and shops, His Highness has always been exceedingly generous to us servants. Which is why I, your butler, remain the wealthiest among all butlers in the capital. Most importantly, it is because old Ni here has attended to His Highness these past 6 years since he departed the palace and established his estate, providing care down to the smallest detail. His Highness hasn't fallen ill even once in these 6 years. An accomplishment unmatched by any butler in the princely estates of the capital. His Majesty holds this grand butler in high esteem, and even bestowed 30,000 taels of silver upon me specially for it. Princess Consort, claiming I have no money. Who exactly are you insulting? 1,500 taels is far too paltry. It hardly befits a butler's standing. So let's say 10,000 taels instead. Or does the Princess Consort find that insufficient still? I'm right at my doorstep. So Princess Consort, speak your mind freely. For my mother has always been thrifty, averse to needless spending. My wife has long passed, and I have no children. Only the one apprentice, Wang Cheng. The lad's proven quite capable on his own, amassing a fair bit of silver himself. So I needn't leave much silver behind for anyone.
Princess Consort, take it without a worry. For Butler Ni, 10,000 taels truly amounts to little. And in fact, for every respectable servant in our estate, 10,000 taels is easily forthcoming, posing no burden whatsoever. Should you decline, the butler would take it as disdain for his supposed poverty.
As from top to bottom, this princely estate brims with the affluent.
How could wealth be mine alone?
Later, tell your family's prince. I've already paid back the money. I no longer owe him anything.
Su Chenyuan said this, tears nearly welling up in his eyes. Across past and present lives, that 500 taels from Rongzimo was truly the first debt he'd ever owed. The torment of owing money is unbearable. He never wants to feel it again in this lifetime.
Your Highness, we've been wandering outside for half the day. We'll still go in.
Feeling much better. Oh, a lot better. And now, the one who saved the servant turns out to be the princess herself. This servant feels so ashamed toward you.
As your Highness's inner servant, how could he be rescued by your Highness's arch-enemy?
As long as you're alive, that is what matters. Your leg needs rest, no more walking around.
I thought your Highness wouldn't come after all. This old servant knows you're only concerned for my health.
But this old servant can still pledge loyal service to you for another 30 years.
Even 50 years. This old servant will keep managing the estate as steward, handling every affair in the household. If you make this old servant step down now, I truly wouldn't know what to do with the rest of my life. But you, your Highness, just let it go.
This servant will be more careful from now on. Nothing like this will happen again.
Never mind.
Why worry about it now or later? We'll deal with it another time.
Your Highness, you have so many duties every day. No need to trouble yourself over this old servant anymore. Go tend to your business.
All right, Your Highness. The princess has repaid the silver she borrowed from our estate.
Indeed.
And I know she returned it threefold.
Glancing at the accountant, his gaze seemed somewhat displeased. Only then did he take Nanchang and depart.
The words His Highness spoke to me, why were they so cold and detached? Did you catch the look in His Highness's eyes? Could I have done something wrong lately?
I saw it.
His Highness has always been kind and tolerant with the servants. You must have done something that truly upset His Highness. That is why he is giving you such a sour look. You'd better rack your brains over it yourself.
You old cur!
How dare you displease His Highness? Well, if my mood clears up tomorrow, just watch me beat you senseless. What on earth am I supposed to do? I always get the feeling that next time His Highness brings it up and tells me to step down from managing the estate, that'll be the end of my days as steward here.
You've seen it yourself now. The Wang Fei truly is a master of medicine. Earlier when the estate said you'd passed, the servant called me over to mourn you, but the Wang Fei brought you back from the brink. And your leg ailment, I'm afraid she really can cure it. Indeed. It all comes down to whether you can swallow your pride. Give it some serious thought. Is saving face more important, or keeping your position as steward?
Oh, I truly thought you were gone. But the Wang Fei sure has some real skills up her sleeve.
Just think he forked over 10,000 taels to cut ties with the Wang Fei. And now here you are, about to turn around and beg her to heal your leg.
Oh dear.
Give me a moment to mull it over.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Chenyuan was being downright defiant. After all, she'd saved Nee the steward, and with the festival over, nothing much was left on her plate. No need to brew up any more herbs. So why rush to die on time, but to make a point that she was now a debt-free, free woman, and no one could force her hand anymore. She stubbornly ignored her growling stomach and told Zhenjia,
I'll eat half an hour later.
My lady, is this really necessary? His Highness forcing you to eat. It has really left such a deep scar on you. Such fierce rebellion. Your stomach's been rumbling for ages.
Is the Wang Fei dining yet? His Highness said, aside from the estate rituals, His Highness really dislikes anyone messing around with medicinal herbs in the Jade Princess mansion, claiming it is the princess consort who isn't planning to dine on time today. So he ordered me to toss all your herbs out of the mansion.
Beia truly doesn't understand why the prince cares so much about this woman's meals, and even sent me here to deliver such a childish threat. But upon seeing Chen Yuan's face change dramatically, Beia felt like he'd cracked the case. His Highness just wants to mess with Su Chenyuan. He just wants to see her face twist in anger after hearing this. Yeah, that is the smug look of someone who thinks they figured it out. His mood instantly brightened. Arms crossed, he continued to the princess consort, Su Chenyuan.
So will you eat? Or shall I bring men to search your room?
No need to search. I'll eat. Did your prince say? Why he dislikes people messing with herbs in his courtyard? This princess consort's little hobby doesn't really affect him at all.
He didn't say.
Or, go ask your prince if he has any unused courtyards under his control, even if they're run down, that I could move into. Or I could buy my own courtyard and live there alone. After all, as an unwelcome princess consort, living in a prince's mansion isn't really fitting. It'd make more sense for him to send me away, don't you think?
Princess consort, please dine. I'll go relay the princess consort's words to the prince right away. Princess consort, the prince said, you are now his princess consort. It is not fitting for you to go buy a place and live on your own. As for the prince's other courtyards, the prince doesn't like it when someone's messing around with herbs inside them either. Even if you move into a rundown courtyard, you still have to eat your meals.
He is toxic, isn't he?
And there is more. The prince also said he doesn't dislike you the way you think. If the princess consort doesn't believe the prince, and if you're unhappy about being an abandoned consort, you can move into the prince's courtyard anytime.
No need! Tell your prince no need. From now on, whatever he says goes. I've had enough of him, all right.
He is totally lost to that dog of a man. He just wants to piss him off. But does it have to go this far? Moving into his courtyard. Doesn't it gross him out? Princess Wu, His Highness wants you to move into his courtyard. Isn't that wonderful? You'll have plenty of chances to spend time together. Given enough time, feelings will grow. Who knows? His Highness might even—
Oh, please, just stop. I told you, I'm not interested in him, and you think he actually wants me there.
That dog of a man saw this coming. He knows she won't marry him. He knows his weaknesses are glaring now, full of holes like a sieve. He is just not sure how far that clever man will figure it out.
Not really.
Well, then you
are still too naive.
Princess, that look in your eyes. I suspect you're not just calling me naive, but downright foolish.
Your Highness, the princess was full of disdain back then, frantically waving her hand, saying she'd had enough of you. It made even this subordinate furious. She just doesn't know a good thing when she sees it. Your Highness, you know full well, you're lofty and exalted, noble beyond compare, handsome without equal, yet she rejects you. And here you are, still smiling. Xiqing mentioned earlier that Jianjia scouted the finest workshop in the capital to craft a set for the princess, the surprise silver needles. Our Western Bureau dug up intel on that. So we went to Master Gongshu, the heir of the Ji clan's Gongshu lineage, a master of mechanisms and weapon forging. Master Gongshu Ting is the one. The silver needles he forges are bound to surpass all others. But getting Master Gongshu Ting to lend a hand is no easy feat. If I recall correctly, his beloved wife adores pearls, and for the past 3 years, he has been scouring for the finest pearls to craft her a stunning piece of jewelry. As for top quality pearls, I happen to have just the one. Your Highness, have you lost your mind? That pearl hails from the East Sea, extracted from the Overlord's very mouth, and one like it doesn't surface in centuries. You're really willing to part with it? What are you standing around for? Yes, I'll send someone right away to contact Master Gongshu Ting. Everything Master Gongshu crafts bears his personal mark, as per his unyielding custom. So once the silver needles are finished, have them delivered to the shop Jianjia found for the princess consort, and instruct the shopkeeper to hand it over to the Qian family. Say it is merely entrusted to them, temporarily, by Master Gongshu, with no need to breathe a word to the princess consort that it is my handiwork. Your Highness, I truly cannot fathom what you're up to anymore. Your Highness, what on earth are you thinking? Why go to such lengths to craft such exquisite silver needles for the princess consort? Even sacrificing that priceless pearl. She saved Butler Ni's life, so consider it me repaying that debt of gratitude.
Consort, these are 2 gifts from His Highness Lai Wang, delivered by this humble servant.
What the gatekeeper didn't mention was, His Highness Lai Wang is waiting right now at the prince's mansion gate to report back personally on the consort's reaction upon receiving the gift.
Upon seeing what that brat sent me, it can't be anything good.
That.
Sure enough, kids will be kids. The revenge he could dream up is just so childish.
As a doctor, how many lab rats did I encounter in my past life? Compared to this one right here, it is merely the difference between a gray rat and a white one. He impassively closed the lid, then opened the other box, inside which lay something resembling a crude human skin mask, and he instantly grasped the boy's intent. Since he is so shameless, the kid sent him a face, hoping he'll finally have one to show.
His Highness Lai Wang, right this moment, at our prince's mansion gate.
Yes, indeed. How did the consort know?
Go relay this to His Highness Lai Wang. Tell him this consort truly never imagined that a noble prince's gifts would be so utterly disgraceful. This rat should have been sent alive. A white one would have been far more fitting. So why settle for a dead gray one? This consort couldn't put it to any use whatsoever.
Consort, what nonsense are you spouting? This dead rat nearly scared the servant to death right then and there. And you want a live one. You even want to pick the color. Are you all right?
And this thing is so shoddily made. What could it possibly be used for? That is bad enough. But even the gift boxes are all tattered and torn, not even bothering with a proper brocade box for appearances. Ask on my behalf, as your princess consort, if the Yan Palace is so broke that they're sending out such unseemly gifts. Speaking of which, your princess consort here has over 8,000 taels of silver. So tell the king of Yan, if the Yan Palace is truly that destitute, scraping the bottom of the pot. As his imperial sister-in-law, I could spot him 5 taels, just enough to buy some rice and get by for a bit.
Princess consort, as his imperial sister-in-law, you're awfully generous. Hoarding 8,000 taels and tossing just 5 to Prince Lai.
Just chuck the whole lot out. And also, advise Prince Lai to crack open a book when he has got nothing better to do. Flex that brain of his a little, so he can dream up ways to actually land a blow, instead of these toddler tantrum tricks.
Take my brother Rong Zemo. Every time he pins me down, he hits right where it hurts. Either forcing me to cough up the cash, or threatening to trash my meds. This little brother of his is way too green, way too childish. His smarts don't even scream blood brothers.
I don't know. Once I've relayed all this, will His Highness Prince Lai storm in here fuming and torch the whole palace? What then?
Did my imperial sister-in-law get spooked? Or just fly off the handle and tell you to ditch these 2 gifts?
Your Highness Prince Lai, the princess consort did tell this servant toss them, that is true. But she wasn't the least bit scared, nor did she lose her temper. She even suggested you head back and hit the books more.
Then, the gatekeeper relayed every single word from Su Chenyuan, without missing a beat to His Highness, Prince Lai.
Su Chenyuan? That damn Su Chenyuan! This king! The hell she thinks 5 tails can brush off this king!
Your Highness, calm down.
We can't kill him.
His Majesty will have you confined and beat you to death.
Go tell Su Chenyuan to wait and see what this prince has in store for him.
This prince will go pay my respects right away and urge mother to select a concubine for 3rd royal brother. You go right now, while this prince waits here for him to come, crawling back begging for mercy.
He knows fear now, doesn't he?
His legs must be shaking from fright.
He can't even make it out the door.
So now it takes a few servants to prop him up and drag him out.
Come crawling to this king with an apology, even if she drops to her knees right here and wails her eyes out.
This king won't forgive her brazen insolence.
Your Highness, the princess says go right ahead. Whatever you want to tell the empress, just spill it. She couldn't care less. The princess also said, if you find walking into the palace too slow, she can hire a sedan chair for you, or even a carriage.
She really said that?
That is exactly what she said. Genuine article, no returns. This servant didn't change a single syllable.
Your Highness, don't you think the Jade Consort was scared out of her wits by your dead rat?
She is just dodging me. This king wouldn't stoop that low.
She got that wrong.
This king is off right now.
Shall I prepare a carriage and sedan chair for your Highness then?
What did you say?
Forgive me, your Highness. This servant was just thrown off by the princess. Now my head's full of nothing but sedan chairs and carriages. This servant meant no disrespect.
Were it not for your Highness's mercy,
that lackey from my estranged imperial brother's household would be getting a real earful from this king right now.
Thank you for your forgiveness, your Highness.
Tell Su Chenyuan, no need for her to waste coin on hiring a ride. This king rode in on horseback myself, and now gallop straight into the palace now, to give him a headache. All right. The princess also said, hire a sedan chair for Prince Lai. Send her into the palace to beg the empress to take you as a concubine.
I hear the princess doesn't like vegetables.
Yes. The kitchen staff said, every time the meat dishes are sent to the princess, he basically eats them all himself. but he hardly touches the vegetables, barely taking a few bites with his chopsticks.
But the princess's dinner tonight is all vegetables.
After all, being picky isn't a good habit, and it is not good for her health.
But it doesn't have to be all vegetables, right?
At least, throw in some meat, and say it is my order.
Yes.
It is a good day today. Su Chenyuan has no meat to eat. She must be in a foul mood tonight. As long as Su Chenyuan is in a bad mood, the servants and guards in the mansion will all be in high spirits.
Mother,
please hear your son out first.
Be careful, or you'll step on my flowers. Step back 2 paces and wait till I'm done.
You cherish your flowers and plants so much, but you disdain your own son like this.
I always wonder if the flowers or I am your real child.
Were you picked up? So, what do you want? Just say it. Don't pull your hand away. Every time you hold me up like this, you're always after something from me. No need to hold me anymore.
If this palace isn't worthy of outsiders, then fine for my son too.
Mother, you're treating me like this too. Why don't you just have father beat me to death?
So you don't have to look at this eyesore.
When you got married and caused all that trouble, I did think about it. Mainly because if you two really clashed, father against son, it'd be a scandal for the history books.
Your Majesty, please stop teasing Prince Lai.
Say a couple more words, and he might really get angry.
Truly angry. Just like last time. 3 months without him around, and this palace speaks just fine. Those 3 months, I never heard him barge into my palace whining about the trouble he'd stirred up, always begging me to call it a total mess. And this palace has been blissfully idle ever since. Just like I'd never had that extra burden to begin with. Go ahead. Why have you come to see me? Just now you said someone outside has upset you. And I'd like to know, who could possibly get under your skin like that?
Who else but that scoundrel Su Chenyuan?
Speaking of Su Chenyuan, the Empress's expression darkened slightly. Zhou Zimo, her most accomplished son, had been utterly unblemished from boyhood to manhood, the flawless prince in the eyes of all, and her greatest pride. But Su Chenyuan's scheme against him last time had the gossipy concubines in the harem whispering endlessly, claiming Zimo was nothing special after all, just another man succumbing to his baser urges after a drink, outwardly a refined gentleman, but utterly depraved in private. It was all Su Chenyuan's doing. So how could she not seethe with rage?
What did he do this time? Tell me everything.
Rong Ziyan quickly relayed to her all the infuriating words from Su Chenyuan, repeating every last one.
Mother, hear me out.
You should quickly arrange a side consort for the third prince, but I think one won't suffice. At least 2. Then send a few beauties to his residence to bevel Su Chenyuan day in and day out.
He tells you to show some self-restraint, read more books, and use your wits more.
Yes, exactly. What is the matter? Mother, what is that look in your eyes? You don't think he actually has a point, do you?
Doesn't he? How many times have I told you to read more? And have you ever listened? No. But this time when Su Chenyuan gets to you, you hang on his every word.
Wait, Mother. What are you saying? That I should thank him now.
If it weren't for him plotting against your imperial brother first, this palace wouldn't have to reflect on its own shortcomings. How could this palace merely thank him? This palace must also bestow upon him a grand reward, rejoicing that he has schooled this palace's good-for-nothing child.
Your Majesty, that is enough.
Please spare some face for His Highness, the Lai King. His Highness looks utterly furious.
Enough. What you're trying to say, this palace already knows all too well. Whether your third imperial brother should take a concubine is for him to decide. This palace has no say in it.
Mother, didn't you say just a few days ago that you'd help the third prince make a decision?
It is all that useless father's fault.
This son won't stand for it. You have to avenge your son, no matter what.
You may go now. This palace will deliberate carefully.
This son believes Mother will stand up for him. This son takes his leave.
This boy and his ways. I wonder who he takes after. Add Su Chenyuan to the flower viewing. Banquet guest list.
Didn't you say before that the Yu princess should no longer attend any palace banquets? And besides, you plan to introduce His Highness, the Yu King, to Miss Yang at the banquet. If the Yu princess comes, she might stir up trouble, causing unnecessary complications.
This palace wants to see it with her own eyes and find out exactly what is going on. In the past, this palace never took Su Chenyuan for a silver-tongued schemer. Yet, he has managed to rile Yanner into such a state. Could it be that this palace misjudged him after all? As for stirring trouble, does he dare?
Princess, there is news from the palace. In 10 days, the Empress is hosting a flower viewing banquet.
The Empress invites you and His Highness, the Lai King, to attend together. Be sure to wear something more formal when the time comes.
Got it.
Could it be that little cutie Lai, Wang really went to the palace to complain to the Empress? That is why she wants to see me now. Oh, Princess, this is bad. The Empress never wanted to see you before. But this time, she is specially summoning you. She is not doing this to vent her anger on His Highness Lai King, is she?
You're probably right about that.
Or are you just not being careful enough?
If I'm worried, then she won't hold it against Lai King.
That does make sense.
For those bad things that might happen, once they're inevitable, left or right, it is better to set them aside and think about something else, endlessly fretting over it, being scared or angry. That is actually a form of internal friction. It means the bad thing hasn't even affected you yet, but you've already driven yourself crazy. And what if it turns out not to be as bad as you imagined? Why torture yourself over a problem that hasn't even arrived? That is how so many anxiety issues start. You folks just don't pay enough attention to your health. Actually, mental health is just as important as physical health. What does that even mean?
Stir-fried napa cabbage, stir-fried baby bok choy, stir-fried water spinach, stir-fried green cabbage, blanched choy, some hearts, and one even more impressive, pearl, jade, and white jade soup. It is made with cabbage stalks, spinach, leafy tofu, and crispy rice grains. It is legendary. It was Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang's favorite dish. Even our dynasty serves it.
It is His Highness's idea. His Highness says the princess's picky eating isn't a good habit at all.
In-law, why don't we go out for a bite?
My lady, I think you should eat what His Highness wants you to have. Just eat it. Otherwise, that North Wild fellow might show up again soon and toss your herbs out the window. My lady, didn't you just say, for things you can't change, just set them aside and think of something else? You still have to eat it in the end. So why not let it go?
Have you heard the saying?
What saying?
When advising others, it is easy to rattle off advice. But when it is your turn, you just want to hang yourself.
Never heard that one.
Well, now you have.
Fine. All right. Su Chenyuan was in a foul mood, his scowl lasting all the way till evening. For long-time carnivores, switching to veggies has one fatal flaw. They digest way too quickly, leaving you starving by nightfall. Sure enough, right around now, hunger struck. He woke up starving, even smelling barbecue in his dreams. So hungry, he desperately wanted to give Rong Zimo a good thrashing, but just then, a real whiff of barbecue wafted in from the window. Then, in his courtyard, there sat His Highness Prince Yu, grilling meat. Yes, no mistake. It was Rong Zimo himself at the grill.
See, what does this mean?
Forcing myself to eat nothing but veggies all day, leaving me starving, then sneaking over at night to fire up a barbecue, just to tempt myself awake with the aroma. What a way to torment myself!
That is downright cruel.
The princess consort is awake.
Why bother asking when you already know the truth?
I've wandered all the way over here. It is not like I'm actually awake. Could it be an out-of-body experience? Or my soul just floated on over?
Princess consort, I figured, if you're after a taste of someone else's cooking, a gentler tone might get you farther. Don't you think?
You? Now? Wait, what did you say?
I thought I'd made myself perfectly clear just now.
Does your highness mean to share a duck leg with me? Duck wings will do too. I'm not that picky. Really, but I don't care much for duck feet. They're such a hassle, and barely any meat.
So, the princess wanting a bite isn't out of the question. But first, she'll need to answer 3 questions for me.
That depends on what your highness wants to know. Then I'll decide if I'll answer them.
First question. Are you really Chen Yuan?
That one's easy to answer. Right now, I am Su Chenyuan, the sole daughter of General South, with the blood of the Xiu family in my veins. And no other name will ever define me. Your highness won't find any human skin mask on me, nor will you spot one anywhere else. Second question. Hey, that is one down. Right. At least toss me a wing.
Hungry. I'm not exactly a foodie. It is just that I'm famished right now. And what you're grilling looks mouth-wateringly good. A subtle smile curved Prince Yu's lips. She handed him a roasted duck leg. Su Chenyuan paused in surprise for a moment, but she quickly took it and started devouring it. Wow.
Rong Zimo's cooking is incredible. It really hits the spot.
Does the princess harbor any ulterior motives? Of course not.
I just want to live a fulfilling life. Seriously, delving into medicinal herbs, and along the way, become a renowned physician admired by all. If possible, I'd like to leave something truly valuable for future generations in medicine. If no one wrongs me, I won't wrong anyone.
The third question. Does the princess think this king is someone worth entrusting your life to? It is a tough one, but not impossible to answer. Then do tell.
From an objective standpoint, from the average person's perspective, Your Highness, whether it is your looks, physique, or poise, background or wealth, abilities, or even your culinary talents, there is truly nothing to criticize. You could call it perfection, and you're remarkably tolerant. The epitome of an ideal husband.
That is the average person's view. But what this king wants to hear isn't that. It is the princess's own thoughts.
I can speak freely.
Of course.
I think, Your Highness, you're wonderful most of the time, but sometimes you can be a tad irritating, especially tonight. Like forcing all those greens on me this morning. Oh, never mind. But since you treated me to this roast duck, I'll let it go. Even if I did have to earn it by answering your questions.
This king understands.
Just those 3 questions, I've answered them all. So, the rest of the roast duck is still mine.
If he only said he'd give me some to eat.
He never said it was all of it.
Doesn't the princess consort think this king deserves a bite too?
I'm sorry.
Actually, this prince isn't hungry, but the princess has already eaten quite a bit. So having more at night will definitely cause abdominal discomfort. This prince has no choice but to reluctantly eat it.
What nonsense about not being hungry. And yet you have to reluctantly eat it. What is wrong with giving me another duck wing? I just like that abdominal discomfort. Can't I just be happy about it?
Does the princess find this prince annoying again now?
You sure have a good sense of yourself.
This prince is quite curious. I hear the princess often advises others to pay attention to their physical and mental health. So why, when it is her turn, does she disregard her own body so much?
That is because if I feel any discomfort, I can just prescribe myself some medicine and take it. Besides, as a doctor, of course, I hope everyone takes care of their health. Life comes first. But personally, for myself, I think happiness and freedom are the most important. Eat whatever I want, and eat whenever I want. That is what makes life truly fulfilling.
I see.
Since you know that now, you should stop meddling in my affairs from now on. You're driving me crazy. I see you haven't even bitten into that other chicken wing yet. So you could sneak it to me later.
But before he could even speak, Prince Yu, right in front of him, tore off the duck wing he was eyeing so eagerly and took a bite. Then finished it right in front of him, a smile playing in his eyes as he gazed at the other's sour expression and said softly,
Then this prince believes the princess will find me even more annoying in the future, as I'll deliberately go against your so-called fulfilling moments every now and then.
So you're saying you're still dead set on managing me, huh? Then, Your Highness, please savor it slowly here. I'll head back to my room first.
If the princess finishes eating and leaves the table first, wouldn't that be a little rude?
Oh, Your Highness. Truth be told, when I say you're annoying, anyone with eyes can tell that you're coming from a good place most of the time. Like tonight, eating all those veggies, I actually feel so much lighter in my gut. No matter what your reasons are, or whatever well-meaning intentions, I can't deny it is all for my own good. No harm done. Truth is, I think Your Highness should save your kindness for those who can truly appreciate it, for people who would rejoice in their hearts, who would be truly grateful to you. Not waste it on an ungrateful soul like me. Just let me fend for myself. Okay, you don't even like having me around anyway. Your Highness, isn't that right?
The princess has a point, but this king just wants to keep an eye on his princess.
Why? For me, that is why.
No reason needed. In short, this king just enjoys taming the ungrateful ones. You can think of it as my latest guilty pleasure, princess.
I just want to curse him out. Forget it.
This is ancient times.
This is the palace. Feudal society, no human rights whatsoever. to avoid him forcing veggies on me every damn day from now on.
I'll just grit my teeth and bear it for now. My wings aren't strong enough yet.
Your Highness, since you've finished eating, can I finally go back and get some sleep?
Not going to invite this king to join you.
Even if I did invite you, would you really come?
If I tease him any further, he'll really blow his top. Prince Yu let out a muffled chuckle, refraining from provoking him anymore.
If the servants inquire tomorrow, just to say the princess roasted the meat herself.
No one will know your Highness was here.
I've already reassigned them to the west courtyard.
But this is your Highness's estate, so wherever you wish to grill meat, that is where it gets grilled. Why bother hiding it from everyone?
The princess need only follow your lead.
Of course, he wouldn't admit it. He simply didn't want Nancheng and Beiyi finding out, lest they hound him endlessly about why he was grilling meat for Su Chenyuan. Even if they truly wished to question him about something, he wouldn't need to grill it himself. Just procure some meat. That is all. How could he possibly explain the reason? It was merely an inexplicable impulse in the dead of night.
All right then. But how am I supposed to explain where the duck came from?
Prince Yu gave her a knowing look.
The princess can just fabricate an excuse. It is her forte, after all.
You're overthinking it, my lord. This concubine is an earnest soul, who never resorts to casual fabrications. Everything I invent comes after careful deliberation.
Rong Zimo stared at her amusedly for a moment, before finally turning to depart, his figure blurring as he vanished into the darkness. Allowing Su Chenyuan to behold the legendary lightness skill, she watched in utter amazement, clicking her tongue in wonder, nearly forgetting the barbed words he just flung at her, and offering silent praise in her heart.
Impressive.
Princess, what is with all the mess in the courtyard? This princess grew hungry last night, so she grilled a bit to eat, and I suppose you're wondering where the duck came from. As it happens, just as this princess was famished, this duck came dashing in from who knows where. It crashed right into my window and dropped dead, and I felt it would dishonor its devoted spirit if I didn't roast it up. So, I put on a little culinary show in the courtyard.
Your Highness, are you taking this maid for a fool? You expect me to swallow that nonsense about a duck smashing itself to death?
So you're saying you're no fool?
Of course not.
Since you're no fool, then you should know that what this princess decrees is law. When did it become your place to question me? As long as the prince doesn't cast me aside, I remain his lawfully wedded wife for that day. Who do you think you're interrogating?
Ooh.
Do you actually think you're the lady of the house? Believe you me, if you slip up here in the manor and tumble into the lake, drowning dead, the prince wouldn't even bat an eye at your demise.
What are you getting at?
I'm just pondering. What if you dropped dead all of a sudden? Would anyone ever trace it back to this princess? Last time the immortals struck you down, they couldn't even figure out what caused it. Could they?
Let me tell you, I'm the head maid in this household, a first-class maid at that. If I were to meet my end, His Highness would quickly uncover the grudge between us.
With such a timid heart as mine, and you still dare to threaten me. Enough of that. I don't care what rank of maid you claim to be. Just remember one thing. You'd best not harbor any thoughts of harming this princess, or scheming any underhanded strikes against me. Otherwise, I'm afraid before my own body even sinks into the lake, you'll wind up just like that duck from last night, stripped clean of flesh, with just a few bones scattered across the ground, and no one the wiser that they were ever yours. No one asked you to champion justice. Do you understand? But if you didn't quite get it, this Wang Fei can spell it out for you again.
As if anyone escapes death, just an empty threat.
Your Highness, repudiating your wife is only a matter of time.
Let's see if you can still strut around so arrogantly then.
What is really going on here? Did the princess consort mention it?
Qiuwen's eyes lit up with an idea, and she leaned in to whisper a few words into the girl's ear. The girl recoiled in horror upon hearing it. Qiuwen 嘴角一侧勾 into a cold sneer. Su Chenyuan, let's see if you can survive this. He wouldn't dare lay a hand on Su Chenyuan right now. But surely he can come up with some other scheme. The maidservant froze upon hearing this, utterly dumbfounded, her eyes wide with disbelief, as she stammered.
My lady, he truly dared to go that far.
What? Better not say another word, or it'll blow up if word gets out. With that, she waved her off, signaling her to get back to her duties. No need for more chatter. The maidservant wandered off in a daze, and Chu-Wen watched her retreating figure with smug satisfaction. She is the biggest gossip in the entire He household. She'll spread the word herself. And soon, everyone in the mansion will know. The prince will hear about it soon enough, of course.
Any word lately from the Duke of Min's residence?
How is the fourth young master faring? Perhaps. But this servant didn't want to worry you, so I made sure to inquire discreetly. They say the fourth young master's health is improving, and in a few days, he'll attend a flower viewing banquet in the palace.
Is Little Rabbit doing better?
She is mending too. The imperial physician's ointments are quite effective, and she likely hasn't needed them these past few days. My lady, the second madam treats you so poorly, so why bother caring for her daughter? That day, when you helped save the ninth young lady, this servant couldn't make sense of it.
Are you truly so puzzled?
Very well. The ninth young lady is indeed quite pitiable, calling a mother like the second madam. When that maid handed ninth miss over to the second madam's expression was clearly suspicious at first glance. But you've already saved her, so there is no need to worry about ninth miss anymore, right? When she grows up, she'll inevitably side with the second madam anyway. Would she side with you instead?
That is not certain.
If she was truly poisoned into silence, then the second aunt must be certain that the girl will never speak again in her lifetime. Even then, she might do many things and say many words without hiding them from her. That girl is already 2 years old. She is not completely oblivious, but she might remember something. But has the second aunt ever considered that once ninth miss learns to write, what will she do then? Come up with another scheme to break the child's arm again, so she can't write anymore and can't betray them. Suit yourself, as long as you're not afraid of nurturing a viper.
I suppose not.
A 2-year-old is still innocent of the world's cruelties. As long as she is raised with care, she may not turn venomous against her savior when she grows up.
My lady, what is wrong?
Be honest with me. Who did you share that barbecue with last night? Servants all over the manor are whispering now, claiming you've taken a secret lover, and I can't fathom how these rumors took hold.
That's scheming Chu-Wen's doing, no doubt.
The prince is in deep trouble. Who would have thought? After just this short time in your marriage, Consort Su Chenyuan has already strayed, cuckolding him. Last night, she was secretly eating barbecue in the courtyard with her lover behind your back. And that lover even brought along a duck. I've already sent Shising to look into it. If we find out who this rogue is, I swear I'll have him torn limb from limb by 5 horses. 1,000 cuts and 10,000 scrapes. His body hacked into 1,000,000 pieces. Your Highness, rest assured, we'll make damn sure that wretched rogue meets a gruesome end.
That rogue might just be me, Your Highness.
Your Highness, what did you just say? The one who shared that roast duck with the princess consort last night was you.
Got a problem with that?
I wouldn't dare. But the crucial thing is, it is no longer just about me not daring to object, but that I just spewed a load of suicidal ravings.
How did this rumor even start?
From what he has learned about Su Chenyuan these past 2 days, that woman hates trouble. So she wouldn't go stirring up problems for herself.
The whole estate will be abuzz with this gossip in no time, and I want to know exactly who started spreading these words. But for now, don't mention that it involves me. That way, the ringleader will be more likely to slip up and reveal themselves.
It is just... Your Highness, Nancheng was only acting out of fierce loyalty to you. All that wild talk about some phantom lover, please don't take it to heart.
But still, why on earth did you visit the princess consort during her confinement last night?
The Jade Prince turned away from him. His eyes now carried a chill beneath their usual warmth. Beiye fell instantly silent, not daring to press further.
Your Highness, at the very least, it was Chu-Wen who told me. She said she saw the princess consort blushing with her own eyes. Tell the imperial family not to take offense over that young master's matter. This servant is doomed.
You actually overheard such words. Shouldn't you have reported it to Steward Wen? Or straight to the prince? Why spread it everywhere? Thank goodness everyone in the estate knows their place and hasn't breathed a word outside. Otherwise, if word got out, wouldn't our Jade Prince's manor become the laughingstock of the entire capital?
This servant knows her mistake. But this matter is real, not something this servant made up. The words Chow spoke Your Highness, it was indeed when this servant entered to ask the princess consort about the barbecue that this servant overheard her say it to Zhang Jia with her own eyes. This servant feared the princess consort if she spotted this servant, she might silence me for good. So I didn't dare show my face. This servant knew the matter was grave. So I told only Qiu Yan. And I warned him not to breathe a word. I don't know why he blabbed. Now the whole estate knows.
As long as we stick to this testimony, Your Highness surely won't let Su Chenyuan off lightly. After all, which man could tolerate his wife sneaking around at midnight with another man grilling meat right in his own manner?
Huh? You claim you saw all this with your own eyes. Maybe you should have a doctor. Check those eyes of yours.
Su Chenyuan, you've still got the nerve to show up. You keep swearing you love our prince, but look what you've done. The prince merely hasn't shared your bed for a few months. And you go co-coding him. Qiu Wen isn't one to stir up trouble out of nowhere. Speak up! Who exactly is that adulterer?
Even the prince knows who this adulterer is. He has long since turned a blind eye to my affair with him. This is a private matter between the prince consort and his princess consort. Butler Ni, you should stay out of this.
You're spouting utter nonsense! Utterly shameless! How could the prince consort possibly condone it? What business is it of yours, what I do with my lover? My lord, why won't you say something?
Why are you getting so worked up? Your master doesn't mind at all. Last night, that ex-husband even grilled meat for me himself. And then he hid it from you. The Heavenly Father even shared a bit of meat with Your Highness. Your Highness wasn't even hungry, but insisted on eating it anyway, and savored every bite.
That is just petty revenge.
Didn't I give him the leftover duck wing and duck meat? No, he must have some ulterior motive.
Wait, what? Princess consort?
Have you lost your mind? Finding some wild man outside is one thing, but insulting our prince consort like this? How could our prince consort possibly eat something grilled by that adulterer? It is utterly absurd.
How do you know he didn't? Did you see it?
I didn't see it myself, but I heard it clear as day. I even heard you say that you spent the whole night in private intimacy with that young lord. If not for worrying about your virginity mark fading, you'd have been in bed with him long ago.
With wits like that, you think you can frame someone?
Are you absolutely sure you heard me say that?
Yes. That is exactly what I heard you say.
You're quite the fabricator. So why not tell us more? What about the young lord's family name? What did you say it was?
You said it was Yang. What nonsense are you spouting? The princess consort never said any of that to me.
Chen Linjian, do you think this case still needs further trial?
What Your Highness said is absolutely true. The princess consort's cunning tactics are still sharp, but she has long been an unchaste woman.
Enough.
Su Chenyuan is doomed.
The prince consort is furious.
Fabricating rumors to slander the princess consort. This is a first offense. Flog Qiu Wen with 40 heavy strokes. Then banish her from the estate.
What is happening? That is His Highness.
This servant is innocent, Your Highness. This servant truly didn't deserve such whipping. Nor did I slander the princess consort.
Your Highness! This servant! Your Highness, this is... What is going on here? Qiu Wen was a maid I personally selected to bring into the estate. She is not the type to spout nonsense. This servant thought there truly was a shadowy figure in the housekeeper's guise. Last night, the one who went to the princess consort's courtyard last night was the prince consort.
Your Highness, this servant truly had no idea. The man I overheard last night was you. No, this servant understands. It is the princess consort who despises this servant. Dislikes me. So she plotted to harm me first. She deliberately had the steward say those words, knowing this servant would overhear. Then tricked me into spreading them, sealing my fate. Your Highness, this servant was truly framed by the princess consort. Surely the princess consort felt this servant showed her insufficient respect, and that is why she schemed to take my life. You know, the princess consort excels at framing others.
There are so many in this estate who disrespect me. Why would I frame everyone else and single you out and risk my own reputation as princess consort to frame you? Do you realize how one misstep in this matter could cost me the princess consort my very life?
Precisely for this reason,
the princess consort's actions will win even greater trust from everyone. You can't harm a servant, can you?
You wretch! You dare to slander me in return! Yes, I, the Wang Fei, simply wanted to kill you. This morning, when you came to devour my roasted meat bones, I wanted nothing more than to do you in, and I couldn't resist threatening you, saying I'd poison you until not even a muddled mess remained, so that when folks saw the remains, they'd have no clue it was you. Had I known you'd be so blind to the truth, why would I have settled for mere threats? I should have just killed you outright. You're the one!
Your Highness, hear this. The Wang Fei truly wants to kill me. She even told me she'd poison me into withered bones.
Your Highness! So everything happening now is the Wang Fei's plot against the servant! You must believe your servant!
And yet you're still so venomous.
So that is really how it is, huh? But before the Wang Fei even entered the room. After you claimed to have overheard my words with Zhenjia,
You were so terrified of being silenced that you didn't dare show your face.
And the things you didn't show up, how on earth could I have threatened you? Your story is full of contradictions. Even concubine law hasn't thought it through. Not how to harm anyone.
Oh, sure. Didn't this girl, out of sheer terror, like a cornered bookworm, hide away without showing her face,
turning folks into blubbering skeletons?
Why is your Highness staring at me like that? It was this girl who first threatened that if this concubine ended up dead in the lake, no one would be held accountable. So this concubine merely fired back with a few harsh words.
Your Highness, this servant didn't!
Nothing at all. No framing of the Wang Fei, nor any death threats against the Wang Fei. Have you realized that there are just too many holes in your story to patch? So suddenly, you don't even know where to begin the excuses.
Fine. Indeed. You're right.
Qiu Wen didn't stop there. She spread rumors to frame the princess, and even threatened to have the princess beaten to death. As for Qiu Yi, recklessly spreading rumors, she shall receive 40 heavy strokes, and be warned that if it happens again, they'll all be beaten to death together.
Thank you, Your Highness! Thank you, Your Highness!
Wait, please! Your Highness, spare my life! Your Highness!
Your Highness.
This old slave believes, as the household steward, you previously claimed Qiu Wen was the maid you personally recruited.
Your Highness, it was this old slave's failure to judge clearly in guiding the servants, allowing them to frame their own mistress. This has also tarnished Your Highness's reputation. I beg Your Highness's forgiveness.
Reflect deeply on this. This king does not wish to see it happen again.
This servant understands. Your Highness.
Man,
take Qiu Wen away and summon all the servants in the estate to witness this.
Let them see the consequences of tarnishing the Wang Fu's reputation.
Well, this princess doesn't think it needs to go that far. There is actually a better way to resolve this.
If it were about taking the lives of Shen Mingmin and the others, that would be because the original host was truly murdered by that group. But with Qiu Wen, it is just spreading some rumors at the end of the day, running her mouth a little. Though in ancient times, that is a capital crime. But as a modern person, Su Chenyan doesn't think it merits execution.
A princess showing mercy to her enemies often just backfires on herself.
Of course, this concubine understands that principle well. So, this concubine has no plans to be merciful here. This concubine thinks outright execution is excessive, rather than the Lord's original sentence of 40 strokes and further punishment. On the street, deliver 60 heavy slaps across her face, best administered by someone with a strong hand. But his mistake was speaking without thinking twice. I can't let that slide.
Is this the favor you're begging me for?
Regarding Butler Ni's suggestion to let everyone in the manor witness her remorse, to make everyone know their place, I, the princess consort, think, why not hire a painter to capture Qiu Wen's battered face and disheveled state after the beating, have it printed and circulated, then post the portrait in the Wang Fu's backyard, to display it for the servants for 10 days or half a month, so that when the servants contemplate wrongdoing, not only will they face punishment, but their image will end up plastered on the wall, as if they were already dead, and still being whipped in effigy. This might create an even stronger deterrent effect.
You're always full of such clever ideas. Dozens of strokes, leaving her half dead. That would certainly intimidate the household guards as well. 60 slaps turning her face into a swollen pig's head, which should strike fear into those lowly maids who cherish their beauty. Brilliant!
Your Highness! Still, it is Changbin! Still, it is Changbin! I think Changbin suits you well.
Why can't you grasp my sincere intent to save you? After all, as the old proverb says, better a wretched life than a noble death.
Princess consort, your kindness is rather terrifying.
No helping it. That is just the way I am, both righteous and wicked.
Your Highness, Shall we handle this according to the princess consort's plan, or simply beat her to death as per Chuan's own wish?
Chumbi, you've gone soft. Then just beat this slave girl to death.
Proceed as the princess consort desires.
Yes.
I wonder why she hates me so much. This is the jealousy of a mere servant girl. Tell me more. Chuan is one of the most beautiful maids in our estate. Last time, at Granny Wang's birthday celebration, after we shared a little wine in the evening, he quietly confided in me that sooner or later the prince would take me into his chambers as a concubine maid.
Rong Zimo was speechless. Based on his understanding of Su Chenyuan, that woman was about to start scorning him once more. Sure enough, he saw his princess consort not only furrowing her brows, but also as if donning a mask of agony, her features twisting right on the spot as she closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. Prince Yu found this sigh to be exceedingly prolonged and heartrending, as if it laid bare Su Chenyuan's enduring bitterness and discontent, along with a profound sense of betrayal toward his own fate.
My lord, since the matter has been settled, this consort shall take her leave.
This prince has one matter to ask of you.
Speak, my lord.
You do not trust this prince. When Shi Dablin just claimed that you had framed her, you did not await this prince's judgment, but instead pressed her hastily, causing Chuzhuan to reveal her flaw.
Indeed. That is precisely what happened.
So, do you doubt this prince's ability to discern right from wrong? Or fear that this prince might not believe you?
To be honest, my lord, do not hasten to conclusions. This consort had not even entertained such thoughts. This consort is simply accustomed to handling matters herself, accustomed to keeping all within her grasp firmly under her control. Those truly beyond her means, she would then consult you, and evidently, dealing with Chen Cui falls well within this consort's capabilities. Thus, she saw to it herself.
This prince has heard the suburban vistas are truly splendid. Does the princess consort care for an outing?
What is so fun about an outing? I've been terribly busy lately, Your Highness. In fact, I know you really don't want to see me. So there is no need for this outing. You told me before. Without your summons, I shouldn't come to your courtyard. Today I came uninvited. It is because of some slanderous talk. I had no choice. Unless absolutely necessary, I wouldn't come bother you again. If you have nothing else to ask, I'll head back to my books.
Very well. Then this prince won't keep the princess.
I take my leave.
Oh, right. What is this about the princess now? The tea you just drank was from my cup.
Your Highness, this is a misunderstanding. I had no idea which cup was yours.
The tea right by my hand, and you didn't know it was mine. Earlier, the princess said she coveted this prince's beauty, and I half believed it. But now it seems it is true, after all. The princess is pulling out all the stops to get close to this prince now. How is that? Calling that a kiss.
If not, don't say another word.
If only I could, he'd pay a fortune to turn back the clock half an hour, sew his own mouth shut, and not guzzle blindly like that. Even if it meant forking over all 8,500 taels he has on him, he'd gladly go broke again.
Wouldn't that settle it? Princess, let's leave it at that.
Your Highness, you really drank from that cup.
Now that I think about it, this prince didn't actually get a chance to drink it.
Is this man really that cunningly sharp?
In just a moment, he figured out I didn't drink it. This princess consort is getting more and more intriguing. Look at what the princess consort said. Could those barbecues have been grilled by the prince himself? Say! Did you ask the prince why he did that? I wouldn't dare ask now. After all that scolding, that man still feels a chill on his neck. I didn't dare. As soon as I asked, the prince's face turned icy. Wait, you don't want to chat more. No wonder he transferred us to the western courtyard last night, and claimed it had a deeper purpose. The deeper purpose being sneaking over in the dead of night to barbecue with the princess consort. Who knew the prince was such a romantic? Let's drop it. Haven't you noticed? The prince found out that Chuan had actually threatened to push the princess consort into the lake and drown her, and he was ready to take her life right on the spot. Now, I feel like we should watch our words when talking to Su Chenyuan from now on, and be more cautious in what we say and do. This king's bearing today falls short of my usual grace.
You don't think so?
Why do you ask such a thing, Your Highness?
Then this king must seem rather dull of late.
Your Highness, I don't think so at all, my lord.
Why on earth do you feel that way? Then why did the princess consort refuse to join this king for the spring outing?
Never mind. You're not women. So naturally, you wouldn't understand her intentions.
But we're both men now. So how could we possibly understand yours?
Your Highness, do you really want to go on that outing with the princess consort?
Not particularly.
I just mentioned it in passing.
Your Highness, I believe the princess consort is playing hard to get again.
Deep down, she must really want to go. But she is putting on a show of refusal.
Just to leave you feeling like this. All hot and cold, keeping you just out of reach.
Forget it. No more on that.
Steward, no matter what tactics you employ, ensure that everyone in the household understands. They must not harbor any improper thoughts, like they did with Qidui.
Yes, Your Highness.
Wang Yin from Prince Li's residence requests an audience.
Let him in.
It is the Jade Prince.
Your Highness, my lord has sent this humble servant with a gift for you. A gift? Didn't Ziyan say that he has no brother like me, and has already cut ties with me?
Your Highness!
You know full well what kind of temper my lord has. You're no stranger to it. So please, spare this servant you're teasing. What is it?
Chen.
This is Miss Yang.
Indeed.
It is Miss Yang herself. She once followed General Yang to the frontier, and even now she is the object of admiration for countless soldiers. Your Highness, you must remember her well.
Indeed. General Yang's cherished daughter.
I've crossed paths with her a few times. Her spirit is free and unbridled, utterly without guile. She'd make a fine match for Ziyan.
This isn't what His Highness, the Lai Prince, wants to hear.
Tell Ziyan. Miss Yang has her heart set on becoming the princess consort, and I approve. General Yang comes from an impeccable lineage, unwaveringly loyal to the emperor. As is Lady Yang's maternal family, it is merely that General Yang's fourth-rank position is somewhat modest. For his daughter to serve as the principal consort to the Lai Prince, the emperor might not readily consent. But if the Lai Prince is truly smitten, I can petition the emperor on his behalf for an imperial marriage grant, bestow a noble title upon General Yang, and elevate his family status. It is entirely feasible.
Your Highness,
that is not what our prince meant.
That is not what I meant.
So why would a man like him secretly collect portraits of eligible young ladies and deliver them to me, his own brother, for us to admire together? Lately, he has been crossing lines without a thought again.
Well, you see, this subordinate will take his leave. However, Your Highness surely has no interest in Miss Yang yourself. Please don't misunderstand His Highness. You know full well that His Highness the Lai Prince meant nothing of the sort.
So I'll just have to tell him to button it again.
How ruthless.
Princess, what is the matter? Did the prince bully you?
It is hardly bullying per se, but to call it not bullying, he left me utterly speechless, stuck in limbo. She even wonders if she and Rong Zimo are cosmically at odds, their 5 elements clashing. Ever since crossing into ancient times, no one's ever gotten the upper hand on her. She handles everyone else with the ease of outwitting a half-wit. But this infuriating man always zeroes in and toys with her just right.
Princess consort.
What brings you here?
Today, all the noble ladies in the capital are saying unkind things about you. Go find out for yourself. Don't wait until the flower viewing banquet in a few days, when you're mocked, and then blame me for not warning you. We can't control what others say, you and I.
But your reputation outside
concerns the honor of our princely household. You get it straight. This is absolutely not me caring about you.
Go and ask around. It is about Master Shui Will. He be at the Duke's mansion tomorrow morning.
Definitely. The Duke is getting on in years. His Majesty has exempted him from morning court. He is being spared for years now. Ever since the 4th young master was injured, the Duke hasn't left the residence. He goes to keep the 4th young master company every morning at dawn.
So does grandfather rise early every day?
The Duke is advanced in age, so he doesn't sleep much. Thus, he rises at first light. This spares the juniors from performing the morning salutations. Over time, others in the household rise even earlier than he does.
Oh, right. When second aunt withheld my dowry earlier,
Did I ever make a fuss about it at home?
At the time, your heart was full of joy at marrying His Highness the Jade Prince. Right, I didn't care about it one bit.
Very well. We'll return to the Duke of Town's residence tomorrow. And that is that.
Princess Consort.
This princess consort is merely here to visit my fourth brother. I must rouse the elders in the household. If your second aunt has been summoned early, then this spectacle won't be as entertaining. There is a stone table and benches in the courtyard. I'll wait outside and have a casual chat with Jianjia. You may withdraw for now.
Member Su picked up a piece of peach blossom pastry and took 2 bites, catching sight of Duke Min approaching from afar out of the corner of her eye. She pretended to choke and gave a light cough. Jianjia immediately caught the hint.
My lady, what do you make of the second madam's behavior? She is actually gone, and spread it in the circles of noble ladies, claiming that you disrespect your elders at home. She even said the third miss was simply envious of the deep affection between you and the prince, and that is why you misunderstood her. You flew into a rage and beat the third miss.
As her maid, I was furious just hearing about it.
Why did you strike the third miss back then? Everyone knows the truth plain as day. Yet, she twists it like that.
Are you certain the second aunt is slandering you like this outside?
I'm sure a casual inquiry anywhere would reveal the truth.
How could aunt do such a thing? I originally thought her dissatisfaction with me would at most amount to withholding my dowry. And at the time, I decided not to take the dowry with me, considering it an act of filial piety to grandfather. After all, with father gone, and no brother left to carry on, there'd be no one from our main branch to attend to grandfather. But back then, I didn't make a fuss over it, nor did I ask the prince to intervene on my behalf. So why is the second aunt still unrelenting and spreading such words outside?
Wong, consort, why not go out and set the record straight? Reveal the truth. We can't let the second madam whitewash the facts and gossip away your reputation like this.
No, I cannot go out and defend myself on this. If this consort were to reveal the truth, what would people outside think? Ruining the third miss's reputation would be a small matter for our Duke Min's mansion, but harming the entire Duke's household would be a grave disaster. Second madam must have surmised that I wouldn't dare reveal the truth to defend myself. That is why she is carrying on like this. I truly cannot fathom what she has in mind. Slandering me behind my back, so that others will scorn the women of our Xiu family, and bring disgrace upon the Xiaoshu name in grandfather's eyes. How can second madam fail to grasp even such basic reasoning?
But your highness, we can't just do nothing about it, can we? This servant believes we cannot let second madam get away with it so easily. Even if we cannot speak the truth, you could take a page from second madam's book and fabricate some rumors of your own to hit back at her. We mustn't allow her to humiliate you like this.
All right, I know you're only thinking of me, but don't say things like that anymore. Second aunt's already spreading lies about me out there, and if I start gossiping about her in return, what would people think of us? They'd say the Xiu family's inner quarters are in utter chaos, with the women tearing into each other and dragging the Duke's mansion's name through the mud. The whole capital would be laughing at us. Officials who bear a grudge against grandfather might seize on this to mock him. Anyway, my name's never been spotless in the capital, so what is one more stain? I'll just have to swallow it. I hear grandfather visits fourth brother every day. Xuhua grandfather's here. Whatever you do, don't breathe a word of this to him. Xue is getting on in years, and I'm afraid this would anger him into falling ill.
All right, then we'll do as you say. But after the second madam's treated you like this, why not hold off on visiting ninth miss for a bit?
No, I can't do that. If we let this fester into a standoff, won't the whole family just fall apart? The more ill will second aunt harbors toward me, the harder I have to try to win her over. Only then can the SU family stay united, and spare grandfather some heartache. Besides, if this keeps boiling over with second aunt, and the prince catches wind of the gossip outside, he might think my family, his princess consort's kin, is out to smear his wife's name on purpose, and drag his own reputation down with it. Even if the prince has no fondness for me, I still carry the title of his princess consort. Wouldn't that leave the Xiu family at odds with the Jade Prince's mansion too? If our two houses turn against each other, it'll just hand the advantage to outsiders.
Did your second aunt truly say all those things?
Grandfather, when did you get here?
Let me ask you, did your second aunt really say all that?
Master Xuan, please don't misunderstand. Sunning and Jianjia were just spouting nonsense. Yes, we were all just chatting idly. Second, aunt didn't say a word. Please don't get upset. Don't let your anger flare up. Your health comes first.
Go out and ask around.
See if second lady has been spreading such malicious gossip outside.
Yes.
Grandpa!
Say no more. Just wait for the news.
Lord Guo, Second Lady did indeed say those things. And plenty of people outside are gossiping about the Wang Fei. Calling her vicious is one thing, but saying she is malicious to her core, not even sparing her own cousin.
How splendid. How utterly splendid!
Grandpa, please sit down first. Have a cup of tea to steady yourself. Whatever the matter, tell me slowly. Calm your spirits.
I never dreamed it would come to this. The epitome of filial piety. I was so short-sighted before. Simply because you weren't born a son, I treated you far worse than your cousins.
Grandpa, what kind of talk is that? Your granddaughter has always felt you've treated me with great kindness.
See how I lament to my child. Like this. Yet she remembers only my good side. Throughout this household, apart from Su Yue of the third branch, who else could be a Wang Fei like you? You sit down as well.
No outsiders here anyway. What Wang Fei or not, I'm still your granddaughter. Forever, just a junior in front of Grandpa.
I said sit, so sit. Now, go summon the musicians for this Duke. Tell them to hurry. Kneel before the Duke.
Father, what has happened to you? Why are you in such a state? So early in the morning. Who has gotten you this furious?
And you still have the nerve to ask? It is you who has been spreading rumors outside, claiming Chen Yuan disrespects his elders, out of sheer jealousy toward father.
Did the princess consort come back just to tattle to you?
You're still trying to slander Chen Yuan. I asked Chen Yuan if you'd said these things. Chen Yuan's still trying to cover for you, but I sent someone to look into it, and only then did I learn what those noble women are gossiping about today. Even a child like Chen Yuan understands to consider the Su family's reputation, my dignity, and my health. You, as an elder, yet you've gone and done such foolish things outside. You've disappointed me terribly.
Father, daughter-in-law, this...
What daughter-in-law meant was just... It was just careless talk.
Father, daughter-in-law, no, she was wrong. Please, don't hit me. Actually, that is not what I said. But people outside misunderstood it. As you know, rumors spread like wildfire once they start. Daughter-in-law feels so wrong too.
Once rumors about someone spread far and wide, even if they hold some truth. But if you hadn't started it all, giving others those faint clues to latch onto, how could there be smoke without fire? Spreading all these ugly words. You're still hiding. Try hiding again. Let's see what the Duke makes of that.
Daughter-in-law will never dare again.
What time is it already? The Duke rises every day at this hour. Your husband has gone to court, and yet you're still lounging in bed, refusing to rise. What sort of family values did they instill in you back home? You've truly opened this Duke's eyes.
Wasn't it you yourself who said morning respects to you weren't necessary? So that is why I slept in just a little longer. Please don't be so angry, considering your daughter-in-law has brought a few ugly rumors upon the household. Spare your daughter-in-law this once.
Were it not for that, do you think a mere beating is all you'd face right now? This Duke would have you thrown out of the estate at once. Unable to tolerate such a scourge as you, lest you tarnish the Duke's household lintel.
Axin, your daughter-in-law truly knows her wrong.
Grandfather, please! No more beating! Though Sekinon has indeed disregarded your dignity, and the Xiu family's honor, as well as the Jade Princess residence, without thought for second uncles and the cousins' futures. Yet, all your grandsons were born of second aunt. As the saying goes, a mother's heart is bound to her sons if you punish second aunt so harshly. And the cousins turn away in resentment, refusing to show you filial piety. Henceforth, what then shall we do?
Are you truly pleading on my behalf? While laying bare all the wrongs I've committed, and yet speak such words.
Does this Duke fear to act then? Should the second branch's children truly, because of their undutiful mother, dare to show this Duke such filial impiety, this Duke will cast them all out of the estate without mercy.
Mother, please grant your daughter-in-law this shred of wifely dignity. Your daughter-in-law vows never again to spread reckless gossip abroad, nor to defy you by oversleeping. Your daughter-in-law will rise at dawn without fail, and utter no word against a princess consort.
I am Moon. I believe everything second aunt said is true. Recently, fourth brother has suffered a severe injury, and ninth sister hasn't fully recovered yet, while third sister endures her punishment. I dread to think how it might end. Please, don't beat 20th master so harshly, lest that happen and the whole household be left wounded.
This finally got through to Duke Ming, with 3 children already bearing injuries at home. And Yushi, as part of this family, showing not the slightest concern for the household, yet finding time to spread wild tales outside.
You as she, you've grown far too idle of late, haven't you? The matters that truly demand your attention, you neglect, while prattling on with utter nonsense to all and sundry outside.
Rest easy. This is truly just a misunderstanding. This daughter-in-law will mind her words outside from now on. Surely with the best of intentions. So no one will take offense at you again. Household.
If you can't hold your tongue, then swallow some mute potion. For the Duke to have a silent daughter-in-law would be preferable to you.
How dare you? You call Hai Tang's words the ravings of a madwoman. Better to let a mere maid do the talking. And now you're saying I'd fare better swallowing mute potion. As if you wish for nothing but silence around us all.
Grandfather.
Your Highness, hold your tongue now. And cease pleading on my behalf. I implore you.
Why speak to me so harshly? Do you truly doubt the sincerity of my plea for you?
He is worthless himself, so naturally, he suspects everyone else's intercessions are insincere too.
Grandfather!
Please, stop the beating!
Grandfather! For the sake of your grandson, and for mother's unwavering devotion to this household all these years, you were such an example. He'd truly be unable to leave.
Yes, grandfather. Please spare him. I've told you already, the bond between my cousin and second aunt is truly deep.
This wretched little wench. If this reminds the Duke again, if you keep beating him, my sons won't stand idly by while the Duke's affairs suffer.
I insist on beating him. What if I beat him to death? If you're doing this for your mother, you're defying me outright.
I don't quite understand why.
Grandfather, please don't say that. My cousin wouldn't dare defy you. At most, he'd kneel here for second aunt and threaten his own life to plead with you.
Why do you presume to know my intentions?
He wouldn't dare, and actually go through with it. That would squander all this Duke's nurturing in vain. Never had such a grandson.
So, if I now use my precious heir to threaten you, I'd completely lose my chance to inherit the Duke's mansion.
I'd utterly fall from your grace.
Is that so?
Brother Gao, Mother has made a mistake. Even the Duke must consider his own mother for the sake of propriety. You shouldn't interfere in this matter. It'll be over in just 2 more months. Just listen to what I'm telling you.
But Mother...
But what? Do you know what your mother has done? Coming here to plead like this, without distinguishing right from wrong.
It is plain as day to anyone the Duke's teachings to you.
Are they meant for the dogs? So what if I go to the ancestral hall? Kneel there and copy the precepts 20 times.
The Duke now needs reliable hands.
You're kneeling here, fidgeting about. Are you trying to set a bad example for your mother?
Grandfather's antics are killing me with laughter. I'm still worried that going straight to the ancestral tablets will only make you angry. Still, it is the kind of household matter for aunt to handle. The beaten younger brother grandfather's own kin left the hall on his own.
Are you trying to harm me again?
You teach the children. They don't need to be filial, as long as they obey you.
No. Father, this is utterly absurd.
Meanwhile, the aunt chimes in. Why wouldn't Monkey Boy listen? He scampered off obediently the moment you spoke. If not for my pity for the children, lest they end up motherless, I'd make you rue the day today.
Auntie, sir, you'd better have Fu Yi check on the madam right away.
Auntie, let me take a look for you. We can't take this arm injury lightly. What if it is broken?
No, maid, you check it. Better let Fu Yi take a look.
If you still don't trust me, fine. Just call Fu Yi then.
You're judging a gentleman by a villain's heart. Every word from Shen Yuan today was pleading on your behalf. And yet you still don't trust him. You deserve every bit of the pain.
Whatever you say then, as long as you're happy. Why is it that no matter a man's age, they all fail to spot these scheming little vixens?
Those rumors you spread outside, within 3 days, go explain them clearly to this duke yourself. If after 3 days, this duke still hears these words circulating outside, you'll return to your parents' home and stay there for a few years. This duke will act as if he has no such daughter-in-law.
Do you understand? You daughter in-law understands. I will certainly go out and clear things up properly, so the princess won't cry out in injustice and humiliation again.
Right. As for Chen Yuan's dowry, handle it lightly and deliver it to him soon.
Grandpa, there is no need. Those dowries, the granddaughter wishes to stay and show her filial respect to you, and the county prince's manner truly lacks for nothing.
Grandfather knows you're a dutiful child, but the Jade Prince's mansion is vast and wealthy, and you must often enter the palace. So how could you manage without silver to smooth the way? Besides, those items were originally set aside for you by your father and mother. So, as your father, how could I not let you take them?
Since the princess consort wishes to leave them as a token of respect for you, why disappoint her pure filial heart?
Shut your mouth before this duke! This duke is speaking to the princess consort. What right do you have to interrupt? Just do as you're told. Do you think this duke is unaware of those little schemes in your mind?
But, fine.
If you want to take them, then take them. Grandfather doesn't lack for such silver. Your intentions, grandfather understands them well enough.
Then alright. I'll have to trouble second aunt with it. Right. Second aunt, with such a severe injury, can you still manage the household during this time? This princess consort recalls grandfather mentioning last time that second uncle has several shrewd, noble concubines. Second aunt, perhaps let them help shoulder some of the load, or I'm afraid you'll wear yourself out and aggravate your injury.
No need. Though I'm injured, it is only my arm that is hurt, not my head, so it won't hinder my managing the household. As for your dowry, I'll inventory it promptly and let you know. Second aunt can still handle things capably.
Family affairs aren't pressing. My main worry is second aunt.
No need to fret. Follow me. Let's chat privately. I'll head back to my courtyard first.
Right.
It is little 9. I wonder how her injuries are doing. I'll go check on her shortly. Second aunt won't object, will she?
What objection could she possibly have? As if she cares about her own daughter. Yet she can't even appreciate it, and forbids you from visiting. From now on in this mansion, you can visit any courtyard you please. No need to tread so carefully.
Fine. You get the point.
Of course, the Wang Fei can visit whenever she wishes. How could second aunt not welcome her?
You're after the dowry, aren't you? It is not that easy.
Big sister, you're back.
I've come to see you, and little 9.
Don't worry about me. My injuries are much better now. I can even get out of bed. The imperial physician says I should rest more, though.
Listen to the doctor.
I've decided once I'm recovered, I'll start practicing martial arts so I can learn to protect myself. What do you think, big sister?
Of course. Just don't overdo it.
Didn't you say you're sitting for the imperial exams in 2 months? Prioritize the exams first.
Little brother's taking the imperial exams at such a young age. He is only 14.
In our Jiacheng dynasty, the imperial exams have no age limit. Only talent matters. My tutor says I have real talent. I might even reach the palace examination. This child excels at everything. If only his temperament weren't so headstrong.
You might even enter court service by 14.
Big sister, everyone says you're unhappy in the Jade Prince's mansion. But once I pass the exams and make my mark, and set up my own household, Prince Yu, if she still doesn't like you, you can divorce her and return to live at your parents' home. I'll keep your dowry safe for you, and find you a new husband.
Kids are so sweet. He is not even blood related, yet he is closer than a real brother.
What nonsense are you spouting? Who in their right mind would wish for their sister and husband to divorce? You're barely grown and already dreaming of setting up your own household, when even father hasn't considered separating from Duke Min's residence.
Don't overthink it. Brother-in-law just mentioned it. Second aunt will give me the travel permit. So focus on your imperial exams first. No need to pressure yourself. Once you succeed, big sister will be overjoyed.
Grandpa, is that true?
Of course it is.
That is reassuring.
Rest well. Get your strength back first. In a few days, you'll attend the flower viewing banquet in the palace and leave a good impression before His Majesty. It'll help with your palace examination.
Oh?
Grandpa, then, I'll go see little Nine first.
Go ahead.
Big sister hugs the princess, but our young miss doesn't like being held by others. Even when Madam tries to hold her, she often slips away.
It seems this child truly hasn't been treated well at home. Presumably, when I saved her last time, she still had some awareness, so she knew I was someone she could trust.
He immediately scooped up the child, pretending to examine her little hand, and felt her pulse points a few times. Just as he suspected, it was poison. This poison lives up to its name, Wogen, a colorless, odorless liquid, likely administered when she was just 3 months old. The child is far too young. We can't expect to purge the poison all at once. She'll need at least 4 doses of antidote before she can speak. So that is why he turned the antidote into snacks to guard against a second branch. The princess explained. Miss Nine trusted him completely. Su Chenyuan didn't wait for the girl to say a word and just popped the snacks straight into his own mouth.
What is going on? Even when the princess is giving Ninth sister a little snack, you still have to butt in. Are you mocking her now?
That is not what I meant, miss.
If that is not it, then get out and eat.
Little one, do you trust your big sister and your 4th brother? Then, whatever your 4th brother tells you later, you must obey it. Got it.
Then big sister will head out first. I'll come visit you again soon.
Ninth lady, don't keep the princess waiting any longer. Your Highness, the child's just too young to understand. She can't bear to see you go. No need to mind her. Please go on ahead. Just now, when your big sister and I were playing with your hair, what did we tell you? Never mind. What would a little mute like? You know.
My lady, our little act today was a complete triumph.
They say grandfather Shenanxian's injury was my doing. No matter what they whisper about second aunt outside, everyone will just see it as my unseemly conduct. A true slight against my elders.
Oh, and grandfather mentioned he is bequeathing the dowry to you. So we'll be rolling in silver soon, won't we?
It is not quite that simple. We've only just begun. They won't let us have our way so easily.
No need to rush then.
I certainly won't make things easy for him. After all, it is the dull knife that makes the kill truly agonizing.
Suyan, but that brother of hers, the one saving up her dowry, the more they dare to harm him. It is a death sentence. Su Chenyuan won't let them slip away comfortably or easily. Not to mention that Vixen, who is always stirring up trouble, picking fights and lobbing barbs our way. Otherwise, why would this maidservant think you're downright wicked? Indeed. In fact, someone like the second madam being a touch more wicked is actually the way to uphold justice. Look, Miss Ju scarcely ever laid eyes on you before. Yet, she latches onto you like a lifeline.
Your Highness, the young master from Elder Chen's household dispatched a servant to deliver a sumptuous gown to our princess consort, fearing she might lack fitting attire for the flower appreciation banquet. That servant who brought the gift looked utterly flustered and furtive, so he must have done it behind Elder Chen's back. What could Cheng Haji possibly be scheming? What on earth is he playing at? A man sending a sumptuous gown to the princess consort. What sort of audacious move is this? We've never heard of any prior ties between the princess consort and Cheng Haji, have we? The Shen Mingming case from the other day, when the princess consort happened upon it, and Cheng Haji helped her capture the culprit. Though that rascal's been under house confinement lately, hasn't he? How intriguing. Even confined at home, he still sneaks it through, having his servant by and deliver this sumptuous gown. What staggering persistence this shows. And what unyielding resolve. For Cheng Haji to act like this, isn't he worried about the idle tongues wagging? Or of offending your highness? He must figure the prince holds no affection for the princess consort at all. So this won't ruffle his feathers one bit. Such crude taste. An eyesore unfit for decent eyes. Is it really? How shall his highness handle this splendid robe? How about we burn it? Yes, burn it, that is the best way. Keep this matter under wraps. Return the item quietly. This servant understands. Your highness, this servant has already sealed the lips of everyone who knows about it. But returning this item, that errand boy dropped it off and fled in haste. Presumably, someone from the Chen family spotted him. And with Chen Haji already confined, it'll naturally land in Grand Secretary Chen's hands.
If it is pinned on Grand Secretary Chen Heiji's in for a brutal reckoning. Indeed, ruthless. Your Highness truly is the merciless one.
Your subordinate will see to the return.
Does the princess consort know of this?
She likely doesn't.
The princess consort left at dawn, heading back to the Duke of Min's residence.
No need to inform her. Then...
Yes.
Have you lost your mind? Are you out of your senses? You had the audacity to march right up to His Highness, the Jade King, and confess you're pining for his wife. What is the difference?
Miss Esso is bound to remarry one day anyway. My feelings for Mr. Se, His Highness the Jade King, will learn of them sooner or later. So what is wrong with giving him a heads up? It is the Jade King who is acting strange. He clearly has no affection for Miss Su, so why should my gift to her be any of his concern? And yet he sends it back. Fine, send it back if you must. But why hand it over to you of all people? He is utterly baffling.
Are you a fool? Even if His Highness, the Jade King, bears no love for the princess consort, she remains his wife in name. Aren't you slapping the Jade King's face by doing this?
Does this really count as slapping his face? That just means she is being overly sensitive.
Why not just send him back to the countryside again?
No, don't send me back. I swear, I won't send Miss Yu any more gifts so recklessly. But in the future, I'll still have to, just work hard to keep all my admiration for her well hidden. That should be fine, right?
You really mean that?
I swear it.
Fine. I hope you're telling the truth.
Has the Wang Fei returned to the residence? I'm back. I got up early because of the snow. And once I got back, I was catching up on sleep. Since the Wang Fei married into the Wang Fu, has she ever bought any splendid attire? With the flower viewing banquet coming up, it is too late for the general to have custom attire made. So have Changqiao Pavilion send all their finest ready-to-wear pieces for this king to select.
Why is your highness talking about the Wang Fei, but suddenly bringing up selecting your highness's own splendid attire?
Didn't your queen mother prepare yours long ago and send it over? This king means selecting for the Wang Fei.
Why select for the Wang Fei? Even if you're worried her splendid attire won't suit her taste, and it'll embarrass our Jade Prince's mansion. So you want to buy for the Wang Fei? Then at least let her pick them herself. Why go to all this trouble yourself?
This king wants Chen Heiji to see with his own eyes the clothes this king selects, so he'll realize just how poor his taste is. Though we're both men, this old servant just doesn't get your particular obsession with standards in this area.
Your Highness, the finest garments from our Changqiao Pavilion, though not custom-made, are each unique pieces, one of a kind, guaranteed to be unlike anything anyone else is wearing.
Sent over for the Wang Fei, have her try them on, to see if they fit.
Done trying so quickly. The Wang Fei didn't try them at all. She just said from behind the door to hand them to Jian Jia. And when this subordinate suggested, she tried them, saying if they don't fit, we can adjust and handle it quickly. She got all impatient, insisting they all fit perfectly, no need to try, and telling your highness and this subordinate not to disturb her sleep if there is nothing else.
Understood. Her morning grumpiness is this bad.
Isn't it? Said that Princess Yu holds no status whatsoever in Prince Yu's mansion. Doesn't His Highness Prince Yu utterly detest her?
But from what I've seen, His Highness Prince Yu treats her with such kindness, while she seems rather brusque toward him.
The most shocking part is His Highness Prince Yu, who so kindly picked out clothes for her. Yet she lost her temper with him instead, and he didn't even get upset.
So could those rumors all be untrue? Could Princess Yu actually be held in high favor? The so-called Princess Yu, who wed His Highness Prince Yu through vile and shameless schemes, turns out to be nothing but catching wind and chasing shadows.
Who can say for sure?
And so, just today, a second version emerged starkly at odds with the old tales, and it began to quietly spread through the capital, claiming that Princess Yu is truly the beloved of His Highness Prince Yu, while she herself shows little regard for him. By evening, the gossip had seeped into the prince's residence and reached His Highness's ears.
These folks are bold indeed, daring to prattle on about royal secrets. This servant will go sort them out at once.
Though it is all rather harmless chatter.
As you see fit, your highness.
Mistress, would you care to try on this new gown while we're at it? It is all a heartfelt gesture from His Highness Prince Yu, after all.
Shall we? Very well. Let's give it a try.
Mistress, the gown His Highness selected is truly stunning. And that snow lotus on the hem looks so lifelike. Not to mention how the skirt's pleats and the silk stole clash so boldly in color. Yet it doesn't feel jarring at all.
but rather supremely refined. And this purple one, it carries such regal grace.
Alright, enough already. They all look stunning. I get it, I know.
I really envy you, my lady having such a wonderful father.
Don't let a few outfits make you forget that. What is going on between me and Rongzimo right now? Why on earth would he suddenly buy me all these clothes?
Is it because of the flower viewing banquet coming up? Didn't the royal decree that day ask you to prepare your attire? You never brought it up, and I completely forgot about it myself.
What is there to mention about it? I used to be from the Duke's family myself, so it is not like I'd show up naked. I've surely got some old fancy robes stashed away, so I can just pull one out and wear it. No big deal. It is not like I go to the palace all the time, so why waste money on something so frivolous?
My lady, that is not quite right. When noble ladies from great houses attend palace banquets, they wear outfits that are brand new, used only once in the palace. And the zero jewels are worn just at one time there too. No one reuses them afterward. It is how those ladies flaunt their families, wealth, and status. If you show up in old clothes, you'll be the laughingstock, and the Yue prince's household might even become the talk of the town.
Everyone loves to compare and show off, but what does that have to do with me? Why should I play along with their games? But since these clothes do look so beautiful, I'll wear something new just to give the prince a hand. Off to the palace banquet in fresh attire. Then, who asked Shu Ronghao to be so proud?
Your Highness, haven't you given that gift to the princess consort yet?
Never mind. No rush. We'll talk about it later.
Zhenjia just mentioned that for ladies at palace banquets,
you can't reuse the same outfits or fabrics, or the same jewelry.
Who knows what those women are scheming every single day. But what Zhenjia said so convincingly must be true, right?
After all, she hails from a duke's household, so she must know these things inside out.
Since that is the case,
go fetch the finest seamstress in the capital, right now, for Her Highness, the princess.
Why is that? Because this prince is a vain man who cares too much about his face.
Afraid folks will gossip that the Jade Prince's mansion is strapped for cash.
Princess, look at the crane on this brocade hairpin, the wings of the crane, and the iridescent glow upon it.
You must be one of the finest establishments in the capital.
That is only natural. Not just the capital as a whole, but the entire realm. No other house can surpass ours. Princess, what your maid Qingchai said is our house's secret craft, impenetrable to all.
Did His Highness mention how many pieces the princess might select?
He didn't specify.
So that must mean only one piece is allowed.
What utter nonsense.
Does our lord strike you as so stingy?
His Highness's silence means you can take whatever catches your eye. No limits. Just one piece of jewelry.
Whose face would that slap?
Thank His Highness on my behalf. If any of the princes require assistance, this princess stands ready to serve. I shall not refuse.
If the princess's thanks are not from the heart, there is no need to speak them. Who could deny our lord's love of face?
Butler Yi, my second aunt has many affairs to attend to, Sapirep. Said it is not you. At the flower viewing banquet, Princess Dong was truly set to fall victim to a borrowed blade in murder skies.
I told you. It wasn't for your sake. It was for the estate's honor. Since you've put it that way, surely you've resolved the matter by now.
It is handled. I hear that Butler suffers from a leg ailment. Such chronic afflictions often call for silver needle therapy. And now that the princess's silver needles are forged to perfection, I wouldn't mind seeing if they can aid Butler Ni's condition. A fitting repayment for his timely reminder of this favor.
What is the matter? This old servant never knew the princess to be one who repays every kindness in full. What on earth do you think he is up to? Or merely putting on an act for you, and this humble servant?
Doesn't he see others in a kinder light himself?
This servant truly cannot fathom it. When did you ever start seeing that vile and shameless Wang Fei in a positive light?
Your Highness, trouble brews!
What has happened?
If there is something, speak slowly. You're not the least bit composed. What kind of spectacle is this?
This servant knows his mistake. It is just that the Minister of Works outside seemed utterly frantic. Hence...
Thus, the Minister of Works, Sheng Guangbu, respectfully greets your Highness.
This humble official has come to beg your Highness to save him.
My lord, you overstate it. Whatever the matter, speak plainly without reserve.
Surely you still remember that Zhao Heng was involved in the bridge repair project on the outskirts of the capital. And this humble official has guarded against it vigilantly at every turn, never letting him tamper with the silver font. Who knows if he harbored resentment, but he deliberately stirred up trouble on the site with his rotten ideas. The Vice Minister of Public Announcements in charge of the site disclosures, Lord Li, is a timid sort who fears trouble. And upon seeing he was your highness, the king of Yue's young brother-in-law, he could only go along with whatever he said. And in the end, they had to stack the newly delivered bricks and tiles on site, just as he demanded, until that whole stack finally collapsed, injuring more than 20 workers. And those ash gray bricks were merely stacked on the ground, not yet built into the bridge. Otherwise, who knows what greater calamity might have ensued.
Are those workers' injuries severe?
The workers' injuries are not severe. But that Zhao Hong, ill-fated as it is, was right there directing under the bricks at the time. And he was injured too, quite badly so. He vomited a great deal of blood. The Duke of Ning's household refuses to take responsibility for the workers' injuries, and the Duke himself has issued a stern warning to this humble official, saying that if anything ill befalls his young son, he'll make sure this humble official can't eat or escape unscathed.
As for Zhao Heng's matter, my lord need not worry. The Ningbo Duke's mansion and the eldest prince claim it was deliberate harassment. I shall lend you a helping hand, but those injured workers must be properly resettled.
Your Highness, rest assured, I've already seen to the workers' affairs, and I still have the silver to cover it. They'll all recover after some rest. No one's missing arms or legs. It is just Zhao Heng himself who is more gravely hurt.
I understand.
Then this matter rests in your Highness's hands.
Fortunately, the workers suffer no major mishaps. Otherwise, this Zhao Heng would be hounded relentlessly. Even in death, they'll keep a close eye on him, report his every turn, life or death, to me.
That is not what I meant.
What good news do you have? You're positively glowing.
I've heard the second madam sent invitations to all the ladies of the great houses yesterday, and plenty of them showed up at the Duke's mansion for the gathering, but hasn't her arm wound healed yet. So there she was, arm slung in bandages around her neck, facing the crowd, and she starts explaining, well, those rumors about you disrespecting your elders were just a misunderstanding. And a bit about the third Mrs. Face getting hurt. It wasn't you who did it. She took a tumble and hurt herself by accident. It was all one big mix-up. Well, isn't that something? Now those noble ladies have dropped all the chatter about you and turned their tongues to wondering what is going on with the second madam. How'd she hurt her arm? Why is it so badly mangled? And why drag herself out like that to set the record straight? Now the gossip swirling around the second madam, it is coming thick and fast. With the hottest one, being that the second master laid hands on her, so everyone's having a good snicker at her expense.
Talk about sweet revenge. Does my silver needle really take this many days to polish?
How is it not ready by today? They promised once it is done, they deliver it straight to the Jade Prince's mansion for this maid, but still no sign of it. How about tomorrow this maid heads to the shop to check on it, and keep an eye on the princess? What do you say?
What mischief are you scheming now?
Youngster, I'm merely admiring your young master, that is all. Just a peek at the little miss, and poof, her virtues vanished. Aren't you being a tad too jumpy? Besides, a man dolling himself up to step out. Isn't it all for us ladies to swoon over?
What? Utter nonsense! Our lord always dresses like this when he heads to court on weekdays. So how does that count as dressing up? Hasn't his highness always looked this dashing?
I get it. You're just dying to point out how your lord is like a pear blossom crushing a begonia, handsome without even trying. Right. It is just like all those naturally beautiful girls who love to announce that they're stepping out without a stitch of makeup.
You! So, your highness, you're heading out today. Have you dabbed on any rouge?
No.
So that is what you wanted to flaunt. Your highness, this prince sees it now.
Indeed.
Truly blessed with natural beauty.
Damn, this is toxic!
Isn't Prince Heng praising you? Why so angry?
Are you sure that is a compliment, your highness?
It really feels more like teasing.
Your majesty, has anyone ever told you that you're two-faced? The epitome of white on the outside, black on the inside.
What does whitewash black even mean?
The prince seems as warm and refined as jade, the most approachable man in the world. But in reality, he is a master of human nature, knows exactly how to push people's buttons, and how to hit exactly where it hurts. What gentle and reasonable Jade Prince, in my eyes. He is cunning and scheming through and through.
Saying things like that, my princess. Aren't you afraid of angering this prince?
I'm really not worried at all.
I won't get mad, of course. It is just, since you've seen through this prince's true colors, then from now on, when facing you, I won't need to hide my real self anymore, will I?
No. Actually, I was just talking nonsense a moment ago. Sorry, how could someone as pure as a clear breeze and bright moon be the petty villain I just described?
So please, Your Highness, keep your noble grace, and don't stoop to quibbling with me.
My lady, do you have a favor to ask of this prince?
Fuck, you're way too perceptive. You'll never land a wife at this rate.
She'd worry mother will give you hell, and seek this prince's protection.
No, I know you're worldly and well-connected, so you must have eyes and ears all over the capital. So, Your Highness, do you know of any patients no other doctor can cure? So I can get out there and put my skills to good use, especially any filthy rich skinflints whose sins don't deserve death, whom I can properly shake down for a hefty fee. And strike it rich.
You're just dying to make a quick fortune, aren't you?
Of course it is. Researching medicines costs a fortune, so I need to scrape together some funding for myself. I mean the money for buying herbs. As for the silver in Your Highness's accounts, that is a no-brainer. Even if Your Highness only knows how to bribe and bully me into eating on time. But let's face it, we're bound to become one eventually. So what is the deal with spending your money willy-nilly? By then, even splitting up would leave us all tangled up.
Hongfei, you say it is this prince now. If I handed you a pointer and a spirit manual, wouldn't you be over the moon, snatching it up right away, bolting out of the carriage, packing your bags, and hightailing it out of the mansion?
That is what I thought before. But now that I'm thinking about it, if I weren't still Princess Yu, the Ping Kong Marquis Mansion would come after me. And when Prince Lai hurls his insults at me, he'd do it even more shamelessly, and a whole bunch of others would just pester me non-stop. I'm the type who really hates trouble, but most crucially, I might even get mocked by everyone in the capital as an abandoned wife, ruining my reputation, and shaking my patients' trust in my skills as a healer. So I figure I can hang on to the role of Princess Yu for now, and take my shot, until my name as a miracle doctor spreads far and wide. Then, it is not too late to divorce. Your Highness, why don't you just bear with it too?
You said yourself, you're not ready to divorce your princess, and that you want to be husband and wife for life.
You're right. Your Highness, but that wouldn't be good for you at all. Spending your whole life with someone you don't even like. Wouldn't that just be digging your own grave?
You're right, my princess.
Oh, no. So what was it that this princess asked you earlier?
Nothing. I haven't heard anything about any patients. Actually, there is one. If I tell you, how will you repay me, princess? Split the profits, 50-50.
It's easy. The only thing on his mind right now.
You wouldn't be thinking of an 80-20 split, would ya? You take 80, I get 20. That is way too unfair. Even if you're my agent,
no, my introducer,
you shouldn't take such a huge cut.
This prince has no interest in your money.
Well, if you're not interested, then how else am I supposed to repay you?
Just consider it the princess owing this king a favor. When has this king ever demanded anything in return? I can always collect from the princess later.
No problem at all, as long as it is nothing heinous or a reasonable demand that bankrupts this concubine. This concubine will gladly agree.
Who knows what outrageous demands the princess imagines this king might make?
Truth be told, this concubine was only joking just now, merely showing Your Highness my playful side once more. Of course, this concubine knows you're not that sort of person.
Really?
Your Highness, shall we get back to the matter at hand?
Recently, Duke Ning's youngest son, Zhao Heng, has stirred up some trouble. Because of Zhao Heng's injury, Duke Ning refuses to compensate the workers. Yet even these medical fees he won't cover. Zhao Heng may be foolish, but since no workers lost their lives, and no one was left disabled, the issue stems merely from a misplaced stack of bricks on the site, not on the bridge itself. Thus his crime hardly warrants death. These past few days, at eldest brother's behest, numerous imperial physicians have been tending to him at Duke Ning's residence. Yet Zhao Heng remains unconscious, sustained only by the finest medicines. Duke Ning has a fiery temper, and he has always been one to act unreasonably. What is more, he is eldest brother's father-in-law. Eldest brother and this king have long been at odds. If the princess lacks confidence, then best not wade into these muddy waters. Otherwise, should the effort to save him fail, he might end up drawing their hatred instead, accused of deliberate sabotage.
Duke Ning's household surely has more tricks up its sleeve. Zhao Heng had it coming. But what does this have to do with the Ministry of Justice? Why should its officials bear the burden? Your Highness, if I can save Zhao Heng, could we get them to allocate funds to the Ministry of Works and properly compensate those workers? And beyond just medical expenses, we should cover lost wages, as well as emotional distress damages for the workers suffering. What are you thinking right now?
This prince is merely pondering that I've never heard of lost wages or emotional distress compensation before.
Well, Your Highness, now you've heard of them. When workers get injured, just reimbursing medicine isn't enough. So many rely on their hard-earned wages to feed their families, and an injury means they can't work for a spell. So how do they manage that lost income and household costs? Not to mention, these folks were hale and hearty. Why should they endure such needless suffering? Of course, they deserve compensation for their emotional distress.
The princess consort is absolutely right. This prince has been enlightened. After tomorrow's court assembly, this prince will consult with the Grand Secretariat on whether to enshrine lost wages and emotional distress compensation in the legal code. I never realized the princess consort cared so deeply for the common people.